And there we go. So this time we're starting on the April map. We've got Lignumis, we've got Maraxsis. I mean, if you've seen the thread, then you know what's up. Let me make sure that I have my volume and mic and everything in working order. Let's see about that. I did some very minor adjustments. Yeah, that sounds fine. Okay, I just had to wait for the stream to catch up so I could actually hear myself. So let's jump right in. You can see my creative world. That's where I made the thumbprint for the stream. But my intention is to come here, go to the sync file, and I'm going to just copy the seed. And you can watch me create the world in real time. So, go in, paste in the string, and off we go. So, I know a little bit about how Lignumis works. Let me actually take just a second and adjust something on my end real quick. Okay, there we go. That's better for me. So, like I was saying, I know a little bit about how Lignumis works, but I wouldn't say I know that much about how it works. I just noticed a little bit of stream lag. If that keeps going, I might have to try and play with things a little bit. Not really sure what I could do about it, but at any rate, we'll see what happens. So, I'm going to start by picking some of these up, and breaking some trees. You know, same old, same old. I know there's some stuff in the rocket, but aside from that, I don't actually know. Let me turn on alt mode. I don't actually know that much about how progression itself works through the mod. And that's intentional. I tried to go in as blind as I could, while still, you know, doing some testing, making sure everything works properly. Anytime you combine mods, even if they're just different planets, you know, you never know when things are going to conflict, so it's always good to get a good baseline, make sure everything's working okay. After I've chopped down a couple trees, I'm going to kind of look and see what I should be doing to start with. It's just, I'm sure whatever I'm supposed to start with is chop down trees and grab some gold, and probably grab some rocks. So I'm just trying to knock out those little bits first, and then I'll figure out where I want to place the first mines and everything like that. So let's see, I do have 2 burner mining drills, which is nice. I've already got 2 agricultural towers. I might as well go ahead and get some wood started, I think. Maybe I'll do 1 for wood and 1 for gold. That seems reasonable, just because I know I'm going to need each. So let me actually go ahead and clear out a little patch here. And this might have to move in the future when I'm trying to get a more, you know, robust covering of this, this patch. Clear cursor. Oh, okay. This is, technically a fresh install of Factorio. So I'm going to get the little beginner tips and tricks from time to time. Let's see. Would it tell me? No, because it also does wood. So I do want to be a little careful and make sure I'm only covering the gold squares. But that seems a-okay to me. So let's see. I know it is the stromatolite seed that I want to put in there. And then you are going to need some fuel. So for now, just a couple pieces of coal should do it. Go ahead and grab a few more of these, but I think I'm probably set on that for now. If anything, I need to get some wood going over here as well. And then I'll start taking a look through the tech tree and looking to see how progression works here. Because like I was saying, I really truly don't know. So let's see. Possible inputs. Well, I know you can take wood. That may be something I have to research, though. Just out of curiosity. Yeah, okay, so it's a basic research in order to grow new wood. That's fine, this guy can just, sit here, he's not hurting anything. And I guess in that case I should probably start looking at the tech tree. So, craft tin lumber to unlock the science pack. And then basic turrets, some automation, agriculture, okay. Gold, sure, gold fluid handling, that'll let me get steam. Then we have a steam science pack, that's just gold? Steam science pack is just gold, okay. Your wood and stone. Okay, standard landfill. Cheaper repair pack, okay. Wood liquefaction. Okay. I'll look at that when we get there, I guess. And yeah, that's, that all seems reasonable enough. It does look like I'm probably only going to be working with those 3 resources to start with. And that takes just straight up wood pulp, so maybe I will look at that. Is there anything I can do with wood pulp? I can make you into a processing unit. Okay, that's interesting. You can be turned into nutrients. That's interesting. That's very interesting, okay. No idea what that is. I realize I'm doing exactly what I said I wouldn't do, but I am interested now. Okay, you're made into plastic. Okay, yeah. One step at a time. One step at a time. So, I take it there's likely to be stone patches. Indeed there is. So, this down here has stone and peat right next to it. I'm trying to figure out if that's convenient or inconvenient. I know there are enemies, but I think they're mostly a non-issue. Like, there's a little nest down there. In fact, maybe I'll just go take a little peek at them. See what they're like, because I have kind of seen them, but I might as well go see what they're actually like to encounter. Again, I don't think they're all that dangerous. I'm not all that worried about them. In fact, I might just come over here and grab this big rock while I'm at it. Little extra coal, I think, oh no coal, just stone. Fine. So, there are, these little tiny wrigglers. But, I'm pretty sure they go down decently fast. Yeah, they're not much of an issue at all. And even if they do hit you, they do very little damage. I might even just kind of camp here and just run circles around them and take out this first nest, just so I don't even have to think about it. There we go. And then they're gonna chase me around for a little while, but if I don't have enough ammo to take all of them, I do know that it is just wood, so I would literally be able to just stand here and craft more without any repercussions, really. And there we go, okay. This one will give me some coal, at least. It'll help jumpstart the burner miners I'm about to place down. Might as well grab some extra stone while I'm at it. It'll help me build a couple furnaces while I make the journey over. There we are. Might as well grab some of this wood out here. Wood does help. I guess I should explain the, like, aggro mechanics of this planet. So it's not pollution, or it's not territory like Vulcanus or anything like that. It is noise. And in just a moment, I'll be able to show you on the map. This icon right here represents noise being produced. Oh, and there's a much larger nest up there. Don't think I'm gonna bother going over there for right now. But your machines produce noise, and the natives don't like it. So you have, trees can block noise, you can build walls around your base that block noise, which I thought was actually very interesting. I quite like that. Later on, once you have, like, blue circuits and stuff, there's also an active noise canceller. I haven't messed with that, so I'm actually quite interested to see how that works. But I think that's getting a little ahead of myself right now. So what I think I'm going to do is come up here to this stone patch. the one next to it, actually. It is you, right? That's stone. Is there not... Is this not the one I was looking at? Hold on. Okay, it's further to the south. That's actually a lot further than I thought it was. Maybe I'll start with these guys up here then. Like, it gives me an easy goal to expand down into. I think I'll just start with these little patches right over here first. And I know I'm gonna need this wood. It's not like Nauvis, where keeping the trees around is actually quite helpful early game. Even though there are benefits, I know I'm going to need this wood and quite a lot more than just this wood, so I might as well just skim off what I can. There we are. Let's get some burners down, and just like normal, I think the most logical thing to do would be to come over here and set up a couple burners, but for reasons that will be clear soon enough, you can't easily daisy chain them. In fact, I will try and just show that off. I also didn't realize the area was larger. The mining area, that is. This mine's in a... what is that, 4x4 area? Yeah, because you're a 2x2. So a 4x4 area for the burners. That's very nice, actually. I quite like that. Can I just mine some peat? There we are. And then just check that in. So this guy is going to mine and produce. But you can see that from this peat bog here, he mostly produces peat, but he can also produce wood. So while they'll be able to feed back and forth no problem for a while, when they do eventually hit wood, they will back up. Though this is working quite well for the moment. I guess they literally haven't tried to output wood yet, but anyway, that's the reasoning. Once they do try to output wood, there will be nowhere for that wood to go, and they just back up. So, I'm going to take him down, move him over there, and just throw all that peat back in you. Target full. That makes perfect sense. So, I don't have any kind of basic belts or anything yet, so I think I'm going to just throw some chests down. Might as well make a few. And I'll leave these guys to just go about their business. I have plenty of stone to make my first couple furnaces. You don't take stone, do you? No, you are just wood. I think if I craft you... No, I already have some lumber. What was the requirement here? Craft 10 lumber. Let's go ahead and just knock that out. So, I don't know if the manual crafting of the burner inserter counts as crafting a lumber or not. It doesn't seem to. So I have to specifically craft the lumber. Just good to know. Let's see what this says. I'm not going to read this out loud, but I will show it off. If that's something you are concerned with, feel free to read it off. I have already read this before. And there we go. So basically, to recap, it's just saying, you know, we are on the moon of Nauvis. Our goal is to take off on a little wooden ship from the moon to actually reach Nauvis. And that's what our first little excursion here through wood and steam science is going to get us. We are going to get our provisional rocket and the path to Nauvis. But you might notice, in order to get there, we already get early robots, which is very nice. Before we even get our first copper or iron ore, we will already have construction bots. That's pretty nice if you ask me. That's something I'm quite excited by, actually. So like I said, I'm going to leave those guys to their business. That's just showing off the science. I might try and get some smelting going. So, let's say like 16 for now. Crafting speed 1, so I was making sure the speed of the furnaces hadn't been modified or anything. So if most of my gold's gonna be up this way, honestly I'd really like to have the furnaces like down here, and then I could move fuel up. I am going to try and preserve the ship this time. So maybe I'll put the furnaces like down this way, vertically. I'll do 8, and then a gap, and then 8 on this side, but actually I want that to be 1 more, I think? Maybe 2 more? Let me see about something. So if you're here, let's just ghost you for now. And then you're there. Okay. I think I could make that work, except the first belts we're going to have access to. Let me find those. The first belts only move 7.5 items a second. That's counting both sides of the belt. So each side of the belt is only moving a little more than 3 items a second. Which means I think we can only supply 4 furnaces. Not 4 furnaces aside, but 4 furnaces total, because I'm also going to need to mix fuel onto these belts. Otherwise, the burner inserters won't be able to run. Unfortunately, if my math is, or reasoning is off there, there's no good way to know without having the first tier of research, and I can't get that first tier of research without already having some of this going. But I'd say rather than setting up a whole smelting column to start with, it probably makes a lot more sense to just get some gold smelted by hand, and then come back for the automation side of things. And I'll just leave this guy there, he's not hurting anything. How's this guy doing? He's got all his gold planted. I don't have any more of the stromatolite seeds for him. I almost dug that, don't want to do that. Let's see. There's a few more. Oh, one more. Well, one is something, I guess. Let's just go ahead and clear what I can up this way. Once again, I'm gonna need the wood, so I might as well grab it. There we go. And just clear out these last little bits. Okay, that gave me 3. That's not too bad. How are you doing for fuel, buddy? You got some fuel left. That's cool. Might as well go ahead and dig up some of these while I can. Though, at the rate that I'm getting these stromatolite, it might be the case that these guys are able to pick them up with a higher rate of stromatolite seeds than I can. Otherwise, we will run out of these very quickly. So I can only assume there's some detriment to picking them by hand, in which case, I might actually just come and grab this other guy and stop breaking those by hand. Let's see if I can get him to just pick the ones that already exist and get a better return. Like if I just throw you here, I have like 2 peat in me. No spot seedable. Okay, so you're not gonna just pick the natural ones then. Wood time! Let's go! How's it going, Clarid? I am making, I think, decent progress through early game. I didn't set up stone bricks. What do I need for more of these guys? Let's go ahead and just grab a couple of them. My stone patch was... Okay, my stone patch is very small, but that's fine for just an early game setup. Buffering issues, is there? Okay. I kind of thought I saw it stuttering earlier, but it's hard for me to tell myself. Sometimes when I stream, it looks like it's stuttering, but that's just because I'm also uploading at the same time. If it continues being a problem, keep me updated, and I can just knock the, what is it called? I'm blanking for some reason. The delay on the stream up. Anyway, let's get those placed in. I bet there's going to be some heat over this way. These guys are still going strong too. Okay, so that lasts pretty long at least. Let's come down this way. And just check this and there. Do I have... I do have more gold ores. Let's get that on the go. And I did just get rid of all my peat, so let's actually go grab some of that and get that placed in as well. There we are. Oh, I guess you already... Oh, you have coal, I forgot. Okay, well, I'll just burn through the coal, that's fine. Alright, so that's a little more on the gold side. How is stone going? There's a few. Need a couple more for the first lap. Seems fine now? Okay. Let's see. So, where... I believe these are burner labs. Yeah, I don't... I'm pretty confident these are burner labs, but I'll just wait and place one down before I commit to any placements. Okay, so, yes, you have a fuel slot. Now I have to think about placement. So if I kind of wanted my gold smelting to be through this column, it seems a little silly to route stone up into here and then back down. Maybe I'll aim for production over in this area, like right in here. In that case, I have a funny idea. I'm curious if this guy is going to be able to just cut down this forest for me, or if he'll act like those did, since these are trees that he didn't plant. So if I pop you in there, you can, okay, I'm just gonna leave you to work and I'm gonna start down this way. Oh, and a few minutes of lag, okay. Well, it's 12:24 right now. Well, of course, so chat's gonna be in real time. I guess we'll see how long that takes to come in. But actually, looking over at stream myself, yeah, looking over at stream, I am currently on the stone patch right now. So there's a little bit of delay. I guess my internet is not incredibly happy with me today. Oh well, I don't think there's all that much I can do about that, but I will try and keep an eye on that. If it gets too bad, I'll whine about it, I guess. Well, we'll see. Okay, this guy is actually pretty good at clearing out trees, it looks like. Not rocks though, so let's give him a hand there. And I guess if I'm gonna do that, I can go ahead and just grab the last few trees in here. And 2 more. There we go. Oh, and a rock. Okay. Maybe I'll trim a little more. You know what? That's what you can be for. There you are. And there you are. Okay, and I'll just leave you there. So, let's grab my stone. Let's grab my gold. And I'm going to start placing some machines. So, just like I have a line of gold smelting, I plan on also having a line of stone smelting here. It will kind of weave its way through the rocket wreckage, and then I'll probably have rudimentary production right where I'm standing, and that will flow left into research over here. That is my plan, at least. So let's just start placing labs, like, right here. And since these are burners, I don't actually have to worry about routing power over here. I'm going to continue using peat for fuel. Oh, you actually can't use wood as fuel. Even though this shows a fuel value. Yeah, you can't be fueled by wood. Okay, interesting. Don't know why, but YouTube's throwing me minutes behind somehow. Didn't think to check, because why would that be? Oh, weird. Okay, I'm also looking at the stream, not live. Okay. Read that in 2 minutes. Seems good enough. Okay. Huh. Yeah, I guess when it hit some buffering earlier, rather than picking back up at live, yeah, because I'm already not live again. That's weird. Okay, I mean, YouTube's gonna YouTube. I don't really know what else to say about that. Let's make another one of these labs and start on just like 30 packs, I guess. That's a reasonable amount. This guy's done. Let's just go ahead and pick him up, and he can just stay in my pocket for now. Since this takes such a long time, I believe, looking at these, yes, they take 20 minutes to grow. Let me try and max this guy out, though just so he doesn't try and plant anything here, and as a reminder for myself that I want to be able to extract that way. And then I'm going to just start on another one down, like, this way. Where do you stop? Okay, so that's right in the middle. So, like, there. And then I want to make sure you're on top of the gold patch. I think that counts. Only time will tell. My friend was streaming this map, and I'm very mad because this Nauvis was far easier to start with than mine because of the randomness of Biter expansion. Oof. One thing that I'm hoping for, and I'm not sure if this is the case or not, but I am hoping that while I'm on Lignumis, since I haven't actually spawned in the Nauvis surface yet, kind of like you do with the other planets when you first arrive at them, I don't think Biter evolution is ticking yet. Like, I'm pretty sure that until I actually get to Nauvis, none of the Biter stuff should be happening. Otherwise, I'm gonna wind up arriving on Nauvis and being, like, 3 hours behind. And that's gonna be a little challenging on the military side of things. And I'm just continuing to clear out all of these gold stromatolites since the towers can't pick them up. Just hoping for more seeds. Okay. And let's see, that gave me some. I'm going to go ahead and continue maxing this guy out, though. He's got lots and lots of room before I start worrying about this guy over here. Let's see. So if I leave YouTube, it sends me back 5 or more minutes when I minimize to the floating player. That's bizarre. That is a weird problem to have. And that is how it works. Okay, that's good to know at least. Still working on the last of those science packs, but I might as well get some research started. First thing I want is belts, I think. Not too much I can do without belts, and then towers, and then burner assemblers. And probably basic guns will be helpful. I don't think I'm going to need them, but I'd rather have them and not need them than vice versa. On the same train of thought, okay, that is 100 science packs. Maybe I'll hold off on that for just a little bit. This does need you queued. What else am I missing? Oh, there's just another. I thought I had that queued and was wondering why it wasn't taking it. Okay. So I may change some of the ordering up there, but at the very least I do want to start making progress towards the Steam Science. I did make a second lab. Yes. Yes, I did. Okay. So you can go over there. You can also have some peat. And I'll start taking some of those science packs and put them over there. And I think I'm going to just stand here for a moment and have a sip of my coffee before it gets too cold. Okay. So I am working towards belts. I don't actually know how expensive they are. They are gears and lumber. And the gears themselves are also just a lumber. So it's 2 lumber, each of which is 2 wood. So each belt is 2 wood, basically, because the recipe makes 2 belts. I know I've already made these, but what's the recipe on you? Gold, cable, and lumber. Okay, that's not too bad. I can work with that. I should always have some of this going. There we are. Let's see. Might as well grab some stone again. Check fuel values. Heat seems to burn for a pretty long time. I'm actually very happy with that. 8 megajoules, yeah. That's a pretty good fuel source. Being that everything's gonna have to be burner, I'm very happy about that. Let's see. 11. And then, there you go. Now you're even. Are you, like, really slow? You are research speed 0.5. Okay, so each of these is half the speed of a normal lab. Peat was my favorite part of this plant. I mean, it seems pretty nice. Like, that is a great fuel source. Literally these, this one only just ran out. But, I just threw, like, 4 repeat in these when I started, so the fact that they're still going is very impressive. Okay, and there's belts. So, let me see. I am going to start making undergrounds, which may be an odd thing to start with, but that way I can just literally shift-click this and have as many belts as I want, and my inventory will just take care of that for the meantime. Is there anything else that I need to be doing, or am I just waiting? I guess I could have made another lab. I could have probably made more science packs. I'm probably not going to be able to finish this science, actually. Let's see. I need 6 more. Okay, I can finish this science at least. That's nice. Something I should probably be doing is heading out while I'm crafting stuff and grabbing stromatolites. So let me just head out this way, go on a little adventure. I can see some gold patches on the map over here, and I'm just going to strip mine the rocks off the top. It might take a second, but it'll definitely help down the road, especially while I'm just sitting here crafting things. Actually, I'm making... Okay, never mind. I was gonna say I'm making pretty good progress, I'm surprised, but then I noticed the 154 belts on the end, and I'm like, okay, well, maybe not that great of progress. Yeah, the stromatolite seeds are not very common. I'll look at the tooltip, sure. Seeds and fuel, right. Inserters will grab seeds while ignoring fuel. That is true, that's how burners work. Yeah, that's, I mean, I guess it's a good thing to keep in mind. I'm actually just kind of thinking about that in the back of my head, trying to think about how I'm going to solve that exactly, because that is a tricky problem. Without just having inserters feeding other inserters, which is a solution, it would work. Guess I don't really need to be mining these trees, but, you know, they were there. Oh, I think I aggroed a little bit. Yeah, I did. Oh, well. I'll just run through the trees and they'll probably get bored. Do you have coal? I'll grab your coal. Coal's fun. I might need it for something, who knows? If anything, I think it might just be a worse fuel that I shouldn't concern myself with. I'm also really far from base. Without that trick, I don't think there is another way to have fully automated harvesters. Okay. That's good to know then. Compact ways, at least. Yeah, that's the thing with harvesters, is that you really... Having a compact design is pretty much enforced, because you do only have so much ground that each harvester can cover. Yeah, it's just... Unless you want, like, a giant sprawling base that covers, like, 12 patches or something, you really need to be careful with how you build around the harvest towers. Okay, I do have basic automation now. I'm gonna clear this one last patch, go throw all my stromatolites in, and then I'm going to see what I can actually automate at this point, because I think there should be a few things. I haven't even started on the belts yet. I'm still just making my way through the lumber, so we'll see how that goes. I have more. I always have more gold. Okay. Yep, and now I actually do have plenty of stromatolites. How many are you missing? 1, 2. Okay. There's like 3 down the side. So 3, 4, 5, 6, it looks like. So let's get 6 into you, and then the rest can finally start this guy. What? Where's my fuel? Do I not have any fuel on me? Alright, you get coal. Have fun. Oh, I should do the same thing I did for the other guy. Let's make sure you go, like, here, just to block this spot so he doesn't try and build in there. Okay, once again, automation. What have I got? So I can make the towers. I guess I couldn't even craft those before. I'm glad I have all the lumber now. I think I am gonna reduce the number of belts that I'm trying to craft. Let's bring you down just a little. Okay, so I know I'm gonna need at least that many. I am gonna want some assemblers as well. I don't know how many of the burner versus the steam assemblers I'm gonna want, but I am gonna want some, and I am out of science for the time being. Today's goal, escape Lignumis and get to a rocket on Nauvis. Go, 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 go! Yeah, that is the goal. Oh, I am noticing stream lag. Okay, it seems okay now. I just noticed it was buffering for a second. Oh no, that's one of those things that I do find frustrating, but at the same time it's not worth dwelling on it too much. I can't just because, you know, it's not like there's anything I can do to make it better, I guess. So if it gets too bad, I might just call it early today. I am happy to be back streaming again. I've mentioned before, but there's something about streaming Factorio that just... it's more than the sum of its parts. It's more fun. But if it is problematic, you know, we'll figure it out when we get there. Okay, good to hear. Rock solid. I just have it. I also do want to comment before the timing's off on this. The soundtrack that it's using here, fantastic. Like this is great. Oh, we did finally run out of fuel in these guys. We go over to the heat guys. Might as well grab all the wood in there too, and just start chucking that in there. Okay, so you have planted all of your seeds. You actually have seeds in you. I guess you've already harvested something. I'll just chuck them in there. You did need one, actually, but oh well. Played with my own music off and regret it a little now. I mean, that's a respectable choice, but at the same time, this is... I don't know, it just sets the vibe really well. It's one of those things that's difficult to gauge. Like, as someone who's messed around with game dev stuff before, I always find setting the mood really difficult. Like, I would listen to this while I'm trying to pick music and think that's, you know, this is too, like, Death Note-y almost. Like, this feels like I'm solving a mystery, you know, there should be, like, smoke and a noir detective somewhere. But actually playing it, it just feels right. It's real nice. It's got this nice, like, mysterious vibe to it. Let's see. I don't want to put all of you in there. There we go. And one more. Grab you, and there we go. Okay. I actually should get some of these guys placed down so I can start them on science. Oh, here's the tab that's going to tell me about noise pollution, so that's going to show off the walls a little bit. So you can see, and it describes it down here as well, but trees and efficiency modules reduce the amount of sound that you create, but you can also just wall your base in that will help reduce noise, and then there's the active noise cancelers in the corner. I think it's very interesting, personally. Let's see. I should have a few more of these guys. So one thing that's interesting. is burner inserters seem to be able to daisy chain fuel out of the machine that they're pulling from, but they can't then take that fuel and put it in something else, which is a little difficult to work around, honestly. But I think the workaround there is, since I'm going to need to be belting fuel into these guys anyway, I can just have a fuel belt that comes down here and on the other side of the labs as well, and then it is a non-issue. Look up how much wood the walls cost. Okay. Let's see. Ooh, wow. That is pretty expensive. That's a little bit. Though, interestingly, it does seem like to be a flat amount, so it's not like you have to surround things in walls. It looks like each individual wall consumes 25 noise. And that's not nothing. Like this machine down here, for example. Where is noise? Okay, so noise is 40. So with 2 wall sections, you could completely offset what is essentially the pollution of a burner machine running nonstop. That's not bad. I mean, it's not great, but it's not bad. Anyway, I did want to make sure I'm not just making things up here. I did want to try and put fuel into these guys, and make sure that they do daisy chain upwards. So let me just, okay, I will look at you, sure. Pick up from one direction and place on the opposite. Okay, this is a vanilla tip. Never mind. Okay, that's just teaching me how inserters work. Never mind. I thought that was a Lignumis specific one. But as I said earlier, this is a fresh instance of Factorio. So I am going to get the vanilla tooltips as well. So let's just grab some peat, put you on one side. Oh boy, these belts are really slow. Let's see. You can probably just count up the noise versus machine and put just enough in the chunks. Yeah, that's kind of what I meant, is that they don't need to surround anything. They are just passive noise reduction. Let's see. Let's just say you are science packs. That would make no sense. Which means you would need gears and stone bricks. So I think what I'll do is I'll have 2 layers of belt, since there are 2 inputs, and I know there are long arm burners as well. So each of these belts will be half peat, and then your respective ingredient will be on the other half of the other belt. So once again, I'm just doing this as a test, so I can make sure I'm not overlooking anything. There we are. Let's get those long hands in place. And do you fuel yourself? It does look like you did. Okay, so you did take peat out of here. Very good. But you won't put peat into these guys. So you also will need a fuel belt on the top. I just realized, let me dig into settings for just a second. I'm not actually entirely sure where this is going to be, but I can't grab ghosts of things. So show inserter arrows. Yeah, probably want that. I'm looking at all of these options now and double guessing everything. Like, do I usually have inserter arrows? Pick ghost. Yeah, there we go. Show all items in selection list. That's probably a good thing. Show parameters. Yes. Yep. Okay, that's probably good, and I guess I will continue working through things as I notice things being weird. Let's see, because I didn't remember how to solve this. Thought I might have forgot to give fuel to the inserters. No, solved a different way. Okay. That's interesting. I'll see if I can figure out how you did it then. Belt lanes, that's going to be another vanilla tip, so let's just go ahead and dismiss that real quick. There we go. So, anyway, one more time. We need gears, we need stone bricks. I have some stone bricks. Let's put you on the fire belt. Just dump them on there. You'll find out shortly. Okay, so it is more or less obvious then. Also seems fine. Okay. We'll see what happens. I should have probably made the gears, actually. That would have been intelligent. Like, I have no idea why this wouldn't work. I'm mostly checking to make sure that everything can keep itself fueled well enough. And actually, I think I might have this backwards, because inserters do prioritize the near side of the lane over the far side, so I think I actually want the near side to be the peat, and the far side to be the ingredient. But at the very least, this is going to get me some science rolling again, so I think I will go ahead and rip these up, just so I don't confuse myself later, and then replace it. And let's make sure I throw some peat on there just as a... Nope, started doing the same thing again. Just as a place marker for myself. I'm gonna ignore the vanilla tip for right now. I'm just gonna work through this and get things sorted first. This track in particular gives me a very Fulgora vibe. Like, it's that very alien but kind of mysterious, almost like whimsical vibe to it. I don't know, I do like it. Very nice. Alright, once more, I'm just gonna do this, and then I'm gonna look into actually further automating everything. And now that I can plant trees, that's actually probably a much better place to start. So, I was already planning on doing some tree farming up in this direction, so I think that's where I'm going to start. I might actually go ahead and just craft a couple of these guys. And let's see. So, just like those down there, I am, of course, going to have to have a way to get the trees in and out first. So, let's just actually mark you with inserters. I can actually start planning this a little better now, I think. So, we need a place to have inputs as well as outputs. And, unfortunately, the seeds aren't going to just come out of the trees when we harvest them. We are going to have to carry the wood away, craft with it, and then carry the seeds back in. So, it is more complicated than it might seem at first if you're used to the way, for example, Gleba does it. But I can do that. Actually, that doesn't quite work. I need to move them down one. You know what? This actually reminds me a lot of A Hat in Time, this music here. And I really like the Hat in Time soundtrack, so that's the highest praise. Okay, that's all good. Pop you down, give you some peat, and just like everything else, I will probably include fuel on the same belt here. Or maybe just... Okay, here's a problem I hadn't really considered. This inserter right here will need fuel. Huh. Okay, you can fuel yourself out of the tower's fuel slot, though, so that's actually very nice. In that case, I can have fuel coming in on just this belt. That'll fuel this guy, but he'll also fuel the tower, and then he can take fuel out of the tower. That works flawlessly. I'm actually very happy with that. That was not intentional at all, but this is, that actually works very nice. Yeah, fuel from the tower, but thank you for pointing it out, because that's not something I would have thought of. Okay, well that's working. We are outside range of the tower, right here. So I think I am going to just... I don't assume I'm going to need more than one assembler making tree seeds. That would be very surprising if that were the case, so I think I'm just going to throw a couple assemblers over in this direction, and if I need more I can make more. Yeah, you can go there. I have a splitter. Let's throw you down here. This can be something else, I'll work with that in a minute. This music is actually very A Hat in Time. Again, like, in the best way. That's obvious it was, because you did, yeah. I mean, I certainly didn't do it intentionally. It was something I was trying to puzzle through, but it actually just worked out. Okay, so you can go that way. I guess I should actually set your recipe, so you're going to be tree seeds. Then you're going to go that way, and you can also feed yourself with the fuel from the burner assembler. Get a couple more of these guys. This belt right here is a problem. Okay, I can do that, and then just make sure that the fuel's on the right side of this belt. How can I guarantee that? So if you are here, then I'll have fuel come in this way. So that's good. You will need fuel though. You're not going to get anything. Okay, I can do basically the same thing right here. So I can split here, fuel's already coming in this way. And I can just put fuel right there, and that works flawlessly. That'll even provide fuel to this guy now, because this guy has access to his own fuel, so that works very well. Okay. And if that doesn't make any sense, I will just demonstrate. So if I throw Pete, and it doesn't matter which side of the belt that's going to be on, because it will force it to the correct sides either way. It goes up, he fuels, and then this guy can take his fuel from there. And now that will continue up and fuel this whole thing up here, and that should be good to go. Only thing is we do actually need to continue the wood down, so let's go ahead and do this. And there's our wood output. So we got fuel in, wood out. That works for me. Gonna need a lot more belts though, so let's go ahead and get those going. Let's see. Should probably come over here and start emptying out these guys. Yeah, he was full, he couldn't harvest anymore, so glad I did that. Should also probably come down and start more gold going. Okay, at this point, I think it's time to start looking towards actually automating things. One of the first steps for that is I am going to need stone bricks up here. I have the wood figured out for the wood gears. Even though there are some processing steps, I do have the raw resource coming in now, and it is automated. I'll probably need a lot more of these, but at the very least, automated-ish. So all I really need to think about is a dedicated fuel supply, and I'm going to need stone, of course. Do I have peat on me? I do have peat on me, so I will focus on the stone first. There's no reason I can't just mine straight into the furnaces, as far as I know. Yeah, it doesn't... Whoa, what is this recipe? Future, so... This tiny patch can just all be turned into stone, and I think that's fine. I probably don't want to put the furnaces on the patch though, now that I think about it. That's probably not a good idea. So, let's get a couple more of these guys cooking. I'll do something like this. Placing them closer together. I guess I could spread them out, but I don't think it really matters all that much. Here's stone. You are going to need fuel. And there's not really a good way to do that that doesn't take up a lot of space. But that's part of why them mining a larger area is kind of nice. They can, at the very least, mine under where the inserters are going to have to go. Let's go ahead and get a couple more of these guys going. Let's just be consistent. There we go. So then fuel will come in this way. There we go. Splitters. Okay. So if I have a lot of fuel coming in this way, then I can split some into each of the furnace stacks, and I can split some down this way. Just a matter of where I want to do it. Probably right here is fine. Let me grab a couple more of these bits and bobs, and get you in place, and then you can shoot this way. And there we are. Okay. I had another one of those. So those are all ready to go. Stone comes up this way. I do need more furnaces, which is actually kind of an argument that maybe I should be buffering some of this stone. Yeah, maybe I should be buffering some of this stone. Oh, nothing a splitter can't solve. So you just go this way, and I'll figure out how to store you later. But this main bulk part will come up and get smelted up in here somewhere. How many? I don't have any more furnaces. Okay. Well, I can make 30. I think 30 will last me a good long time. I guess while I'm waiting for that to craft, I can come up this way, start planning out how I want my gear assemblies to be made. So if I put just one of you down, what is the crafting recipe on gears? What is the ratio here? So you produce 1 per second, and you you take 1/20th per second. Okay, well, I guess I'm probably only gonna need one of these guys for a good long time. Might as well go ahead and just put you in line, like over here somewhere. One more over. And then that's good gap, I like that. And then this belt is already properly spaced, so you can just output straight onto it. There we are. Might do something like this, so that I can have lumber and fuel on this belt, and do the same thing I did above. So fuel comes in, that'll fuel this guy, which fuels the machine, and then you can pull fuel out of him, and that just keeps everything running smoothly. So that does beg the question, actually. How long does lumber take? So you make 0.25, you consume 0.5, so it's a 2 to 1. Yeah, I'm cool with this design, I think. And then you can just output over here. And again, we will have fuel on the bottom down here. So I do also need fuel on the top up here. So it would be nice if that could continue, so maybe what I'll do, I'll put a filtered splitter here. So you can only output heat. Did I spell it wrong? No, there it is. So you can only output heat. So it'll work like so. Heat comes in. In fact, I might go ahead and just have a fuel input on this side. And you only take in wood, that way, well, I do still need fuel on the other side, because the inputting inserter will need fuel. Yeah, I guess it didn't matter too much, but oh well, it's there, so it's not hurting anything. And let's get some more belts. Always need more belts. And this doesn't give me any for personal use. This is just science, but I'm okay with that. I can make a personal use setup somewhere else. I'm okay with just a science setup for right now. Not quite enough. Okay. So if I do already have a fuel belt coming in this way, and that can be full, it doesn't matter which side the fuel's on, that's already accounted for up there. I would like the fuel to be on the bottom of this belt, so that works very cleanly. I can just do that, and then the inserters up here will prioritize fueling themselves over supplying the assemblers. Then I do still need fuel on the top of this belt, and going on the top is a little trickier. What kind of mod is this? This is the planet Lignumis. It is a moon-orbiting Nauvis, and it just adds kind of a beginning tier that's mostly built around wood and steam, with the ultimate goal of taking a rocket from the planet and getting to Nauvis, which is where, you know, you start back where you would typically start the game, where you can get iron and copper there. So far, I'm quite enjoying it. It's been fun. If you want links or more details, check the description of the stream, and there's a Reddit thread with more information. What do I need? Am I out of wood? I am finally out of wood. So let me grab that. And a couple more belts. I don't need many more to get this hooked in. I do need a splitter though. Let's see, if you're gonna go right there. I do need to make sure this is on the far side. Okay, that's fine. I can just do something like that. It's a little ugly, but it'll get the job done. I guess I should actually place those, not just ghost them. And I don't have a splitter, but I can make one. Let's see. So once I have this in, I still need the actual belt of fuel, but I can just run around and manually fuel things for a minute. I'm not too torn up about that, and I did miss a few belt sections up here. Okay, that's going to be a second. At the very least, this is still running. Everything's cool up this way. How are you doing? You've got fuel in you. You've got some fuel. You've got nothing, but let's take care of that real quick. Okay, so once I plug this in, the wood should start flowing. And we do prioritize wood coming in for wood seeds. That part's fine. And now that's going to come in, make my lumber, make the gears, and that's going to make sign. In fact, I'm going to be making a lot more gears than I need. So I was just saying something a minute ago about not having any for personal use. I could pretty easily siphon this off for personal use. I think I had all the first science before I actually automated anything. I mean, it's just the way I play the game, and I do fully recognize that sometimes that is to my detriment. I just, I like building the automation part, so that's the part that I tend to focus on. Alright. Let's put you, like, right here. Now, what I'm not sure of, and I'm quite curious to find out, is if I do something like this, and I say use filter, and only grab gears, will you actually fuel yourself? Okay, you will fuel yourself. Even with a filter. Okay, very good to know. I was worried you wouldn't. So, I'm quite happy to see that. These guys ran out of fuel because, of course, they did. In fact, let's do this, and just kind of simulate what it would be like if there was fuel on this belt, and make sure everything actually works properly for the first, like, 3 minutes. Just make sure nothing actually breaks. Even though it's going to take 3 minutes for all this to actually work its way over to where it's supposed to be, I'm just going to throw like 100 peat on the belt and make sure everything's okay. So everything's winding up where it's supposed to wind up. think I want to do this, actually. There we are. That way I can pull the extra timber off the belt while still allowing gears first dibs at it. Yeah, that's kind of working, except this guy is taking all the gears for science, which I'm not that torn up about right at the moment, but I will probably go ahead and limit you there. I could circuit limit it. Maybe that's not a bad idea. It would allow me to be a little more granular than just a stack. But yeah, why am I debating it? Let's just circuit this instead. So gears, and let's only keep like 50 for now. Maybe I'll want more later, but for the time being, I think that's plenty for personal use. And yeah, I knew it wasn't going to be fast, but I definitely do need more wood if I want this to be running with full uptime. But again, I can deal with that in not too long. What I am worried about is our amount of gold production. You take a lot of wood. What do you actually specifically take? You take timber and gears and basic circuits. What do basic circuits take? You also take timber. Okay. So nothing needs just straight raw wood, so I am fine to continue processing that into at least timber. But I think I'm going to set at least one more guy down here that's going to make timber. There we are. And that way I will have more than the gears consume, and I can keep a little extra for myself. So let's do this. I kind of wish I'd made this a long arm or something now, but oh well. And I don't need to limit you because this is already extra, I guess. You are basic wood, but I guess I can just skim wood off the belts if I need more chests, that's fine. Okay, and that's gonna give me just a little timber. This is running, but I think I'm going to go and manually chop some trees for a minute, just because I do actually need wood to make wood. That's just the rules of life. Let's see what I can gather. I don't think I need that much. I think I needed like 50 wood, something like that, so I'm just watching the number. I'm at 51 now. I'll collect like 75, just in case I'm misremembering. And there we go. So, what did I need? Yeah, it was 55 total, so I was mostly right. I would like to be able to vertically stack these, but my current design doesn't actually allow for that. So what I think I might do is I might copy this but then rotate it. So if I grab you, where do you extend to? So those trees are right in the middle, so kind of like there. So I think I'm fine to put you here. Oh, you do not have rotational symmetry. Okay, should have expected that much. But then I think I'm cool to put you like right there. And I am not at all concerned about the fact that there's this tiny little gold patch right here. If anything, it's kind of just in the way because I don't think I can plant trees on it. I did not plan this area very well. This is not very expandable. Granted, you only make like 0.1 seeds a second. And while it does look like you're keeping up with this one guy, I don't know if this one assembler would actually be able to supply more than one. Like, what is the grow time on one of these trees? Grow time 5 minutes. Yeah, that's a little hard to tell. But there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So it's 5 by 5. So minus 2. That's 23. So I need 23 every 5 minutes. Or basically 5 per minute. And you produce 6 per minute. Just mathing that out. So while you are going to supply this guy non-stop, you're fine, you would not at all be able to keep up with another tower. That actually makes things easier, because that means I don't have to try and share resources over here. I can just let this be kind of a weird ugly growth underneath, and then worry about this guy independently up here. I am going to need a lot more belt, and at this point, I think it wouldn't be absurd to start thinking about a little bit of production. Oh, you are, of course, going to run out of fuel because I'm specifically filtering the fuel out. Right. That's a little bit inconvenient. That's a little bit inconvenient. You know what? This allows me an opportunity to be funny. There are better solutions to this, but I haven't used the burner long arm yet, so let's just have some fun. What I want to do is place this guy, set his filter to just peat. Thank you. And, there we go. Problem solved. Perfect 10 out of 10, yeah. I just didn't want to deal with that at the moment, so now it works. Gonna re-up this guy up here. Should probably actually get that connected before long, I just don't have the wood at the moment. That's what I'm hoping this will take care of for me. Might as well go ahead and begin extending the line, though. I don't want to break the rocket this time, so I am kind of working around it. Thank you for fast spending, I am aware. Actually, that is a wonderful thing to talk about for just a second. Let me pick this up. I was reading a post on the Factorio No subreddit earlier, and I learned something that I did not know. I can't tell you how many thousands of hours I have in Factorio, but what everyone knows is you can click and drag belt segments. And even if you go left or right or anything like that, it's not going to misplace them. It'll place them in a straight line. Unless you press R. And now it'll go this way. Or you can press R again. Like, I had no idea that was a thing. I had no idea you could hit R while you were clicking and dragging and change the direction of your belts. That's, it's not something I've ever used before, and I'm not likely to start now, but, you know, I do think it's interesting. Like, if I wanted to, just for example, I know it's Shift R to counterclockwise, so if you're running your belt up this way, Shift R and run that way. And, you know, that's very useful, actually. Okay. So, did I not make you? I have 2 in my inventory. Okay. Good. Tree seeds. I do need tree seeds, however. I think I will temporarily steal some from out of you. And then place them up in here. So fuel, have a little. Just R follows where your mouse is. I don't think that's the case, right? I'm pretty sure R is always clockwise, but I will go check. Maybe I get to learn 2 things in one day. So, while running up, I move to the left. Oh my god, it does. I had no idea that was a thing. Well, that does make the smart belt placer a lot more useful. Yeah, like, anytime I drag belts, I just do that, and then rotate the direction I want, and start dragging again. So, that's going to be muscle memory I, once again, don't anticipate losing anytime soon, but that does make it so much more useful. Never believe what I say. I mean, you were correct. I mean, once again, that's one of those things where how much time do I have in this game? Like, I just can't believe that I didn't know. Can I make more belts? I need wood. Okay. So how much have I built up down here? I've got plenty of gears. I've got a good bit of lumber. That gets me another 46. Okay. Implied you. I mean, I always go into new information in Factorio with, there's no way that can be correct. And then I try it and I'm like, nope, that's correct. Oh yeah, I started... Oh, what was the first version of Factorio that I played, actually? That's a good question. I think I started just before 0.16. I might have started in 0.14, but I think... Like, what I'm remembering is right after I started, there was a new update. And I can't remember if the new update was 0.16 or 0.15. But just going strictly off memory, I think 0.16 was the multiplayer update. So I probably started in 0.14. Because I'd been playing for a little while before the multiplayer update dropped. Okay. Let's start figuring out how I'm going to handle all of these guys, because the interesting thing is they're going to mine up heat and wood, so I'm going to have to split off the wood somewhere, but at the same time I'm going to also have to fuel them. Let's see, I can't actually make a chest, but I can just grab wood and make a couple chests with that. The reason being, I need to actually empty these chests out, and I kind of figured I wasn't going to have the inventory room, but time makes fools of us all, I guess. That makes no sense. Anyway, let's grab a couple of these. And I'll just start with a row. Let's see, this kind of feature is a thing a lot of old schoolers miss, which is definitely a thing to say from someone who started playing 6 years ago. I mean, that is... It doesn't make it less true. I'm trying to think what the most elegant way to get fuel into these guys would be. Like, I'm gonna try a couple designs here and just see what I can get, but I already don't like this. Yeah, I already don't like it. I'll go ahead and make a bunch of splitters since I'm out. So... I don't think it's worth trying to fit an inserter on this side where the output is. When you do mining rows, typically you already have to make room for a power pole on the other side. I think I'll just run about this way, and about this way, and just have fuel over here. I don't see, any reason to try and make it more complicated than that. Okay, that's gonna be a minute. I will just ghost these into place. There we are. Might as well do one more over here. Just for fun. And I think what I'll do is, since this is going to output both wood and peat, I will send the wood up on a separate belt, so I will filter it out, and I will have that wood prioritized over the wood farm, because if the wood farm backs up, oh well, the wood... I'll back up like 3 squares, maybe? And then filter the wood off. Surprised you haven't seen the way a lot to do this setup. I did purposefully try to avoid guess you could say spoilers. I do, the first time that I play a mod like this, I do try and go in blind, so I tried to avoid anything important. So let's see, wood is going to come up from this way, so I think it's fine if I just shoot a wood belt up this way, and then I can merge it with priority somewhere in here, sure. For right now, this is literally the only thing using wood, so I don't mind doing this, and just doing input priority this way. I mean, burner miners in general. See, now you got me thinking. So the thing is, burner miners don't really have an inventory. I don't think there's anything for inserters to pull out of. I've never tested that, but I would assume that's the case. Like, since they also output wood, I guess I should complete that thought. I mentioned this earlier. Since they also output wood, you can't daisy chain them, because once they try to produce wood, then they back up. You did make me think that maybe it would be possible to pull wood out from the top, but even then I would only be filling them with peat, and if I pull the peat out, then they would stop running. So there may be a better solution there that I'm missing, but that's just where my head's at least. I do want to go ahead and pull peat out to actually fuel these guys. Let's go ahead and send that up and around. Now, it's along the line of what you said you didn't want to do. Okay. Well, I guess if there's big advantages to it, I'll probably stumble into it at some point, but I think I'm okay with where I am for now. Okay, this one bit of the spaceship is in the way, so I will just underground that. There we go. And actually I have this belt way back here. I guess that's fine. I'll make my way eventually. And there we go. Now I just have to kickstart these guys. So the peat should come out. And then the wood heads up that way. And I do have that set. Yes, I do. Oh, you need to be sighted. Glad I noticed that, because this has to have peat on the bottom. So very specifically, I need the wood on the top. So I think I can just get away with a little bend like that. I imagine we're going to be seeing a lot of these in this factory. But yeah, that'll do. Nothing too complicated or advantageous, so don't worry. Okay. Well, I guess if there's no reason to worry about it, then there's no reason to worry about it. Let's get a couple more of these guys. I'm sure I'm going to need them. Ah! I see a problem. Let's... Oh no, that just sets it back one space. Okay. In that case, I need a regular splitter and then a filtered splitter. I'm going to get a little bit of wood on this belt in the short term, but I'm not going to cry about it. And actually, it doesn't look like any made it up here anyway, so it was fine. Okay, everything's properly filtered, heading in the right direction. And now I can come over here and work on the other side. I thought I made more than that, but let's just make a few more. Where is this gonna start? Okay, let's say like that. And then I guess I also need a few more inserters. I guess I'm gonna just copy this setup. There we go. It's a little awkward, but it'll do. couple changes to Nauvis I want to talk about, but I want to wait till you get to them. The one that I just encountered is very weird. Okay, that's interesting. Is it anything to do with circuits? Because I do know that circuit are different. Come on, guys, you can do this. I'm kind of looking at belt speed now, and realizing that this belt is already saturated. And that's just a couple, that's just a handful of burner miners. It's not exactly an extreme amount or anything, so I am a little worried about that. Belt speed is definitely going to be an issue. One of them is how mad I am at a certain color of circuit, yes. Why is, okay. Well, what can I do here? Oh, you're stuck on wood. Okay. Okay. So, hold on. Is my design wrong, or was that just because I didn't have a filter to begin with? Okay, when that flows in, does any flow down? Okay, that's really hard to tell if anything's wrong or not. It does look like I get some every now and then. I'm just making sure my design isn't, actually broken. So once this wood flows by, does that, fully back up my system down here, or does it still allow the fuel down? Like, this big block right here. Does that all flow to the right? Okay, so maybe this doesn't work then. Okay, I kind of thought that would work. Let me cut this belt and see if I can force it down, or if it does just back up. The belts are real slow. Okay, so it does just back up, so this is actually broken. Okay. So how can I resolve this? So first things first, I can split here. I can split there. That gives me 3 lanes. So one of those lanes continues. Okay, maybe I just need to filter first. Maybe that's my mistake here. So let's handle that first. And then that can just come up this way. I realize I don't have literally anything in my hotbar, funny enough. I guess I'll set that up in just a minute. And bring this down. Okay. There we are. So, now this belt is only peat, this belt's only wood, everyone's happy, all cool. So, now, like so, you go up, and you go down. And that should just work. Okay, very good, very nice. I think that's more compact anyway, so everyone's happy. Let's get the last couple down here, and place them. And that'll definitely be all that this one belt through here can support, and more. But that should be enough to get all this going. Unfortunately, during all this time, I've not had any science going because I don't have stone bricks yet, so maybe that's something I should focus on. This line of furnaces probably needs to move, but let me go ahead and get a copy of it. With current belt speed, I think I can only manage 4 furnaces in a row regardless. I think that's the way that it shakes out. I will test it though, so let's grab paste and say I want gold here and a line for stone over there, and that gives me plenty of wiggle room between the two. What is this? This is stone. This was for storing stone, and then this is for smelting. So stone can come up this way. And then let's finally go ahead and get the hotbar set up. Burner. Long arm burner. Might as well throw a burner drill over there. I don't think I need furnaces on the hotbar. Yeah, that's fine. Maybe I'll throw peat down there. Anyway, get you turned. I am gonna want fuel like down here. I don't know how far away I should leave that, but let's leave some room. Also, I should come up here and grab more lumber and more gears. I am going to need them, and what I might do, let's cancel this. I literally have a chest of gears and a chest of lumber right here, so I think I will just set up an assembling machine right here. We're gonna need fuel somehow, but I will deal with that in just a minute. I have no idea how, but we'll see. Maybe I'll do something like that. You know? You know? Beautiful. The work of art, really. Okay, so it can't chain fuel out of another burner, it looks like. So that's not gonna work. Wonderful, yeah. Ha 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 ha. Okay, how am I gonna get fuel into this one, actually? I'm thinking. Okay. That's actually really challenging. There's stuff all over in here that makes it difficult, because you need 2 squares. You need the inserter and you need the fuel. Unless I can get fuel into here, but even then I would need an inserter. If I had combinators, I could actually just dynamically set the filter on this guy, but combinators are a little ways away. That's not gonna happen. But, okay. Hear me out. Hear me out. I can filter this one to peat. And then just set him to only enabled if peat is less than like 10. There we go. Now you can fuel yourself. Have fun. In which case, I don't even need this anymore. So, there we go. Okay, and then you are going to make belts for me. Thank you. So that does mean I no longer have an easy supply ready to go of gears and lumber, but it does mean that I have an easy supply of belts, which is, I think, more important. I will set a low limit on this, though, in hopes that I do get some amount of gears and lumber to back up, though. Okay, but that's belts taken care of at least. Fuel line seems okay. Wood is being used first. That's good to see. I do need this other guy set up over here, so I should probably spend some time on that. Making sure these are all the correct directions and everything. Okay. So I need an assembler. Grab one of those. He's gonna take a minute, but that's just how it is. And I only have 13 belt, so maybe I will come back and grab some more supplies for a second. So, grab some lumber, grab some gears, and grab all the belts. And just, see where that gets me. Okay, I do need the assembler up here to start making more tree seeds, but if each one of these towers is going to need their own assembler, that actually makes things easier. That way I don't need to think about how I'm going to centrally route all the wood and then return all the seeds and make a big production area for seeds and stuff. I can just make the seeds part of a tileable copy-paste blueprint, and then not have to worry about it. So, wood comes this way. That's a return belt. If anything... Like, where do I want the wood coming down? Let's say wood can come down right here. In which case, there's my return lane for seeds. And then I just need this guy to output onto it. Did the math and swore one seed fed a handful at least, but I also ended up doing one assembler per anyway, so I guess it worked out. I'm pretty sure, just on some very quick mental math, that these take... Okay, I don't remember what the units were, but I remember that these take 5 and the assembler produces 6. I don't remember what the time unit was there. I just remember it was 5 to 6. I could absolutely be wrong, though. That was very quick and dirty math that I did, so who knows. I do need a splitter. So let's split, like, right there. And then continue this forward this way. I watched you do it and agreed. Okay. See, I did the same math and ended up thinking it was 1 to 5 or so. Interesting. Well, maybe we're both wrong on both points, who knows. It's probably like a 3 to 5 or something. 3 to 7. I would like that to be less ugly. Maybe a controversial point, but I would like that to be not quite so ugly. Next tiers could make sense, though I think they're just twice as fast, which would make it from 6 to 5 would turn into 12 to 5. So then one assembler would be able to handle about 2.5, a little less. So... Okay, maybe I do actually want you up here then. Have it go like that. You need fuel. That's a problem. That is a problem. Well, here's the input right here. So if I just made this suck less, or if I undergrounded this belt, and I... Okay. To make this more easily tileable, I'm gonna do this that way. As more things come down, I can have belt go this way. Maybe that's not even necessary. Maybe I can do that. And then they can go in like that? Yeah, that works for me. That's good. Let's see. Factorio Planner claims each square is 1 second of wood, very inaccurate. Did you account for the amount of wood a seed makes, or did you consider it 1 to 1? I wasn't looking at the amount of wood. I was looking at the amount of seeds that the agricultural tower would consume. So it takes... There's 25 squares, minus 2, because one of them's for the tower, and you need at least one to get everything out and in. So that's 23 squares. Each tree takes 5 minutes to grow, so it's a little less than 5 trees per minute on average. Each tree is 1 seed, so that's a little less than 5 seeds per minute. So I just called it 5. So 5 seeds per minute. And then this down here produces 0.12 seeds per second. So carry that out and it produces about 6 seeds per minute. So that was the 6 to 5. I wasn't accounting for wood at all in that process. I was just saying how many seeds does it produce and how many seeds are consumed. Oh yeah, there you go, you got there. I was just rambling for a minute, but you'd already got there. Okay, so that's all good. Wood comes this way. This should be priority dot input, priority output. Make sure we always have seeds. The logs are unfortunately going to be on the bottom, and I don't have a good way of messing with that. I've been really into this map so far. Hey, glad you're enjoying it. I'm only just now kind of breaking into the automation part, as you can see, but I've really been enjoying it myself. I think it's very fun. I think in my exhaustion, I was only calculating how many seed assemblers a tower could feed. Ah, that would make sense. But this one doesn't matter. He can pull fuel from here, but I do still need to get fuel into this belt. Specifically this belt. Let me test this, because I'm always pretty bad at the sidedness of inserters. So, which direction are you going to place stuff? I believe you will place on the bottom. You just put something down. Oh no, you're just feeding yourself, I think. Oh no, you go on top, I just saw it. Yeah, okay. Well, that makes my job easier then. Unfortunately, you can't move. That's a green square, so I can't encroach any further that way. I can just move this forward. That way. And that'll allow me to get fuel up into you. Which means I probably want the fuel belt to be running up this way. And then I can have a splitter and an underground right here. Let's do something like that. And I think that's fine. Okay, so fuel continues that way, but also does that. Okay, I think I'm getting somewhere. Okay, well that gets fuel into you, but I still need fuel into here, is the problem. And that is a big problem, actually. I ended up going with a really space-inefficient solution of a seed assembler direct insert into each tower. That's definitely the easiest way to do it. I'm, at the moment, kind of envying that solution. That sounds kind of nice right about now. So, let's bring you back one. I gotta get a splitter into here. Hold on. Where did you put wood again? Okay, wood is on the inside, so I do need fuel on the outside. This is kind of lining up. Like, it's not beautiful, but it works. That will work. Now I just need to actually get it connected. Okay. So split that way. Into here. And then wood. I can connect wood into there. Oh, I don't have any more splitters. Whoopsie. There we go. Okay. Oh, and I have no belt. Let's fix that problem. Okay. There we go. Can I actually get this on both sides of the belt? That would be cool. If I do that. Unfortunately, that's all the towers, though. All the towers would be shoved onto one side. Not a big fan of that. Not a big fan of that. I spent way too much time finding a nice solution that I still didn't like. That is just playing Factorio, in my opinion. That's pretty much how it always goes. How are you out of fuel? There's literally fuel on the belt in front of you. All you do is move seeds. Good. Sure. Have fun. Whatever. Alright, so this is tileable. The very first one's just gonna be different. It's a special little boy. It just gets to be different, and then this one will figure itself out. Let's go ahead and shove some wood in there to get some seeds going. And I have one random seed in my inventory, so I guess I can give that to you. And then, as I need more wood, this is a tileable design now, so I can just continue stretching it up. Gold. I do need to figure out gold at some point, but I don't actually need gold right now. That's for steam science. What I should be working on is stone, which I already said earlier, but that doesn't make it less true. Let me grab some gears, and it looks like I am slightly falling behind on lumber. Yeah, you can consume 0.5 lumber a second, and I'm only producing an extra 0.25. And that's already consuming more wood than I make. And I do need the wood for belt. I do have a lot of belts also, so maybe I will work on stone, and then I will address the wood shortage. And as I use more fuel, funny enough, I will get a little more wood from the peat mines as well, so we'll see what happens. So first things first, let's get the stone mine connected up, and that's also going to supply fuel for these guys. Actually, don't have the fuel going all the way down yet, so that's probably something I should address. Let's get you down and in. I figured I was going to rip it up by the time I got back to Lignumis anyway. But yeah, that's, I mean, we're using like the equivalent of half of a yellow belt everywhere as our main item transportation, so there's definitely a lot of upgrades to be made. Okay. Let's get a little bit of stone storage set up, but in order to do that, I'm going to have to do one of these sorts of things again, because I'm not going to have fuel on the stone belt. But there we go. That's going to allow me to keep at least some sort of buffer of stone in case I need to make furnaces or something like that. Otherwise, I'm not too terribly bothered. I think before I get too far further invested in anything, well, I suppose I will go ahead and make these inserters that I'm going to need. Let's go ahead and get that planned out first. And I have mentioned this like 8 times, but I'm pretty sure I have overbuilt my furnace stacks, but if I have, I guess it's better to have too many as opposed to not enough. There we go. Let's see. Is the stream lagging, or is that just me? Just started. It was... Yeah, it was not great earlier, but it seems to have leveled out, mostly. If you do continue having issues, just keep me updated, I guess. There's not a lot that I can do about it, honestly, but one thing that I could try and do is raise the latency, but that would mean restarting the stream. So I wouldn't be super happy, but at the same time, if it's not good, then it's not good. I'm going to pretend that I planned leaving enough room there so that I could do that wrong. Whoops. Hold on. Is there actually? No, all I can do is make a tumor. Make a little belt tumor. I'm trying to get stone bricks on both sides of the belt. That would be really cool, but it's not going to let me. Oh well. I'm not going to worry about it too terribly much for the moment. There is enough room that I can run right here, so I believe that's what I'm going to do. Not too bad. Okay. Happy to hear it. I was planning on running stone bricks in, like, right along this belt, but there's kind of been some production made in the meantime, so I guess stone bricks are going to have to come under and around. Don't think that's going to kill anyone, but it is a little more inconvenient. Where even is stone? Okay, stone's over there. I do need this to have fuel on it. Maybe I'll move it over from somewhere over here then. So let's grab a splitter for the fuel. Say like right here. And then we can just underground you to make room for the stone. And the fuel, where did the fuel need to be? The fuel does need to be on the right-hand side of this vertical belt. Which is exactly opposite from how it wants to be. So I will have to underground the stone first. Oh, yippee! Maybe I won't worry about leaving a line of stone, because I don't know what else I'm going to need stone for. Let's just bring something like this up. And that's still on the wrong side. Hold on, what? Hold on, am I confusing myself? So, I need you to be on the right. That means stone needs to be on the left. Okay. Okay, so yeah, I was confusing myself a little bit. There we go. You can come up this way, and down, and now you just work. Okay. And done you go. So that should be stone and peat figured out. That's okay. We've actually already run through one patch, which is not the best. Okay, that is going to get the first of the stone bricks coming in now, so that is actually automated science. I still have to get fuel into the labs, but the science itself is automated now. Where can I... Okay, I can just steal fuel from right here, same way I did down at the bottom. So, let's continue that in and over. I need one more. And there we go. Okay, so that's the labs fueled up. And now we have science up and running. I'm going to have to completely redo this when we get to Steam, of course, but that's just the nature of the beast. You Yeah, it does look like we're tapping out at 4 furnaces, so unfortunately my math was correct. Granted, we aren't even filling up this belt anyway, so... Oh, mining speed. Mining speed on stone's 0.25. Oof, okay. That's really slow. That's really, really slow. Probably worthwhile getting another line of these guys in then. Yeah, I can just pop that down, like, right there. Grab a splitter that I totally have. Okay, that's gonna be a second, so I'm gonna take a drink while I wait. Okay, so splitter. Bring you this way. And of course I'm out of belts. Let me see if I have any more waiting in the chest. There's 200 up there. I think I'm gonna go increase the limit now. There we are. Just grab all of that. And that'll be enough to get the stone running better at least. Oh, I should actually start making the miners, because I don't think I'm gonna have nearly enough. I'm also going to need inserters, I'm sure. Yes, I'm completely out of inserters, so let's just make however many I can. Sure. I actually still have to get this stone out somehow. Maybe I'll underground the fuel line, and then move that up. You can move up there. That's fine. And then I can put a splitter right here for you to merge into. That works. Okay. Still don't have any inserters, but I am working on it, so I'll wait for a couple of those to finish up. Get at least the inserters that actually have somewhere to go down. And then do I have more miners? Okay, and I have one more miner. Let's make... Oh, and I maxed out of inserters. Okay. I have another peat mine that's run out. It's running out a little faster than I'd like it to, tell you the truth. I do have like 2.5 thousand peat on me. Maybe I should be finding somewhere to put that. Maybe I'll go shove it into the stone mines, just because. Actually, on the other hand, maybe a nice little emergency store of peat is not a terrible thing to have. Let's just keep like 1,000 in there, just in case I ever need to jumpstart the base from nothing for some reason. Usually those little panic boxes never get used, but on the rare occasions where they do get used, you're very happy to have had them. It does look like I could probably still use more wood, but granted, I'm fine on science it looks like. My wood is just going into belts. Stone seems fine. Making good progress actually. Not too bad. Maybe I should start worrying about gold next. Very least, I want to get some of the stromatolite seeds replaced. Make sure these guys are empty enough to continue working. Steam automation. Okay, this might actually be important. Steam assembling machine and steam inserter, new tools, build faster. Yep, Due to the lack of better technologies, burning moist stromatolite remnant and the desiccation furnace is your only source of steam. Balance steam by burning overflowing moist stromatolite remnant and regular furnace. Okay. Production of steam won't be enough to fuel a base. Keep old burner setups where possible. So I did know that second part. You can't just, like, steam is technically a new tier. It's faster, it's a little easier to work with and all, but you also don't get enough steam to run your entire base off of. There's the new stuff. I would toss some of these burner lamps around, but I don't know how fuel hungry they are. But it does get fairly dark in here, so maybe I'll just toss a couple around. I don't really have the inserters to be doing that though, so I guess they get to stay in my inventory for now. Oh yeah, that was something I started saying a minute ago, is that the belts take lumber and wooden gears, but so do the burner inserters, and it's probably not a bad idea to have another machine like this that's also making inserters for me. But at that point, that's a little more than I want to be throwing just as like a little production area on the front of science. So I might actually start setting up legitimate production somewhere. I don't see any reason not to do it just right here, so I think I'm going to spend maybe a minute clearing the trees, and once the trees are cleared out just a little bit, I'm going to start building some production over here. I don't think I'm going to need this much room just yet, but, you know, I'd rather have the room and not use it than need the room and not have it. Okay, just a little more. I think I'm going to do like one more line of trees. So just one more sweep. Couple more right here, and I think I'm good. Okay, so how many of these guys? I got 2 assemblers. That's not very many. Not very many. I do have the next science pack ready to go. Next science pack is only gold though. Like, there's not really any production I need to do, that's just going to be furnaces, so I'm fine making that somewhere else and just shipping the gold plate in. Are there any other things I should have queued, by the way? No, everything immediately goes to taking the Steam Science Pack. I guess I'll queue what I can, just to have something running in the background. So let's just start with lumber production. Let's say lumber production gets to be like right here. Maybe drop just a little bit. What I'm thinking is once I have this down here, then I don't need this bit, and I can straighten all of this out. So I really could probably start at like this level right here, but those belts are in the way. And since they have to stay until I get this built, I do need to leave room for them. So I'll start like here. So you get to be just lumber. And lumber is really our primary resource here. Pretty much everything is made out of lumber. So I do want a lot of lumber production and the ability to expand lumber production as needed. So here's 5, and then go ahead and set recipes there. And I want the plan for at least 10 here. And if I need more, I can put another row down here. And I don't anticipate needing more than 20 of those, and if I do, I should have the lumber mill by then, and this whole setup will be transitioning to that anyway. So for right now, I think this many is just fine. So let's get to making some inserters. I also, don't get me wrong, I'm not going to have nearly enough wood to actually keep this running. So even though I'm building this out, This is mostly a planning phase, and maybe to get like a couple inserters automated or something, and then I need to go and start more wood production. So let's go like this, and then you can be down here, and then all these guys will get kind of the same treatment as I go down. And what do you produce? 0.25. I'm actually worried about belt speed. So at 0.25, 4 of you will be 1 per second. This is a row of 10, so that's going to be 2.5 per second, which is just about, yeah, we're still under the belt speed of our belt, so we are fine there. I just had to check. So you can see I actually didn't clear out quite enough trees over there, but I guess I do have enough for this at least. So let's make sure I get a fuel and wood line sent down this way. Oh, actually our input. If I have 10 of these, that's going to be 5 wood a second. That is actually more than half a belt of wood. Well, that's fine. That just means somewhere along the way, I'm going to need to be pulling in a full belt of wood, and then I just have to splice in a fresh stream somewhere downwind. But for now, I can do at least that much, and that's fine. Should probably get more assembling machines on the go. And I need more lumber. Okay, this is already a belt of fuel and wood, which would be very nice to bring down, but if I do need a fuel belt of wood, that's actually not going to work. Granted, at the moment, everything is on the same side of the belt anyway, but once I address that problem, then it'll be fine. I'm thinking maybe I just go ahead and throw a lane balancer up this way. It's unfortunate because it's after the merge here, but if I make sure the input here is mostly lane balanced already, then a lane balancer after this one isn't that big of a deal. So let's just go ahead and get that thrown in. I'm sure you've all seen a basic little lane balancer before, but if not, all it does is, as the inputs come in, it just makes sure that half of them wind up on the left and half wind up on the right. That's because inserters do not pull evenly off both halves of belts, and it's good to, if you don't have your full belt saturated, then you don't get your full throughput, and that's a problem. Well, at least it's a problem when you need the full throughput. So you're gonna just wind your way down this way. There we are. And at this point I already need you to be a mixed belt. So let's say wood, just wood can continue that way. And then this is going to be our mix of wood and fuel. Our pure fuel belt is over that way. This actually only pulls wood from the farm. This, in other words, this isn't going to take wood from the peat mines, which I do actually really want to take. So I'm actually going to redo this up here. So what is this? So this is wood. Okay, yeah, that's all fine. So you can just come in this way, and then we want to priority input, not output. Priority input from this side. And then I do want to make sure that this is already lane balanced, since you should be feeding into a lane balanced belt already. And since you're turning a corner, that actually makes it a lot easier and a lot more compact. I can just do that guy. Okay, I'm happy with that. That's cool. Now, let's see. I need one more splitter. So, let's say splitter, like, right here. And then I need that to come down, fuel to be there. And then that does keep fuel on the bottom of the belt so that it's prioritized by the inserters. Do that. Now I just need fuel. Hey there, man. How you doing? Long time no see. Let's grab some splitters. Couple more undergrounds. Let's be a little careful about our spending here. So what have you been up to? Any new fantastical mats? You always seem to have something absurd going on. Okay. There we are. So yeah, that's gonna be solid. Okay, so I'll have to underground that. No, you're still solid, okay. That'll work. Up you go. And that should work. Okay, very cool. Maybe I should lane balance the heat also. I don't know if I really care about that, but maybe because we are pulling it all in such an imbalanced way, maybe that's not a terrible idea. Yeah, let's, I guess, go ahead and balance that. Okay. That's going to get me lumber down this way. Not much Factorio. Playing some roadblock shooters and TPF2. Hold on, that one's going to take me a second. TPF2. I'm actually not sure what TPF2 could be. Let's get... Oh, no, not that. At least a couple more of these down. Okay, well I have almost all of them. I guess I might as well just do all of them at that rate. How many inserters? I've got a couple inserters, so go ahead and get those down. What I do want to do is, since there's 10 here, maybe I actually want to do 12. I don't know if 12 will fit. I didn't run the math for 12. I only ran it for 10. I don't think we were close at 10, so 12 should be fine. And that's that way it's an even number, and I can do a lane split. That way there's an equal amount of lumber on both sides of the belt. Just gotta chop some of this out of the way. And then after the first 6, so 1, 2, 3, so there's my first 6. I can run you up here and down. What? Oh, there's a tree in the way. Thank you, game, for trying to underground the tree, but that's not quite what I wanted to do. Okay. So, one more of you, and then just a whole bunch of inserters. Would be cool. Let's priority output to the bottom here to saturate this belt as much as it can, and then whatever's left over after the first half can be merged down. Maybe that's not quite how I want to handle it, but that just seems to make sense to me. I think that's okay. At any rate, that's certainly going to take care of my lumber needs for the immediate future. How is everything up here going? Okay, so we still got science going. Science is slow, but, you know, happening. Wood is weird, because wood isn't backing up, but at the same time, I don't seem to be running out. Like, science is full uptime, my chest of belts is full, Like, everything seems fine. I will just continue not worrying about it. I will continue building out this way. And I think gears are next on the agenda. So I'm just going to, once again, cut down some of these trees and see what I can do. I might even do the same thing I did earlier. Just put one of these down with a little bit of fuel and just let him take care of clearing the trees for me for a little while. So let's see. With all of this in place, how much is that even going to get me? If that's 12, but you do a quarter, then that's 3 lumber a second. I mean, that's not bad. It's not great, but it's not terrible. A couple more assemblers. Let's go ahead and pick up all this lumber down here. So let's say 3 assemblers for gears, I guess. Maybe I don't even need that many. Like, gears are fast. Gears are pretty fast. I'll leave room for a couple gear assemblers, but I don't think I'm going to need that many. I'm also kind of figuring out what design I want to go for, because I am, for the most part, running left to not be on top of my mines or in the way of research or anything, but I am at some point probably going to want some sort of a bus-like setup. But I guess at the moment I will just continue out this way. Yeah, I think I'm just going to put gear production on the top up here, and if I need more gear production, I can do the same thing I said for lumber earlier, and I can just also put it on the bottom if need be. Make sure I keep these coming until I can get a chance to get them automated. So I am going to need fuel, but not wood up this way. In fact, everything is going to need fuel. That's kind of a good point, me. I don't know how long a half belt of fuel is going to be capable of keeping, like, how many machines that's capable of feeding, but I guess for the time being, I can just do the old standby trick of just making sure I filter the fuel here, and then continuing it that way. These guys aren't gonna have fuel, because this is just a belt of timber. Okay. Well, let's just split it then. So, you can come up this way. Underground you there. Bring you up. And in. And then you can make gears. This is a weird setup, but it works. Get a couple long arms on the go. And then I can have gears on the belt below. And they will just supply themselves with the fuel in the assembler. There's my belts. This guy's finished, so let's grab him. How did you have... Oh, I put Keat in you. Like, how did he wind up with Keat? But that's what I put in him for fuel. Okay, so now we have gears, now we have timber. And the reason that's a big deal is pretty much everything is made out of some combination of timber and gears. The only exception are the basic circuits. I do not need that, thank you. You can go away. And basic circuits are going to take gold, and I haven't put that much effort into gold yet, though speaking of which, I can probably come over this way and clear this guy out and get him replanting. Same with this guy. And then just take all the gold, and do I have more of these? I do. Let's move the ghosts and get you set up. Let's actually leave some room in case I want another line of stone. And then I can do gold here. Would have been really cool if I'd left myself room to actually output to both sides of the stone lane. That would have been cool. Didn't do that though. So out of solidarity, I won't do it with the gold either, I guess. No, that's a little too silly. Let's just, hold on, that was vertical, I wanted horizontal. So let's see, you can go here, and then horizontal flip, and you can go there. So that way I can get a belt of gold coming out, and then I have my 2 inputs for gold. Yeah, definitely gonna need more belts before I try and mess with that, though. Another one of you has run out. Probably gonna need to replace some of those soon. Where's that got me? I've got so many of these moist stromatolite remnants. What can I even do with you? I know one of the things I can do is turn you into steam. I can also just turn you into peat. Don't know why I do that. And also just void you, okay? Oh, at least once I have a recycler. But yeah, pretty much you just turn into steam. Okay, good to know. Oh, lots of this first stone patch has already run dry. Which is a little concerning because I don't think I've even used that much stone. But, you know, is what it is, I guess. Okay, I feel like I'm running around not getting much done. Let me lock in for just a sec. So I've got gears, I've got the lumber. I should probably focus on getting at least inserter automation set up. So I'm gonna leave a little bit of room for more gear production, at least like one more, in case I should ever need it. And then inserters, and maybe... Oh, I should probably do circuits. What does a basic circuit take? Timber and gold, and you're just a gold plate. Okay. Not gonna worry about how the gold plate gets here, really. I'll figure that out later. But I do want to put something that can produce basic circuits. And it does need timber. It does need timber, okay. Well, first things first. Let's start getting some of these trees down here picked up. Just so I don't have to go and chop all those by hand. He's actually pretty quick to harvest those, so he'll be done in not too long. And then I will continue chopping some of this down here. And maybe I don't want to leave the bottom of the gear assemblers blank. Maybe I will just put circuits down there. And then if I need more circuits or more gears, I can just expand them to the left, and then just don't build anything to the left of them. That's probably a good idea. One more tree. So, if I were to do something like that, closest I could put you is there, and then have a belt there for the output. Something like so. So you need 1 gold cable per second, and you produce 1 per second. Okay, so you are a 1-to-1. That is very good to know. You also take lumber. Let's grab you and move you over this way now. Fuel. Okay. So, we'll go ahead and clear a little room. Let me think how I want to do this. If I had a long arm, for example, you could just be put right there. And then I had, say, a burner right there. I'm trying to think of a tileable design for this. So if I do that, that does just work. Like that works pretty alright to me. Keep placing a ghost. I don't really want to place a ghost. Get to work. Okay. So that would work. That's fine. This belt would need fuel on it to keep these inserters running, but I could arrange that. That's not too bad. This would get fuel from its assembler, as would these. So only this middle belt, which would have lumber on it, would need fuel. And I can deal with that. The gold would also need fuel on it, but that's fine. Not too torn up about that. Yeah, I'm kind of okay with this. I think this is gonna work just fine. Continue moving you this way. Maybe like right there. Okay, so let's make sure you have recipes set. I do need more assemblers, more inserters, just more everything. I don't even have gold smelting set up, and I'm already setting up production for something that needs gold. I do realize that, but you know, we'll get there. So another split for timber over here. That's going to come down this way. Let's give you a better split than that. There we go. So top can be timber, bottom can be fuel. I'm gonna need fuel down here anyway, so that's gonna work out pretty well, I'd say. I can actually just grab timber from like, or not timber, but peat from right over here. How do I have an odd number of underground? Ah, okay, because I did put an odd number over here. That's fine. Can do like that. I always hate having an odd number of undergrounds. It just doesn't feel right. I know something's wrong. And just barely underground that. And then get peat through here. And then you can just follow on the bottom of this belt. Okay, well, like I was saying, I am going to need fuel lower down anyway. So this can all just come down this way. Split, like, right there. There you go. And... okay, I do actually want this to be the other way so that the inserters prioritize fueling themselves, otherwise they will just run out of fuel. That's easier said than done, of course. But I think what the easiest way to do that? Let me think. Well, I am going to need another splitter first, so let's make sure I have... yeah, let's make sure I have a few. I've used undergrounds to split only one item off a 2-item belt all the time, so odd numbers of undergrounds is just normal to me. It's just something whenever I look at it, it's like having an odd number of underground pipes. You look at it and go, oh no, I've done something horribly wrong. Something is broken somewhere. And I'm gonna have to spend half an hour to find it. Okay, easiest way to do this, I think, is right here, because from this point, I do only need this to be on half a belt. Let's just do that. Then I can underground you, bring fuel in that way, and then fuel will be on the correct side. Okay, very good. And there we go. For now I'll just hand feed some gold into you. And that'll get me my first couple automated basic circuits. I almost said my first couple circuits, but I've been making them for, 3 hours now. But my first automated basic circuits. These are going to be broken, so let's put those up, just replace them. And then that should be a-okay. Yep, and there we go. Okay. So next up is going to be the machine that actually makes inserters, and probably one that makes more assemblers themselves. If I'm not going to be able to build anything to the left of these, though, I'm not entirely sure where I do want to build. I wasn't really planning on this becoming like a bus because I didn't think I had all that many raw materials, but now I'm kind of regretting that decision. A simple bus design would have made this a lot easier to work around. I guess there's nothing saying that, at least starting from where the gears are, that I couldn't continue building upwards. I just can't do that with the lumber because I'll be in the way of science. Yeah, let's not try to... Let's not get in our own way trying to optimize things too much. Because a solution that only half works is better than no solution that works fantastic. So, I'll let that begin clearing trees. I would kind of love to have another one, actually. Let's go ahead and get another one being made. And... yeah, this is just gonna be a mall. It's not like this needs to go to science. I keep forgetting that myself. This really is just for mall product. So... I'm not gonna need more than this for a mall. Yeah, you can be... Let me actually look at recipes for things, hold on. So like you, for example. A long hand does take a regular assembler, okay. So I think I'll do that, and then you can be a regular assembler. You take gears and basics, you take gears and lumber. You can literally just pluck lumber off this primary belt right here, and no one's gonna mind. You do need fuel. You need fuel. This is lumber and fuel literally right here. So... maybe I'll just leave a little bit more room than I was thinking initially. And just have that come down this way. And, problem solved. Still need gears, that's fine. I planned on having gears coming up the other direction. So say, like, right here. That does bring up an issue, though, where I do need a fuel line to be on this bus. And every time I split something, I need to add fuel to it. Okay. Okay, I mean, not the cleanest solution in the world, but I do have an idea. I can just weave it over the inserters here. And then you can just go like right there. There we are. And then there's just a belt of fuel as well. Now, if I ever need more circuits than this, I'll have to rearrange some things, but for the 8th time this is a mole, I don't know if I'm going to need more than that many circuits just for inserters and stuff. Speaking of which, it seems I'm out. So let's get a couple more on the go. Oh, I should also leave some room for this to store stuff. There we are. Gears, gears. What else do you need? You also need basic circuits, so I'll deal with that in just a minute. Right now, let's get the gears set up. So I can do that. Run the gears this way. You're gonna be a minute, so I guess I'll just ghost you for now. Get that on there. And also fuel on here. Which does mean it's going to be a little harder to get circuits up there, but again, I will deal with that when I get there. I think the cleanest way to do this is like this. And then circuits can split here. Let's go ahead and clear some of these trees out so I can see what I'm doing. And turn you up. You underground. Now, how am I going to get this to work? Not easily. The underground length is kind of killing me here, but I guess I can do something like this. A little ugly, but it works. So that's all I can ask for. Get some of these trees removed. Okay. So you're going fantastic. You're cool. You just need circuits. Let's get you run up this way. And you can go like that and like that. Okay. And that'll get me long arms as well. I guess I can grab those. And there we go. Let's go ahead and set some sort of reasonable limit on these guys, just so I don't wind up with like 600 of them. Alright. Anything else that I need to do? I might as well go ahead and place this last gear assembler. What's the point in just not? And there we go. Once again, I certainly don't have enough wood for all of this to run non-stop. This is mostly optimistic planning. What do I need for assemblers? Lumber, gears, and circuit board. Honestly, how do I want to do that? Yeah, even with this guy gone, that's kind of a nasty arrangement of stuff. I think I've probably built this too low. I should probably have made it a point to build at about this level, so that I can get all of my fuel mixing and stuff done below the machines, and then I don't have to do all this on like the bus level. That is 3 inputs. Let me go ahead and get the recipe in. That is 3 inputs, and if each of those needs... Yeah, this might be a good candidate, since this isn't going to be running constantly. This is probably a good candidate for the steam inserters. I think that just makes sense. Let's go ahead and give those a spot on the hotbar. And I think I will go ahead and put the pipes on there as well, and maybe tanks. I don't see why not. Maybe even boxes. Okay. So I don't actually have steam, of course, but I can go ahead and plan for it. So if I put you here, and a long arm inserter here, maybe put you on the other side? Maybe I just need to move you over a little. So let's just nudge you over a couple squares this way. There we are. And then I will do long and short there. And that gives me some room to split and move stuff without too much trouble. So I can split the lumber up and then underground it. And I can also split the gears and get them coming up. And then that can be my short inserter. And then that leaves exactly one gap for the circuits to come up, which I think I can make use of. So I'll have to do the same thing I did for the fuel down here, which is gonna be a little ugly, but it is what it is. Ooh, that's actually right in the way of where you need to be, so maybe Pete has to stay on the bottom for just a minute. Yeah, that's kind of the best I can do right there, I think. I also can't really see what's going on down here, so I think it's time for a little more tree removal. There we are. And then I'll run the heat belt back where it belongs once that's finished its job. Oh, I need fuel still. Okay, well that's fine. You can still be a burner. Do I not have a long hand? No. So, you can be a burner. And I'll just have to get fuel onto this half of the belt somehow. That's fine. I am waiting for this guy to clear all the trees out, and then I will finish that up. Let's go ahead and grab some inserters while I'm waiting though. What do these guys take? You are just the normal ones along with pipes. I think I'm content to not automate the steam ones then, and I'll just carry the normal ones around, and I'll just always have some gold pipes on me. They craft super fast. I'm not concerned about it. Okay, this guy's finished. Cool. You can underground here, and then back up. Let's grab you. I guess I don't have a splitter, so let's make a couple while I wait for the pipes to finish, I guess. There we are. And up you go. Okay. You are on the wrong side, though. You are on the wrong side. Well, whatever. I'll trust that it's fine. Okay, I still have to get the steam figured out in order to get this running, which then means I would need gold automated, but at the very least, if I need a lot of assemblers, I can just grab some gears and grab some lumber and just chuck it in. I actually don't have gears or lumber from this area going into a box anywhere, which I probably should. That would probably be a good idea. Whatever. I have my extras up here, and they make more than enough, I think. Yeah, that's plenty. Let's just leave that there for now. So now it's a matter of, do I want to go work on wood or do I want to work on gold? And the difference comes down to wood is already working, it's just slow, whereas gold isn't working at all. So I think gold would be the one that's better to go for next. What I should do though is I do have lumber and I do have gears, but I don't have basic circuits going into a box anywhere. So those I would be quite happy to have going into something. It's kind of just in the middle of nowhere, but you can just go right here. So let's filter you. Circuit, circuit, circuit. There you are. And then box, and in you go. You just, you have Pete. Have fun. My inventory is full now, which is not great. It's not great. I do notice that I have, like, literally no ammo on me, which is probably not a good thing to be just walking around as. Let me go ahead and craft a little bit of ammo and that one little starter armor thing. And since that did clear some of my inventory space, I think I will go ahead and craft a couple turrets, just because. I have some gold ore in my inventory. Let's get the smelting area set up. And then I can dump the gold ore into it. I need 3 more furnaces. I can probably swing that. Well, it will be a while before I can get there, but it is what it is. Let's see. Okay, so you are inputting from the left, and then the other column inputs from the right. And I'm gonna need more inserters as well. Gold's actually coming in from the top, so let's flip those input belts around. Oh, but that does mean fuel will have to come in. Oh, well, fuel already comes in from the top, so that's no big deal. Okay. That's no big deal. So on both sides of this thing, I think I'm gonna have one side be fuel and one side be ore. So, like so. Then, yeah, you're gonna have to underground there, I guess, and then head out that way. So that one can be fuel, that one can be ore, let's just say. Let's see, so... Okay. So I want fuel to be here, and that can be ore. And I can do something like this, I guess? I guess it doesn't really matter which one is which. So they can swap, that's fine. In fact, that actually works out correctly, because I don't actually want it to be on the same side. If I want fuel to be on the inside for the inserters, then I want fuel to be on this side here, but then fuel to be on the left side for this belt. So that actually works out. So as long as this is my fuel line, and then this is my ore, that works out just fine. So let's make sure that is the case. Go ahead and do something like that for the fuel line. Or the ore, rather. And you can go here, and that can be the fuel for these guys. Not the best split in the world, but whatever. Then let's start figuring out how I'm actually going to get gold ore down this way. I guess I can also go ahead and place those last couple furnaces. And let's go grab some inserters, because they are going to be needed. Hey, the base is starting to get big. It's taking time to walk from one side to the other. That's kind of cool. Why are you not running? No lumber. Well, there's some coming in. Okay, I guess the gears just get first dibs at lumber, so has to make it past the gears to make it to this guy. Actually, why aren't these guys taking me? Because gears are backed up. Okay, fair enough. Okay. Yeah, I mean, that's not a shocker. The revelation here is I need more wood production. Who'd have thought? Let's just give it a hand. I had a lot of wood on me anyway. And then, yeah, that's that's really not a lot. Okay. Well, I can make a few to tide myself over for now. So this is where things get a little bit interesting. I'm not actually entirely sure how I'm going to handle this, because you give out a lot of product. It is very slow. I'm not going to need more than one output. It's just going to be interesting to try and filter everything out. But I think the first little bit isn't going to be any different than these guys up here. For each of these guys, we're just going to do that. So, there we go. Okay, so there's my output. It's coming this way, and I just need to filter the seeds out and send it back in. Thing is, I don't know what your production rate is, but it does seem like you produce more stromatolite than you actually consume. So let me see what I can do with you. You can be burned, but only in very select things, seemingly. That's interesting. It's very interesting, actually. You are used to make the thing that makes plastic. So I definitely don't want to be, like, voiding these or anything. Yeah, this recipe that makes peat and gold, that's definitely not something I want to be doing. So I guess for the time being, any excess I do just want to be storing in a chest. So that is part of what I wanted to make sure of, though, is that there will be excess. So let's see, you go here. We want to filter out the gold stromatolite. There you are. Oh, and we want you going the other direction. Going to split again and have a priority output. And that priority output is just going to loop right back in. I really hate how ugly this is, I'm not gonna lie. Let me see if I can redesign this somehow. So, let me grab you, and just flip you this way instead. Underground that way. And then have a priority output to the right. And that's way better. And then any excess comes down this way. Okay, so now this is going to be a line of gold ore, gold bacteria, I think. So yes, you do give gold bacteria. Okay, you actually only give gold bacteria, the stromatolite, and the moist stromatolite. Good to know, good to know. Where are the things that... Yeah, these guys. Okay, so I need a lot of stone. Let's go grab some stone, and I will make a bunch of those. I need more regular furnaces anyway, so that's not a big deal. In fact, I might as well just craft all of those into furnaces, and then as I need the steam furnaces, I can deal with that. Let's go ahead and copy what I have over here down this way. Oh, that's going to be in the way of the ship. That is right in the way of the ship. I didn't want to break the ship. I thought it would be cool to leave the ship. I'm not sure how married I am to keeping the ship. Because that is right in the way. I have an idea. We have the technology. Hear me out. So, I can do this, just as planned. But we get rid of this part. And we do this. So, you are going to be filtered to stromatolites, but in the meantime, you just have all kinds of fun doing random stuff. Okay, there we go. So that will send all the stromatolites this way, effectively the exact same way that a priority splitter would. Extra stromatolites will build up inside this guy, and if we get over a certain number of stromatolites, then we just start doing something with them. And while we will have to back up if this inventory starts to back up, this line over here would back up if we backed up on, like, gold or something anyway, so effectively it's no different. It is exactly the same. What is different is I am going to need fuel, since there are inserters here. You know, maybe they just get these steam inserters. I don't know how precious steam is going to wind up being, but I just don't feel like messing with fuel right there, right now. Can do is have a very small amount of peat put into it so that I can at least have burner inserters taking out of it. I'm so distracted right now because the bird chirping sounds so much like the Sans fight, and it's like, it's kind of triggering that like fight or flight response, kind of. I have so much time spent fighting Sans in my life. I can't connect to this ship. I can't read the inventory from the ship. That sucks. Oh, that was my whole plan. Okay, well, that's not gonna work then. So anything pulling out of the ship actually has to be a steam inserter. In another game you always meant to play. Okay. I am doing my best to hold back right now, but I am a massive Undertale Deltarune fanboy, so that does hurt a little bit. But yeah, I have a lot of time spent on the Sans fight. Unironically, if you're only interested in, how do I put it? If you would be more interested in playing the game for the combat aspect, it suffers from the curse of a friend buying it for me. I know how that goes. If you are mostly interested in giving it a try for the 2D combat thing that it has going on, like the Sans fight or something like that. The Sans fight was memed on pretty heavily because it was really difficult, but I actually legitimately really enjoy the You know, I was about to say something. I legitimately don't even know if it is a spoiler for Deltarune that you wind up in this combat, so maybe I won't even say. But there's a really fun combat in a similar vein in Deltarune that I would recommend. It's very fun. Sans is just suffering. Sans is hard. Like, Sans, you win, and I I didn't even feel, like, overjoyed. I felt free, like I could stop. But the really hard fight in Deltarune actually is really fun. He's bought me a handful of games, and I end up forgetting to play them. Well, you know what? Here's your reminder. Here, I'll tell you this. Install it, if it's not installed already. Because I would never install a game when I'm just looking for something to play. But if I'm looking for something to play and it's already installed, then that barrier to entry is way lower. Like, legitimately, you brought up Undertale, and I haven't done anything in the factory in like 3 minutes. I got so distracted. Okay, what was I even doing? I was making the desiccation furnaces. Okay, let's find a nice little spot for them. I might shove them up in here. Do I get anything? Let me check something. I'm assuming when I burn you, I'm gonna get something. Okay, it takes a lot to burn, actually. It takes 8. And then there's a chance at getting peat. Okay. Okay. So there's a chance of peat, and then we get steam. Okay. I'm out of research. So I actually can't research anything until I get steam research now. So I guess that's my indication that I'm going too slow. Let's get some steam furnaces set up. Okay, as much as the whole ship thing was funny and all, I actually think it's a really bad idea if I can't connect to the inventory for it. So I am going to have to just sacrifice this one square in the front, which isn't the end of the world, but it's also, you know, it is a little annoying. Wish it wasn't that way. I will just copy this setup right here. So let's see. This needs to come in. So this is my excess stromatolite heading down. Let's see. So that's excess stromatolite, fine. And then this is the actual gold and stuff that I want. He's bought me... Yeah, okay, I already read that, never mind. I don't know, for some reason I looked over and thought there was a new message. Let's take that back. So here's my gold furnaces. I guess I will have the desiccation furnaces in here. This is a really cramped space for them, actually. I'm not super thrilled with that. But, yeah, what can you do? Okay. So I'll try and at least leave room so that I can expand this later. So the general idea that I'm thinking is that I'm going to have an input line, I'm going to have an output line, and I have fluid output. And none of those can share a side, so I'm going to have to do something kind of like this. And then I can have output over here. That's really close to these guys, though. So I think I will grab you and just move you one belt over this way, or, you know, one tile. Same with Fear and Hunger Games as well, though those I haven't played much for a different reason. Do you have an output line? That's kind of why I was repurposing them. Unless you're asking, is there an output from these? In which case, yes, they output peat. Which does mean I can, consequence-free use the burner inserters. They will just fuel themselves, but it does mean that I have to be concerned with it. There is a lot of inserters. Okay, that's gonna do me for a while. So let's see, you guys can just go like this. And then input from over here. So funny enough, they're going to output peat, but I'm also going to need to bring peat in to fuel them, which is a little annoying. I was trying to remember how I did it and visualized no output, but I remember now. It would be cool if they output just enough peat that on average they would fuel themselves, and you could get almost like a closed loop fuel system going, but unfortunately I don't believe that to be the case. Okay, with that in place now, I move you just barely. Wow, it's like I planned it. As I always say, it's like I planned it. I certainly did not, but it's like it. Okay, that actually even lines up well with this fuel line down here. Actually, it doesn't line up that well. Never mind. Because I need fuel from the top, because that's where all of the input's going to be. Oof. Wow. Okay, let's do this, and then I can get input from the other side, like, here. There we are. No idea how I want to handle the extra, whatever this stuff is. Stromatolite? No idea where I want to go with that yet, but I'll have to figure something out. Could run the numbers, but I'm pretty sure it needs a small amount of peat input. Oh, I'm sure it does. It's just, it would be fun if it worked out that way. So, this is going to be my input line. That's going to be for the gold ore / gold bacteria. I'm just treating them as the same item. And then... yeah, so that's going to come down this way. This going to underground this way so that I can lane balance all of this. All good. Let's see. So now we will filter off somewhere like here. There we are. I don't actually want you coming this way yet. But maybe I don't need to filter just yet. Maybe I can do that, run it this way, then filter like over here. So you want to be on the right. Go that way. Pick up that little bit of gold ore. And then pick up that little bit of the stromatolite. Okay. Get you coming down this way. And that'll get the gold line kickstarted as well. Now I just need fuel, and there's actually a fuel line right here I can pick off. In you go. Bring this down, and that's going to get me the first bits of steam. Now, how on earth am I going to get this worked into peat? I would love it if I could bring it down, but unfortunately I'm going to have to bring it up, then around. Gonna have to nudge the stone line over so that I can underground the stone line. And I am out of material, so I'm gonna have to go and restock soon. Okay, I can do that. And then you can just go up and around. That works. And I'll even input prioritize the steam side so that things that need steam don't back up when they can't output peat anymore. I would really, really like to be able to side balance these though, so let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4. I think that's the correct underground, but I'll go one more. Okay. Can I get that to work? Yes, but I need to also underground this way. Ooh. That's not quite gonna work. Okay, it doesn't need to be that complicated, so it's always going to be on this side. So when it flips around, it's always going to be on that side, so I can actually just get away with that. And that'll side balance just fine. Okay, that should be fine. Don't know why you're out of fuel, but enjoy. Okay, so it does seem to be running. I'll have to deal with the steam output itself in just a minute, but let me check on the actual gold. You need fuel. Yeah, that's not only fuel for you, that's also fuel for the tower. That is true. That is true. Okay. So fuel line coming in that way. And then I'll deal with the other one in just a second. Though I am completely out of lumber, let me go stock up. I'll grab a bit of belt. Though unfortunately I don't have any lumber in the chest. And most of the lumber down here is already being turned into stuff, but there's some lumber on the belts I can just scavenge. May as well grab some belts and maybe some circuits as well. Why not? So, let's get some splitters up and going. And then the very next thing I need to work on, I guess, is more wood production. Because that's just not quite gonna do it. In you go. And where's the other guy? So you need fuel also. Just out of curiosity, which direction do you output on? Okay, you do output on the top, which means you're going to be on the inside here. That actually works pretty well for me. I guess it doesn't matter too much, because I can just do that. And then just make sure that the peat only... No, I don't like that. I can do that, and that works out so much better. Okay. And split. Okay, there we go. And you're still running on coal, so you'll go for a while, but all the same, you have access to fuel. You will have access to fuel in just a second, once that actually works its way up to you. I say confidently, but you always gotta watch and make sure. Okay, there we go. So they should be pretty much self-feeding at this point. Shouldn't be too much of an issue. I didn't want to block these squares. Oh, that sucks. That's so many squares that I just can't use. Okay. I can get rid of the balance here and just move that further down somewhere. And then this can move pretty easily. I do still need that in there though. So let's see. Where does that square begin? Okay, so like right here. It looks like there? Yeah, there we go. Okay, and then I can throw a balancer right here. And that's not going to hurt anything. Very good. Okay. Could make it work more easily without the ship there, Palpatine. Do it. Yeah. At this point, keeping the ship there is a challenge. Like, it's been in the way at almost every turn, but I've made it work. It doesn't want to work, but I've been forcing it to work. Let's get a whole bunch of pipe on the go. And where am I even going to send this pipe? I guess it's all, for now, coming this way. And then I can bridge it together in this little hollow, and then I'll send it wherever it needs to go. And I do have gold production up and ready, so I can actually start on the Steam Science Pack anytime I wanted. I've just been thoroughly distracted. I should actually probably make a couple tanks while I'm at it. There we are. And if you've not seen, like, anyone watching hasn't seen the gold storage tanks, I actually really love the way that they work. I'm going to show them off once I have one. So it doesn't look like all that much when you look at it, but if I rotate it around, it's got 3 connections, so inputs or outputs. But what's great about it is that these are inline, then you have one at like a T intersection, so it actually makes them fantastic to chain together. I really love these tanks. They're so good. These tanks I would happily welcome into any vanilla game. They're great. Yeah, the gold tanks are so good. Even if you don't want to use the inline part, it's just, you know, they're so good. They're also a little smaller, but they still have a respectable volume to them without it feeling completely broken. So, just kind of everything about them I enjoy. Like, I could even put it right here if I wanted, and then just have, like, all of these be tanks. I don't know. It's a little silly, I just like it. It's fun. Where do I actually need this to go? Because I know I have one steam thing, like, way over here. That's gonna be a lot of pipe. Let's go ahead and start crafting more pipe. I think I'll come from underneath. That, makes the most sense to me, at least. At, like, this level, maybe? I do need to get gold in here, so a lot of this can be undergrounds if it needs to be. It's just that not using undergrounds when you don't need to is a lot cheaper, and gold is actually kind of at a premium for the time being, so I'm not spending gold if I don't need to spend gold. Also, the undergrounds are not that long. So let's chop some of these trees in the way, and then just make that connection, and once that connection is made, I'll figure out how I'm going to get gold that far. Or, steam, rather. Let's chop these trees that are marked in red, and then once they're taken care of, I can get my pipeline in. Maybe a couple extras, just so I can actually see what I'm doing. I think they'd fit really nicely into train unloading. Ooh, that does sound nice. Oh, I lost my underground somewhere. There we go. Oh yeah, let's actually connect this guy. You know, while I'm here, I should probably actually give you an output. That seems intelligent. There we are. Missing one pipe there somehow. Alright, where does that get me? So if I run pipes along right here, that'll actually work pretty well, I'd say. That looks nice. And then just run you this way. and I am already out. I can replace some of this with underground pipes, just so I can maybe walk through parts of the base, but for the most part, I figure I'll just see where the pain points are and then replace them as I go. Like, right here, I'll probably want to walk through this part, so that gets to be underground. Also important to note, at this point, once I start actually using gold, while the moist stromatolite is a resource, it gives me steam, the steam is actually liable to back up, and if the steam backs up and the moist stromatolite has nowhere to go, my gold income also stops. So, while you can't run your base on nothing but steam, it is actually important to use enough steam that your gold doesn't back up. So let's see, where do I actually want to get you set up? And you can only be made in a steam assembling machine. If that wasn't the case, I was going to say it was a terrible missed opportunity, but mod author's one step ahead of me. I did see the burner lamps. I haven't dotted any around until now, just because until very recently I was completely out of wood. But now that you've brought them up, this is a good opportunity to just chuck a couple around the place. Like right here, for instance. They actually look quite nice. Maybe even like one right in here somewhere. Of course, it's coming to be daytime now, so it's hard to tell how far apart I should be scattering them, but I thought they were fun. Okay, this is not building up on steam very quickly at all, so at least in the short term I don't need to be too worried about it. The initial backlog had me worried. It filled up like half the tank immediately, but we're actually doing pretty okay. We'll go ahead and make a couple more things though, and somehow I have stromatolite in my inventory. That's interesting. You're actually already full. You're also full, okay. Interesting. Never bother with lamps, but they just seem fun for some reason. I mean, it's a lamp, but it takes fuel. That's pretty goofy. That's pretty fun. Alright, let's actually get... I have this belt up here that I was bringing fuel in for. It would be so fun to actually just put the steam science up there. I can't think of any reason not to. So, let's get a couple of these steam assemblers on the go, and I'll just shove steam science up on the top. Ooh, it is going to be a minute, though. It is going to be a minute. Let me go ahead and set up some research queue. So, this all seems important. Probably should queue that. I guess I might as well grab bullet damage. Worker speed, why not? You don't lead to anything, do you? No, I'll just go ahead and queue you. Oh, queue's full. Okay, there we go. So, once I actually get these built, I'll get them placed, and we'll see how far that takes me. I guess I can go ahead and start getting the belts placed. Now I'm gonna need gold, and actually only gold up here, so where is my gold line? I know I need gold down here as well. Actually, due to the way that I've placed these pipes, this is very much so in the way, so I have to do something weird like this. Okay, or maybe the pipes just have to move. Hold on. Oh, I have no pipe. That's the problem. Okay. Well, that's unfortunate. I guess I can move these pipes while I wait. There we are. And then move this down here. And in we go. And that way I don't have to do this. I can just underground you like a sane person. Getting gold in here is gonna be a nightmare, I'm starting to realize. Yeah, that's not gonna be a lot of fun at all. Because, like, this right here is reserved for stone. Nothing else I can do about that. So I'm gonna have to bring gold up and through the middle here, probably. Let me go ahead and start in the middle and just make sure that's even viable. Yeah, I guess that's fine. Sure. I'll probably split here and send that up for science, and then the rest can come this way. Kind of along here-ish. There we are. You're gonna need underground, but otherwise you are fine. And then over we go. Okay, you're moving. There we are. Oh, one too soon. And down. Okay, and then you can go up. Oh, let's not connect to the wood belt. But you can go up for science and that won't be too big of a deal. I've just got to actually get you in here. Which won't be a big deal at all. We can just come up this way, underground the gold bacteria belt. Speaking of which, I have so much gold ore on me. Let's just go ahead and get that checked in over here. You're missing inserters. I did not know that. There we are. Okay, and then gold just needs to be up this way. I need wood. Are there trees nearby? There's trees nearby. I'm just gonna go chop trees. That's probably enough already. Let's just grab a little more. And there we go. Guess you can be a little closer. And there we go. That should be gold connected. There's no science yet, but it is connected to the circuit line. That should be working just fine. As for the circuit, or rather the science, that's gonna have to get through here, which means this is gonna need to be undergrounded. Once again, I gotta say, the birds... Every time I hear the birds, I'm just thinking sands. That's just where my brain's at the moment. Move you up. And then you can be the steam assembler. These work in line, that's kind of cool. I do like that. No idea how quickly you're gonna work. Guess I should check the recipe time first. Alright, you are 1-to-1. That works wonderfully for me. There's not going to be any fuel for the outputting inserters to take from, so you actually have to be steam inserters unless I wanted to get real fun. If I had like Bob's inserters or something, I could... If I had Bob's, I could output here and then have this one pick up from below and output to the right, which would be really fun, mind you. But we don't have bobs, so we will have to make do with steam. And I want the output to the right of the inputting inserters so that everything has plenty of time to pick up science as and when it's needed. There we are. The inputting inserters, however, can be burners. That's fine by me. So, honestly, let's live a little. You know? Let's, I love the aesthetic of steam inserters, as anyone who watched me play the beginning of Bob's would know. I just think they're really cool. So if I can use a couple, then I will. And I also do need to use some amount of steam so that the gold line doesn't back up to begin with. So maybe this is even just a good idea from a production standpoint. Got that output a little messed up, unless I missed a plan to change the fuel belt. That is a very good point. That's not going to work well at all. I was just talking about Bob's inserters, and Bob's inserters would make that a lot easier, but that's actually not going to work. Okay, not a big deal. I need to take this and let's see. Okay, never mind. Steam inserters can't be flipped. I have to imagine there's some horrible technical reason why that is. I don't even want to know why that is. I'm not gonna say that's annoying, because as someone with a fair amount of programming experience, as I assume most anyone who would possibly be watching this would also have, honestly, that's just terrifying. I don't even want to know why you cannot flip the steam inserters. So what I'm gonna do instead is... yeah, what am I gonna do here? Guess I'll just have the output belt here, and then you can go onto there. In which case I actually didn't need to, I could have just copied that, but oh well. It's not like it was difficult to set up or anything. I can actually make it look nicer now, because they don't have to be all offset and weird. Oops. There we go. Don't know why you're angry, but have fun. And then we'll have gold across the top once again. Oh, that's backwards. And in you go. Seems most modded things with fluid input can't be flipped. I have noticed that, and I'm not really sure why that's the case. Like, again, with the little bit of modding experience I have under my belt, I'd say that's almost certainly not an intentional restriction by the mod author. It's gotta just be that there's some prototype they're extending that doesn't allow vertical flipping for some reason. And I can only assume that trying to get around that is an absolute awful headache, so nothing but sympathy. Other than Angel's buildings, maybe it's something to do with using a chem plant prototype as a base. That, like I know anything about modding. Yeah, I mean, that's about where I am. I don't have much experience with Factorio modding specifically. I did try at one point in time, but I didn't have much success. But I will say that the one time that I tried to make an electric train, granted this was in Factorio version like 0.17 or something, but I did not have very much success. It was a lot more difficult than I was expecting it to be. Where's my steam pipe? Okay, so steam's down here. I could snag it from like over this direction, but that doesn't seem very cool. I'd really like to grab it from like right here. So let's see if I can't do just that. You are gonna have to wiggle a little to the left, I think. Not the end of the world, but not awesome. But it will do. There we are. And again, since gold is somewhat precious here, I won't be too wasteful with the undergrounds, so let's just connect it in like that. Okay. That does take a while. It makes 2 packs though, so it should be at the same level as my wood science down there. I wonder how many packs you take. 250. Okay, prices have taken a big leap, because up until now, research has been costing like 30. 250, huh? What's everything else? Yeah, okay, things are a lot more expensive at this point, so I might try and expand my science just a little bit now that it's actually up and running. I've read words about modding and have 95% of a CS degree, so I can sound like I know what I'm talking about, but ultimately have no idea. I mean, I'm almost right there with you. The one part that's different is I do actually have a CS degree. Just a bachelor's, not trying to show off, but I can't say that helps too terribly much with Lua modding. The one thing that I will say is that I have a lot of time in Lua because of Computercraft and Minecraft. I'm trying to think. Like, I easily have a couple hundred hours just writing Lua scripts for turtles in Minecraft, just messing around. Still need lumber. Okay, I do remember, like, an hour ago I said I needed more wood, and I've said I needed more wood, like, 12 times now. I literally have 2 agricultural towers on me. Let me just go set up more wood. So let's see. Where does this go? Let me line you up. Okay, I think that's where your square is, I'm pretty sure. It's hard to tell. Let me wait for a stump, actually. Okay, yeah, so that's in the middle. So then 1, 2, 3 right here. Should work. So put that down, and then I'm going to clean up this mess a little bit, because this one's a little weird because it's the first one. So, for example, this belt can go here instead. All of this can go. Trying to be real careful so I don't actually, or accidentally break my ghosts here, because they are a little intricate. I have plenty of inserters everywhere, so let's get those in place. I am missing, like, all of the undergrounds. You can go in. Bots would make this so much nicer right now. That was backwards. Whoops. Like I said, all the belts are a little difficult to read, and it's important that they all wind up going in the correct places. There's that done. I do need another splitter. Oh, there you are. Okay. One more splitter and I'll be good to go. Yeah, I do need the splitter, which does mean I need wood. Funny enough. You need wood to make wood. There's a splitter. Okay, that's gonna take a second though. I really wish they'd make placing ag towers more QOL. Yeah, it's a little fun. You start breaking something off a ghost, you can continue to hold the click and never delete the ghost underneath. The issue comes when you break something over a ghost, so your mouse is positioned to delete the ghost right after the real object. Exactly. Like, I know 95% of the time that it will just work, because Factorio is great, and it just works. But sometimes. Sometimes I do still wind up deleting whatever's under the ghost, and it's not even that big of a deal. It's just aggravating more than anything. I also need wood to jumpstart the process, so let's grab a couple trees. And then just shove them all into here. And that'll get you jump-started. And I guess while you are starting up, I can come up here and place another tower. I know I'm going to need this room up in here, that's why I'm clearing it out. Because I'm going to need the assembler up here for all of the tree seeds. And it takes a decent amount of space to place one of these. So, roughly about that big, I think. It's gonna be impossible to tell where this goes. Okay. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. So that's 2 spaces. So then I need to do 2 more. So 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. And then 1 more. Because I didn't account for the tower itself. So... oh god. 1, 2, 3. There we go. Everything's fine. Okay. Let's get everything placed down. I do need the assembler. Let's get that. Oh, that's gonna be a minute. I mean, I need all these splitters and stuff too, so... not like I'm wasting time. Okay. I think that's all the regular belts. Does look like it. Still haven't made the very first splitter. Okay. In you go. In you go. In you go. And 1 more. Yep, now all I need are the undergrounds. I think I should have enough. Let's try and see. Oop, that was backwards. And then I need 1 more underground. I mean, hey, that wasn't bad, a bad guesstimate. Well, I guess I should probably put the, all the inserters down. And might as well start gathering wood, because this guy is also going to need more wood. Grab you, throw you in. Out you go. In you go. And just like that, I've doubled my wood production. It's going to take some time for it to ramp up, but that is 2 ag towers making wood were... or 4 were before I had 2. Steam has filled up. Okay, I need to start converting some things into steam assemblers, it seems. Fortunately, I don't really know what that could be. I don't have enough machines that would need steam power, and nothing's really running at full tilt. I forgot that fish spoil now. I will probably just go throw those back in the lake. Oh, I ate one. Be free! I'm back, have been a bit busy. Well, welcome back. You're just in time. I was expanding my wood production, and I also just got steam science up and running. Unfortunately, it's going to be a little bit slow for the foreseeable future, but I am working on speeding it up. Maybe that's one way that I can think a little bit of steam power, is my production for sciences up here. Let me grab some materials. And some belts, actually. I'm getting a little bit low. What have I got over here? That's respectable. We'll take a couple, take some of those, and with that I should be able to make quite a few steam assemblers. Let's get some lamps scattered around also. Question is where? I'll put one here, just to help light things up a little bit. Science should pretty much always be glowing. I'll put a couple around the ship, that's fun. You actually need fuel though. There's no fuel over here, but I can do some along the top. No I can't, I lied, never mind. I can do some on the back. I can do one on the back. Well, technically this is also fuel. So I could do one like right here. Okay. Not gonna worry about the place up above. Haven't done any Factorio recently. Other games have distracted me. I mean, you can't do nothing but Factorio, of course. I mean, even if I have to be honest, I didn't play any Factorio last month. I just completely skipped the other map. It's just, that style map isn't really my preference, so I wasn't going to spend my time on it. It does look like I'm actually producing science faster. I just had a really interesting thought. There's no idle power drain on a burner assembling machine. Not that idle power drain is really something you're all that concerned with when you're playing Factorio, but these are... Like, technically, of course, it would be more efficient to feed the fuel into boilers, turn it into steam power, into electricity, and so on. But at the very least, these don't use energy while they're idle. And that's kind of interesting to think about. Anyway, I am going to be upgrading these to the steam variant, because my steam tanks are full, and that's going to cause a loss in gold production. You can already see the gold belt down here is starting to empty. So let's go ahead and get these set up. Where can I feed in? Maybe I'll also upgrade these lumber assemblers into steam, and then I can just feed sideways. There we are. That's gonna take a second. They're not the fastest thing in the world to craft, but that's gonna be something at least. Oh, also my science is dead until this gets hooked up. So let's not dilly-dally. There we go. You there. You there. And where can I connect? Okay, I can connect literally right there. That'll do. And that should not only get my science coming in faster, it actually won't make any difference, because I was already producing science faster than the labs could take it. Oh well. But that will make my materials faster over here, so whenever I come for a quick lumber grab or to grab some belts or something, this will be producing faster at least. Though again, actually I think I was restricted on my wood income, not my assemblers. Okay, well this will waste steam for me. It will be completely useless other than that. Not... I just remembered that all these steam assemblers, whenever I output from them, the output also has to be a steam inserter, because up until now, the inserters had just been pulling fuel out of the machines, and that's not gonna work anymore. Yeah, okay. I'm just gonna need to convert some of my inserters, I guess. And if I'm converting some of them, I probably need to convert all of them. So, output, input, input, output, output, out. That was input actually. That's probably correct. we'll find out. Yeah, okay, that's at least the correct number of inputs and output inserters, so even if I mess it up somewhere along the way, I balanced it out in the end. So that's gonna work. The same is true for these guys up here. They are also going to need to be steam inserters, so let's just make a couple of those. There we are. And I guess I'll just move this back one and make more steam pipes. There we are. Okay. And the labs are still powered. I did take that into consideration. They get power from up above. Not a true mega baser as an appreciable amount of science production is, although it overkill 1000 in Space Age is a reasonable sized base. That's the thing about Space Age, is that it shrinks the size of each individual base because you need so many bases on all the different planets. I agree. It feels weird how small your bases wind up in Space Age. This is what I was talking about solving science input as a different way. I just use steam inserters. Oh, okay. Yeah, yeah, like, could've, but the reason I didn't want to do that is because this top belt up here is what is supplying my science with fuel. If I replace these with steam inserters, then my labs would die. So, let's see. Unless you did mean down here, in which case, yeah, fair enough. I can make another couple labs. So, I don't see any reason not to. Wait, why am I missing a pipe? See what I mean about odd-numbered pipes? If I ever see an odd-numbered pipe in my inventory, it's like, oh god, what have I done? More of the very powerful buildings in Prod Mod 3s. Oh no, I mean, I know why they wind up smaller. It just... something about it feels strange. It's like, what do you mean I only need this much production to, you know, to technically be a mega base? It just, it feels weird. It's gonna be 9 labs. Let's just make 10. Oh, I actually need gold. Look at that. I guess for circuits, I could have probably just grabbed a, circuit from somewhere, but... oh well. So you're gonna continue this way. Let's just do that. Then I am going to probably need a couple more of those for steam science on the other side, though it does seem I'm definitely producing science faster than I'm consuming it. I don't think I'm consuming it that much faster. Or vice versa, rather. Producing it that much faster than I'm consuming it. And we are. Let's just go ahead and get these placed one by one, and then these placed as well. Okay, then I need pipes, which I'm completely out of, so let's, once again, just make a bunch of those, grab more gold. Didn't pick up science, did I? Kinda thought I might have, but no, it looks like I'm good. Surely they should be kilo bases. I guess you've also seen that video? Or you've just come up with the same comment, I guess. But there was someone I was watching on YouTube, and for some reason I'm absolutely blanking on their name right now. I really should remember who it was. But they were complaining that when people talk about megabases, what they really mean is they've made a kilobase, because it's 1,000 science, not 1,000,000 science. And so their goal was to make a true megabase, which is an ESPM of 1,000,000, which to me is just absolutely absurd. But, you know, more power to them. If that's the way you enjoy the game, then you have fun. There we are. That's all in. Actually don't know how many more of these I want to do, but I will do at least another 2. Oh, completely missed on that one. Make sure... Oh, I guess I don't have any more of those. So, we do that. You in, and then make, what, 4 more? There we are. Ryan Brown, there we go. Well, I'm glad you remembered. It was legitimately bothering me that I couldn't remember who that was. Oh, and I'm out of pipe again. There we are. And not only am I trying to increase my amount of science production, I am also, as I've said a time or two, trying to increase my amount of steam consumption so that I don't back up on the moist stromatolite and I can keep gold flowing. Because as you can see, that is very much so an issue. I am completely backed up on steam. Maybe I'll switch these to steam inserters also. Yeah, I mean, why not? Let's just make a whole bunch of those. Get a whole bunch of pipe on the go. Can I throw this gold stromatolite in anywhere yet? Doesn't seem like it. Okay. How many planet mods are there? I only did 2, because this is only, you know, this is a monthly map, so everyone's only got a month to get through everything. And I don't know about anyone else, I am certainly going to struggle to get through this map in a month. There's that, and then can I also replace these? I kind of can't, actually. Yeah, not really. Not comfortably. So, I'll leave those be. That's fine. Okay. Where does that get me? So, stromatolite. The amount of gold coming in is not fantastic. I really do wish I was using steam a little quicker, funny enough. So, I might just continue converting more things into steam power. So yeah, I think that's where I am. I'm just gonna continue turning more machines into steam machines. Let's grab these guys up here, just to make it a little easier on myself. And I might also continue expanding wood, because I noticed there is no production down here, because there's no wood down here. Not bi-monthly, yeah. Hoping to get planet number 2 at least. It's community through Discord or Reddit. The community map is posted to Reddit, but the community map is also... it's got a channel on the Factorio Discord. So if you are a member of the Factorio Discord, you can just look through and find the channel. And that's what we were all warned about. This guy is holding seeds, trying to put them in. And then He ran out of power. Wow, really? Even manually taking the seeds out, you just go for seeds again. Well, that's not very cool of you. Alright, how do I fix this? So, I've got fuel coming in. Yeah, this won't work. I need seeds to be on the right, which means I need fuel to be on the left. So let's at least do something like this. Let's drop this down one. I don't know why that placed as ghosts. No. So I want fuel to be on the top here. That is very tricky. What I could do is have fuel on the left. Not really though. Not really though. Okay, okay. I need more underground. Come on. So, like this, pick all this up, and let's output the other direction. So I can output this way. Like so. And I want fuel to be on the left, it seems. So... yeah, this is tricky. Okay, so I need this to be swapped. Fuel needs to be on the left, which means it needs to be on the top if I angle my belt like this. So let's bring you over and do something like that. And then I can underground nothing. I can underground nothing. Okay. I don't know why my brain is blanking on this. I'm sure there's a much easier solution here, but for some reason I'm just not coming up with it. I could do the underground trick, but that would still get it on the wrong half. I guess what I could do is I could do that just to keep it somewhat compact. So that's going to give me the correct side. And then I just need to run you up and this way. And then that'll go in. And I mean, it's not pretty, but it'll get the job done. And then I just come up here and I clear the belts that are already up here. Let's clear all this, actually. There we go. Okay. I think that should be better now. I have so many tree seeds on me. Why do I have so many tree seeds? Where did all these tree seeds even come from? Oh, I guess I picked them up off the belt. That does make sense. Okay, let's just put them back where they came from then. Yep, there seems to be one solution, yeah. Brilliant Tim Curry quoting, yeah. The seeds are already on the right. I have better design. It's one of those things where it's finicky to get just right, and for some reason my brain was not braining right there. I'm sure there are 20 different ways that could have been done better. Somehow there were just a few more on the wrong side. There we go. Okay, that's the priority taken care of. Let's dump these back on. I don't think the side of the belt will affect the priority. It does? At least I thought it did. It was pretty consistently pulling from the left. But now it's pulling from the right. It's like it's deliberately picking from the side I don't want it to. Well, you know what? You're gonna just get 100 peat shoved inside you. Have fun. These guys are running fine. Whatever. Well, 5. You've got 4, but we're actively putting stuff. Now you've got 5. Okay, yeah. That's great. That's great. Not gonna worry about it. Okay, that's good enough for me. Pips have a circuit solution. I could do 2 inserters, but I'm trying not to because of... Like, I guess I could put a splitter right here and filter it, and then just have the 2 inserters, but the problem is whatever is inserting seeds isn't going to get fuel. You did find out filtered inserters fuel themselves, so you can solve with 2 input belts and 1 output. So, oh, that actually makes a lot of sense. Not filter the splitter, just have it like this and then filter the inserters. That actually would work. Yeah, okay. If it manages to die again, then I will just do that. That does make sense. Now that I have multiple agricultural towers, it's going to be a lot easier to copy and paste them, by the way. So I can just grab 2 setups and then make sure the bottom one lines up, and then just continue expanding up, like so. And I don't really care about it going higher and higher. That's perfectly okay with me. Uh, 180 turn belt for 2 inserters. Yeah, I mean, even just that would be fine. Doesn't even need the splitter. Yeah, there's an easy solution with blacklisting on the inserters to make it work with just the setup you have. Yeah, like, again, if it winds up dying again, then I'll go implement one of the fixes. How is my Steam? Did I ever research those tiny radars? I did not get the tiny radars. Okay. The radars that you can make out of wood don't actually scan for new chunks or anything, but they do at least allow you to map view over parts of the base, so they are somewhat useful. Looks like I'm almost at my break-even for steam power. I just need, like, a little bit more. Just a little more of a push. Also, it does look like my Steam science is holding, even with double the number of labs up there, so that's good to see. Do I have 2 of these. How many more could I make? Oh, I can make a lumber mill, finally. That's probably something I want to make absolutely immediately. So let's grab a whole bunch of gold. And what do you need? Your lumber and gold. Yeah, that's fine. Let's just get on you. It will die, but you'll probably be off planet by the time it does. I mean, yeah, there's 100 peat in there. It's gonna run for a while. Placed no radars, and now I can't see my Lignumis bit. Ooh, that's rough. I didn't even think about once you're off planet. Yeah, that's tough. Comment section problem solvers. I mean, it's welcome. Sometimes I'll be looking at a problem and my brain just turns off, and having someone just go, "What do you mean, you idiot? Just do this?" Actually very helpful. Oh yeah, the lumber mills I'm quite excited to get those. Very, very slow it seems, but they are good. trying to see, yes, lumber mills can make other lumber mills, so I actually only want to produce one so that I can immediately start making use of that inbuilt productivity bonus, because they're actually quite expensive. Okay, there we go. So, where to go? You can... Okay. Take you away. Keep all my production buildings together. If anyone was here during the pre-stream segment, I always throw a couple of my... Usually they're just random, but sometimes I'll try and pick my favorite looking builds from... or buildings from mods to show off on, like, the little pre-stream thing. This is one of my favorite buildings that I've ever seen in a Factorio mod. Like, not even just looking at it, once it starts running, it's really cool looking. Let me just shove some stuff in here. I know I have you. There you are. And then you need a little fuel, and you go. So let me turn off alt mode, and just look at this guy. Like, that's incredible. That's so good. Like, that is so cool looking. Like, that is one of my favorite Factorio buildings I've ever seen. That is so good. Oh yeah, there's 50% prod bonus on the lumber mill, just like all the other planet buildings, like the Ian plant and things like that. The lumber mill gives a productivity bonus to things made with wood. So, let me see. I'm low on gears, I'm low on lumber. Let me just go grab more of those things. Oh, and turn alt mode back on so I can actually see. So, gears, probably gonna up the storage amount on gears now. Even though that might starve science just a little bit. Definitely still need more wood coming in also. Do I at least have some lumber down here? Not really. Yeah, not really. So that will soon change. I just need to actually get to the point where I can swap over. There's you and gears. Where did gears go? I did pick up gears, didn't I? Am I blind? I thought I picked up gears. Oh, I totally picked up gears, okay. To answer my own question, yes, I was just blind. So, I'm just gonna leave this here. And anytime I need more lumber mills, I can just throw stuff into this guy. I don't really feel like automating it. It can just do its own thing over there. That's fine. I'm gonna get personal construction bot soon, which is very cool. I do want to start thinking about how I'm going to replace this setup down here that's making lumber with lumber mills, but that's going to be kind of a challenge actually, just because lumber mills are enormous. But if I just take a quick look, these guys, even the steam ones, like comparing them, the steam ones make 0.5 lumber per second, and you make 3 lumber per second, and you get a 50% productivity bonus. Granted, the 3 lumber a second's already taking that into account, but not only does it take less input, it works so much faster. So even though it's quite a bit bigger, it's going to be able to replace a lot of these. Like, this one lumber mill produces twice the amount these 3 steam assemblers do. So it's certainly worth switching over for. Booting up C-Block. Hey, good luck, man. I'm glad you've got the motivation to hop back in. I like how this mod changes bot progression, but that's all I'll say. Gold before iron and copper. Yeah, that is an interesting one. I'm not really sure why it needed to be gold, but at the same time, I'm not all that upset about it. It's just, it is an interesting choice. Mobs and angels could learn a thing or two. Yeah, having early bots is good. It's, you know, it's definitely something that's going to make life a lot easier. What do I need? Believe it or not, gold and wood. The two resources I have at my disposal, those are the ones that I need. Who would have thought? So let's see, let's start with you. And then I'm gonna need wood gears. And I noticed that it does say something about a portable generator or something, so I am assuming I'm going to need to be able to throw power into this somehow. What are you? Okay, guess I just haven't hovered over those yet. Bots themselves. Yeah, that's pretty cheap, honestly. It needs those circuit boards, but I should have like 1,000 of those shoved in a chest somewhere. Yeah, I can already make 15 of you. Very cool, very cool. Got it on 1.1. Yeah. Did you ever get the separate install so you don't have to downgrade when you switch versions? Yes, that's actually something that I've been doing for community maps for a while. That's why when I started, well, maybe you weren't here when I very first started, but I was getting a lot of the vanilla progression, like, not achievements, but the, like, little knowledge things, and I had to change a couple settings after I'd already started streaming. I tried to take care of the ones that I remembered off the top of my head, but there were a couple, like being able to grab ghosts for items that you didn't have, that I just straight up forgot were a setting. Let's actually see how these things work. So which one of you... Basic personal Roboport equipment. Basic portable generator equipment. You have an equipment? You have an equipment grid. Okay. Okay. I mean, sure. So now, I do that. Really? Hold on. Oh, okay, it did something. Oh, is it just really slow? Maybe? No? I'm not sure why that took so long. Whatever. I'm hoping that's... Okay. I mean, that's fair. That's fine. How many... What is the bot capacity? Max robots 10. Okay, well, I've already crafted more than 10. Oh well, I have 15. I guess... The extra 2 can, they can just be there. It does look like gear production is starting to lag behind on the science. But that's just wood income. But hopefully that wood income can be resolved as I start transitioning over to the lumber mill. I am definitely going to have to do a lot of restructuring to take advantage of the lumber mills, though. So, let's grab you. You moved out of the way. Okay. I've said it like 4 times now. I have to actually lock in and figure out where the lumber mills are gonna go. I think I'll have all of my lumber and gears produced down here, and then I'll just funnel them up into science. Yeah, there's not really a better way to do it at the moment. I didn't leave room for the lumber mills, really. So I might do like a row down here that can expand, and then below that I'll do gears, so they can also expand as needed. So let's say like 2 lumber to 1 gear down below. Something like that. And since these do need fuel, and there is no steam version or anything, I can always use burner inserters with them. I might actually direct insert here. So you make gears, you take 4, I think you produce 3, so yeah, maybe direct insertion isn't really the way to go then. Yeah, I'll just have you down there somewhere. Let's see. He was complaining about it last time, yeah, okay. You play Factorio on a Steam Deck exclusively. Yeah, I got a Steam Deck. Yeah. Can remote play on. Okay, remote play on a Steam Deck is one of those things that's always seemed really cool to me. I've never had a Steam Deck, but if I were ever going to get some sort of portable console-like thing, Steam Deck is definitely the one I'd be most interested in. How many rows did I leave in here? So, it's enough. Yeah, that's gonna work, because that allows me to output gears while still having the input lumber. Or I could say lumber... could say gears go below. And then one of these is a dedicated fuel belt. But then that doesn't work well. Yeah, that doesn't work well. So yeah, one of these is going to be a dedicated... Ooh, I keep thinking of new things to be worried about. With these belt speeds, half a belt is only about 3 items a second. I literally fill an entire belt with one of these machines. Which is kind of making me think maybe I just use steam inserters. The input inserters don't have to be burners because the machines themselves need fuel. So I will still input wood up here. And you need 4 a second. That's probably more than a single... Ooh, wow. If you need 4 a second... Yeah, that's a lot. I keep forgetting that with these tier about 4 items a second is actually quite a lot of throughput demand. So maybe I will use steam inserters through here. Yeah, that's interesting. Okay. Let me grab some underground pipes and make some more standard pipes. I've already reached, not very far. Once again, those birds are just... There's something about the bird sample used there that's making me think that I should be rotting in hell. Which, if you weren't here and don't know the context, that's going to seem like a really weird statement to make, but you know what? I won't elaborate. It's more fun that way. Oh, that's not quite what I wanted. And there we go. The bots are very, very slow, as you would expect from bots made of wood. But I, all the same, am still happy to have them. Let's see. How am I gonna deal with this? I can just do that. No big deal. That's a full belt of lumber right there. And I can long steam arm. I even have some. Yeah, I think that's fine. I think that's fine. Don't know why I did that with ghosts, but too late to think about it now. So you are also going to need fuel, of course. Let's just get a fuel belt down here. This is already supplying the miners. I can just continue dragging that down this way. And then have a burner inserter feed over here. Then I will have to drag it up this way, but I'll worry about that in just a second. In fact, I'll just continue from this one instead. Did I expect that what would be different? Also, where is my raw wood? Okay, raw wood is right here. So, I actually don't need any of this anymore. Yeah, literally all of this can go. I'll keep the fuel line on the top, and probably pick off the wood right there. Yeah, up to that splitter can go. In which case, I might as well take off the little bits of wood coming down so that this can be a full fuel belt. There we go. And then I don't need the filter anymore. That can just go. Thanks, guys. I'm helping. If you get close enough to me and you have an item and I can pick you up, then I will. The bots... No, I mean, tier 1 bots are always going to be slow. That's just, you know, that's par for the course. That's how it goes. I'm still happy to have them. I love bots. Bots are fantastic. All the same, it's not like, you know, going from tier 4 Bob's bots, I'll just put it that way, to wood bots again, it does sting, but it would be weird if it didn't. Getting wood down here is a little challenging, but I think I can make it happen. Ah, yeesh. Okay, or maybe not. So, you're gonna come this way. And then I have to feed you down somewhere along the way. So let's just underground here and send the wood belt down this way. Oh, that's not what I wanted. There we go. It was terrible wordplay. Okay. I did notice, but I was also wondering if there's a genuine question in there, so I was going to answer just in case. I'm gonna need long arm for the fuel. Gold pipe in the way? Yeah, I know it is. Kinda thought I'd be able to just quick replace you. Okay, so wood, I want to be the close belt, I think, and then fuel can be the far belt. So let's go ahead and get that set up. Give me one more underground. That's all I asked for. Thank you. Now you can come up, and in you go. Okay, so that's going to give you fuel. That's going to give you input. I do need steam down here. So let's go ahead and make some more steam pipe. Clear the trees away so I can run behind you. Can I even... No. Not even any point in trying to underground that. So let's just run the pipes. Okay. So far so good. Let's get a inserter down here that can handle the outputting. Probably two of them. In which case... Yeah, you output 12 gears a second. That's literally 2 belts worth. Wow. Okay. I'm kind of rethinking my entire life right now. How do I get 12 per second out of here with just burner inserters and a 7 item per second wood belt? Okay, let's pick all that up. So, I can do one of these type things, and then how far do you go? You can go here. Okay, so that's gonna allow me 2 belts of gears out. Okay. I can live with that. That's fine. You're only going to get input from one of these guys, which is not ideal, because he can only produce 3 a second. So this input scheme is not going to work. On the other hand, I don't need this belt here anymore. So maybe I can just do this? That's pretty bad. It's pretty terrible, but whatever. I do need to raise it once, and then bring it back. And then let's just get a pipe in here. Okay. Oh yeah, you probably need a belt. I certainly don't know if I need both of those inserters. That's probably overkill, but whatever. It's not exactly hurting anything either. And let's just clear out a path for these belts to come out. Now, let's see. All I have left to do is actually work everything back in, which, as you might expect, is easier said than done. Let's just make a whole bunch of splitters and undergrounds. I am going to need them. So... Okay, here's where I want the lumber to be. But I can actually start it way down here because this was for gears, and I also don't want the gears anymore. So... let's rip all of this up. All of this. Oh. Yeah, okay. Let's rip all of this up, and then we'll figure things out afterwards. So I don't actually need this fuel line at all anymore, which means I'm gonna have an inventory that's absolutely full of peat. Oh yeah, I'm over 2,000 again. Let's go. And you can just be a belt. Thanks, guys. Oh, I love the little loop here. I don't even remember doing this. That's great. Why did I guess there was stuff in the way, but I absolutely do not need to do it that way anymore. Hold on. Let's put you there, and in. And I guess that was not meant to be a fuel belt. My inventory's full. Yay. Alright, box time. Let's just go somewhere up here, and all the peat goes in. And all the moisture metalite can probably go in there too, somewhere. And I'll come and grab you if I ever need you. Okay. I have no idea what that belt was supposed to be anymore. Looks like you are circuits. So you just go there. And then down and over. Okay. Everyone is all cool, it looks like. Except you aren't supposed to be just... You aren't supposed to be just fuel, you're also supposed to have lumber on you. Okay. Okay, so lumber is supposed to be in there. Let's clear the belt. There we go. And lumber is right here, fortunately, so that's a pretty easy problem to solve. Let's just go right here. That split in, and continue undergrounding up this way. And in you go. Okay, awesome. That's gonna restart production there. And also run you down this way. And then gears can join from somewhere. I'll figure them out in just a second. Pete, when he hears he's the center of this mod, yeah. Can you make circuits in lumber mill? Yes. Waiting for a laptop to be charged before starting Factorio. Yeah, it's certainly not something you want to have your laptop die on you. I said yes so confidently. I have no idea. I'm pretty sure you can. Yes, you can. So I will replace this when I can, but that's for future me at the moment. I'm trying to get the gears and production I already have in place settled in before I worry about any new production. So let's see. I want gears going this way, but some of those gears can also be sent up into science. Yeah, it's a little tricky. Because if I do need more lumber, I want to be able to expand it, but at this point there's already so many things in the way, I would probably just start expanding it over here. So let me treat this as kind of like a little throughway here. So if I have 2 belts of gears side by side going up this way, then that should be just fine. So one of these can be science, and one of these can be for just production of something. There we are. And then you can be for science. Okay, let's actually get these run down now. And let's see. So you can go there. Then you will go there. And I will go ahead and have a splitter here, so that, I don't know, if for some reason it's imbalanced, then we'll balance it out. It should automatically be lane balanced due to the fact that we're pulling out of the same machine, and it can go to either side of the belt. So the only thing I'd be worried about is one of these lanes pulling more gears than the other, and then this one will have that sorted right at the source. Let's see. Where's that get me? Where even am I? So, gears and lumber can now flow in, and that's started kicking things back to life over here. Love to see it. Okay. I do now want to rip the lumber out of here, so that science can be run off of the lumber I'm getting with productivity. Though, you are not running because you have no wood. Well, best I can do is just start and see if everything's okay, and if it's not okay, then we'll fix it when we get there. And there we go. I'm going to leave those pipes because those are supplying stuff somewhere, I'm sure. So I do need to replace the steam pipes down this way. There we are. So that's got that kicked back to life now. And let's see. So gears need to be up here. You even need lumber? You don't even need lumber. Never mind. You only need gears. I can ditch this now. Don't think that's gonna be too terribly important anymore. So, I do want to replace it, it's just not going to be placed up here. Easiest way is probably to just underground right in this area. And then feed you upwards. And now I can replace this guy here because you are still my source of belt. So I do still want to keep gears in here. Yeah, that's fine. Let's say like 200. You are going to need fuel. Kind of only just realizing that now. You know what? You get to be steam. Yeah, you guys just get to be steam. I'm cool with not worrying about fuel for this section right here. Let's just ignore it. That's the best way to handle all your problems. Just pretend they aren't there. Thanks, guys. If I'm gonna do that, I could actually just do that. There we go. Okay. Lumber does... Okay, I did need lumber for the belts themselves, actually. And that's never going to be on here again. So... I can pick all of this up, actually. You don't need to be there anymore. You don't need to be there anymore. What does need to be here is fuel for the assembler. And do I actually want to keep belts there, or do I just move belts over here? I think it makes more sense at this point to just move belt. Yeah, let's just move the belt. There we go. Does anything... Where can I shove these? For the time being. I can shove them in here. There we go. Can I... Yeah, I can do better than that. There we go. Okay. Now... Can I make belts in you? By any chance? I can make belts in you. Okay. Okay, that's actually very nice to know. Let's make a couple more then, because productivity on belts is going to be very helpful. I need some stone bricks. There's some burner assemblers, that's in there. A little gold, I can throw some gold in, I guess. A little more lumber. No idea what I'm gonna run out of first at that rate, but we'll see what happens. And I guess while that's going, I will come up here and see if I can't make one more ag tower. I already have the ability to build the rocket silo. Why? There you are. Because I put all my gold and stone bricks in the other guy. Fair enough. Let's grab some gold, let's grab some bricks. There we go. And let's go 2 more ag towers. That seems like a good idea to me. Oh, I forgot I planned these out and then never actually built them. So, run free, my bots. Have fun. Trees and rocks only. And then let's start clearing some of this area. The ag towers will actually help with clearing the area out, so I guess I should go ahead and get them down first. There we are. Oh, there's an achievement, I guess. I am out of underground. Let's craft a few more of those. Come on, guys, you got this. You can do it. I believe in you. Oh, and there's another achievement. Not sure. Oh, okay, that's not supposed to be connected. Never mind. We're all cool. We need fuel. Enjoy. Okay. And that should be everything all cool to go. Like that's gonna come, you're gonna get fueled up. You're gonna start, and that'll get the seeds going. Okay, all cool. And there we go. Alright, so that's 2 more ag towers down. Don't know how much that's actually going to improve my wood production, but however much it's going to be, I sure needed it. We are getting to the point where we almost have half of a wood belt of wood. Almost being the operative wood there, so that's still only like 3.5 wood a second, but, you know, I guess that's better than what I had. Imagine getting on track. Oh god, that's... I don't think that's physically possible, because even Factorio speedrunners have a hard time getting on track like a pro. Like, that is legitimately a challenging one. Or, I say speedrun, not like every speedrunner ever, but I've definitely seen people who would call themselves speedrunners who would have trouble with that one. Let's go ahead and get lamps on these guys. Glad I came up here and checked, because for some reason you decided to not fuel yourself. Couple more. I think that's the last one. Yes, it was. Come on home, guys. There we go. Gives me a little light up in that area, at least. Okay, how is this going? Okay, so we're officially using enough steam that the moisture metalite is not a problem anymore. Now it's just amounts of gold input is the bottleneck on gold. Which, to be fair, we're doing pretty well on gold. And we can even make circuits with productivity once we get a few more lumber mills, so that'll also help out in that direction. Speaking of which, here's 3 more. And another one on the way. Like how getting on track is probably the hardest time achievement, when I think most people would expect the 8 hour. I can get the 8 hour if I'm just playing like regular vanilla Space Age. I can get the 8 hour one without even trying, like not even bragging. It's not that hard, honestly, as long as you know how to play the game and what you're doing. But the train, I don't think I've ever gotten getting on track like a pro. Like, I'm sure I could if I was really focused on doing it, but like, that is hard. I got getting on track like pro my first Space Age run. Only so far. Yeah, like if I'm concentrating on trying to play the game fast, I guess that's the important detail there, is that if I'm really concentrating on going fast, I'm sure I could do it. I just usually don't. It's just not typically the way that I enjoy playing the game. Split this here and run you up that way. If the bots are going to be so kind as to build my second column of stone smelting, I may as well make use of it, even if all of my stone mines are already depleted. Let's go ahead and pick up all of this. And there we go. There we go. Okay. And then just the last of these little belts this way. Oh, there's actually... There's a little more in here. Don't know exactly how that was missed. But I guess I will go ahead and grab it. If it's here, might as well. Do that. And how much are you 182. You know what? Have some peat. Have fun. Yeah. That's not a lot of stone. I'm gonna need a new stone patch pretty soon. So there we go. Fortunately, there's several. It's not like I'm hurting for stone patches or anything. Let's see, where does that leave me? How is the base doing as a whole? I'm going to underground some of these pipes so I can walk through my base again. There we go. So gold income could be better, but the belt's at least half saturated. Wood seems great. Bricks are great. How's production on the left? I'm seeing full belts and mostly full boxes. What are you waiting on? Circuits. You just don't have timber anymore. That's weird. Why not? You should. I guess part of this is messed up. Yeah, I guess there is just peat on the wrong side of the belts there. Okay, so with all that out of the way, I do want to go ahead now and make circuits in a lumber mill. I have 3 lumber mills left, so I might as well get on it. Let's pick up this area. And let's grab this little lamp blueprint so that I can toss some lamps around. I think it just makes the place look a little nicer. Let's see, 8 hours is easy in Space Age as no purple and yellow. Exactly. Like, all you need is some basic oil production. Blue circuits, in my opinion, are the hardest part. LDS can be challenging depending on how aggressively you set up your smelting stacks and all, but yeah, it's usually not even that bad. Thanks, bot. What would I do without you? Okay, so next tier takes gold wire and lumber, and I'm gonna need a fuel line, but I've got a fuel line coming down this way, so that's not any issue. I just make you kind of inline here. Enough that you can have an input belt. Let's get a go in there. And then I'll do a similar thing I did over here for your output. Make sure I set your recipe to circuits. So lumber and gold cable. Gold cable cannot be made in a lumber mill, but I will just have a... do I want a regular or steam? How much do you need? 8 cable. Not that I need that much circuit throughput, certainly. Even if I say half. Let's say 4. Yeah, that's still 2 steam assemblers. And while I have been trying to use more steam, we are actually using a little too much steam at the moment. Just as it turns out. So I don't want to use more steam than I already am. That does make this a little challenging. Where are my standard burner assemblers? So for each circuit assembler, 8 would be 8 regular burner assemblers. That is a lot of burner assemblers. Okay, let's just move you down a little, maybe to like here. Keeping your hands clean in one run. Keeping your hands clean, that is an evil achievement. That is, like, they knew exactly what they were doing when they came up with that achievement, don't get me wrong. It's just, that one is devious. Okay, here's lumber. I'll just have gold cable on the other side. Or maybe gold I can even direct insert. Like, how many fit in here? Can I get 3? I can't. I can only get 2 in the footprint of a lumber mill. Keep in mind, I would need 8. 8 to keep it running full time. So I would literally need like a completely separate area that is dedicated to just producing cable. So maybe I was right the first time. Maybe I put this up here, and then I just have a whole bunch of assemblers down here dedicated to making gold cable. Let me do that. At the very least, I can't think of a better way to get that done. So let's say I just have a whole bunch of assemblers in a row down here that just make gold cable. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, that is lined up. So 6, 7, 8. That's a lot of assemblers. Just to keep up with one guy. So let's see. They can probably input and output from the bottom. That seems reasonable enough. How much? Okay, so I do want output to be the close belt. And after 3 of these, I'm already at belt capacity. So after 3, I have to do one of these type things. And then output this way. So 1, 2, 3. And after that, I literally would need a second belt just for the amount of gold cable 1 lumber mill requires. But there we have it. Okay, so let's see. So that's output, and they can feed themselves since the machines themselves will have fuel, that's no problem. But they do still need gold as an input. And with 8 of these guys, that's still 4 gold a second. It is still 4 gold a second. That's a lot of gold. And I would turn some of these into steam or something, but like I already said, we're actually already consuming more steam than we can sustain. Our tanks are already down to about 3/4, so actually once I'm done with this, I'm going to have to go find something that is currently steam that I can make not steam. Yeah, even at 0.5 a second, this is literally more gold than this belt can support, because half of this is going to have to be fuel. Which is kind of telling me that maybe I built this 1 tile too close, and I have to bring you down just a little bit. Because if I were to leave it here, there's literally no way to supply the machines on the end. I need another belt to come in. So I guess for the time being, I'm gonna just stand here. A perfect opportunity for a drink, and let the bots deconstruct and reconstruct this entire setup. there we go. While this is happening, let me look at the recipe for the silo. That's something I could build right now. I know that the parts that it takes are a little bit expensive. Wood liquefaction... Hold on, what do I actually do with wood liquefaction? Kinda half remember looking at this. I can make plastic. And that returns some of the wood pulp. I think I send wood pulp in... make you. Okay, I definitely want to use the steam recipe, I think, because we're so shy on wood. I make blue circuits? I make blue circuits with you? That's... interesting. Okay. How interesting. Okay, what I'm seeing is I do need a lot more gold stromatolite, which means I need a lot more of the gold setups. Which means I should probably go ahead and start making more burner agricultures, but I think I can make those made in... I can make them in a lumber mill, so I realize this is only half set up. I will get back to it in just a second. But I have a lumber mill on me, and in this area up here where I have the lumber mill making lumber mills, I also want a lumber mill that makes the ag towers. So go ahead and do that, and just whatever scraps or resources I have, I'll throw in there. Yeah, I didn't expect I'd be able to fully make one, but all I need are gears and lumber. So let's go grab some gears and some lumber. Might as well grab a little gold while I'm up here. Let's see. This planet wants to... yeah, wants scaling later rather than now. Absolutely, yeah. Just why I was a little surprised to see people build so big on Discord. I'm gonna skip this until next complex map. Yeah, that's fine. Buffering hits bad. Oh yeah, I can see that over on the side. It looks like it's buffering pretty hard. Well, yeah, again, I don't really know what to do or say about that. If it gets to the point where it's just truly unwatchable, then I might just go ahead and call it early. I've already been going for over 5 hours now, but that's kind of a last resort. What would I need for you? Gold, lumber, bricks. Let me go ahead and get just like one more ready to go. So gold, lumber's down here. And bricks. Bricks are on a belt over this way, I think. Let me see. You're actually a fair ways away, but oh well. I can stand on this empty belt that should have, I think, gold on it. Looking at that blue circuit makes me think the most effective thing to do is going to be shipping them out rather than making them anywhere else. Absolutely, like looking at that recipe, everything looks like it's pretty much free. Like you can just farm the materials on that. Like that looked great. Was there actually anything that wasn't farmable? No, everything on this is absolutely completely renewable. So let's see. Let's just throw some bits in here. I think I just threw my stone in here. Oh well, whatever, you need stone too. Let's just go grab more. There we are. And that way I just have another lumber mill whenever I happen to need it. Here's another 9 burner agricultural towers. Sure. I am getting quite long, and I would like to be able to output to the other side of this belt soon. So what I might do is start mirroring this. So let's just grab you, and then give you the old horizontal flip. And like, right there. Now of course that's going to take forever to build, and I probably don't have the belts and all necessary to do that, but that's what bots are for. I am missing lumber to be able to make more splitters and stuff, so maybe I will focus on getting just the first layer built. There we go. Go ahead and throw a little bit of fuel into you, and then let's see, how do I want this to work? So there's my input. Wood comes down this way. And underground you there. But I don't want to. That actually... yeah, that's not what I want to do at all, actually. Can I come down this low? I can. Okay. How good is your internet? Evidently not very. I mean, typically I can stream without any issue. Like, you know, you've seen me quite a few times, but just every now and then it does not want to cooperate. Is that good? That's good. I'm putting it down here because so far all of my wood is on the left side of the belt, so this will actually allow me to very neatly get some wood on the right half of the belt and just fill it out, which is actually quite nice. Okay, I am officially out of undergrounds, but those I can make. I just can't actually make the splitters. So once I am in need of more splitters, then I'm just out of luck. I will continue building as much as I can in the meantime, though. Let's just go ahead and get rid of all of that stuff up there. And yeah, I have hit the point where I need more splitters. I'll just stand here, let them finish whatever they're going to be able to finish from right here, and then I'll turn around and go grab the resources to make some splitters, and probably while I'm down there, go ahead and set up belt automation. Let's make sure you actually... why are you on the wrong side? Sure, whatever. That's fine. Oh, actually, it might not be fine. Make sure. Okay, you are going to put on the top. That's a byproduct of having flipped the blueprint. The wood is where I want it. It's actually the fuel that is wrong. Oh no, that's how it is over here. Never mind. Okay, let me figure this out before I leave, because I'm gonna have to repaste this blueprint over all of these guys as well. With the wood on the top, that makes this a lot more challenging. So, funny enough, it could absolutely just do this also, and just not worry about it. That works just fine. You, on the other hand, do not work. Okay, so that is a problem. So, let's see. Looking at this, I have this inserter here who's trying to place on the bottom half of a belt. I also have fuel that's going on the bottom half of the belt, but I could literally just pick you up and put you right there. And now you work just fine. Are there any other problems that I might have? You're gonna work. You work. I think everything is okay. Yeah, I will go ahead and copy-paste this over top of all of my existing designs up here, since I've got all the kinks ironed out. You have to manually pick up that one inserter, which is perfectly fine. And let's just get all of those placed in. All cool. And that's everything. Okay. Thanks guys. I'm gonna go ahead and turn you off for right now, and we're gonna go grab some splitters so that we can continue building out. I'm gonna need a lot more wood if I am going to be using that wood liquefaction recipe, so believe me, this is far from overkill. Let's see. My mines also are steadily getting to the point where, well, not that I'm gonna need to go out and find another peat mine, but that I am gonna need to start expanding out to the rest of the patch very soon. It's a pretty large patch, it's just hard to see. If I go in the map view and turn that off, you can see the patch right here. So I'm only mining this one little sliver right at the very top, so there's a whole big patch here still to go. All the same, if I need more belt production, let's come over here and set up more belt production. Actually, already ripped out my old belt production, on the assumption that I was already going to do this earlier, so probably a good idea that I get over here and get to it before I run out of my last bits of belts. I have to start handcrafting them again. Let's do that. And I think that's actually all the research I have available at the moment. I don't know if I've ever played Factorio and run out of research. That's interesting. Thank you, little guys. So I only have one lumber mill. Can I go make more lumber mills? I should have checked on that before I ran all the way over here, I guess. Let's see, there were 3 in there. Okay. See, I knew I was gonna need them. So, let's see. I can pop this guy over here. And then just kind of daisy chain up the way. You're going to be the standard belt. You are going to be splitters, because you take special stuff. And then you're going to be underground. I guess there were a couple more trees to chop down. Thanks, guys. What would I do without you? Alright. Let's get a dedicated fuel lane. Oh, is that the way I want to do this, though? I was going to say let's get a dedicated fuel lane, but all of the inserters are also going to need fuel. So that doesn't really make any sense, actually. Does anyone not need lumber? Everyone needs lumber, okay. So, first things first, let's grab some of the circuits down here. Just so I can actually make a couple splitters, I'm going to need a few. There we are. So, let's go to here. I want a line right here, and a line right here. This one is going to be half lumber, half fuel, and then this one will eventually be half fuel and half gears. I just have to actually figure out how to make that happen. Let's see. Looks like a mistake or original design that just accidentally worked there. Ah, gotcha, okay. I was, sorry, I was looking back at the stream trying to figure out what you could be talking about, because I'm doing something else. The seed inserter, yeah. I got what you mean. So let's see. I need fuel. And I need gears. So let's also underground you. Wow. This is going to be challenging. And by challenging, I mean very possibly actually impossible. So 1, 2, 3. I think that's correct. Yes, it is. I guess I don't have any undergrounds, so let's get those placed in. So that can be for fuel for lumber. And then this is going to be gears, but I want fuel to hit right here for the gears. There we go. That at least gives me something to shoot for. And then underground those guys. Wow. Okay, do this. Do that. Move all of these guys out of the way. I want a splitter here. Actually, I want a splitter here. And then you go up. And then we're going to have a splitter down this way. Somehow I feel like this entire quote-unquote bus has moved up a lane. I can't be bothered to care. That's fine. So let's see. Oh, I didn't actually connect you. So in you go, and that gives me fuel on gears and on lumber. So burner inserter. Let's just say here and long. And then when we move up a step, we can just flip you for a little bit of symmetry. And then, again, just for fun. All of these guys need gears. All of them need timber. So that's the shared requirements out of the way. How's the noise? That is a good question. Oh, perfectly fine. Not a problem in the least. There's a tiny little base over that way. Really not all that concerned about it. So you need circuits and belts, and you just need belts. You can power yourself. You can power yourself. So you're already done. You're already done. You need circuits. I think I can manage that. So, tree in the way. Bots, while I'm building stuff, can you take care of that? Okay. So, split there. Keep you going that way. Actually, might also just underground you there. And then fuel and circuits. You go there. And on we go. I don't think there's actually anything else I want to put on this little mini bus, but in case there is, I have the option to continue expanding it. For the time being, there's your input. I need a couple more of those, and everything should be working. Didn't get attacked at all. Yeah, it doesn't really seem to be that big of an issue. Seems like I'm caught back up and buffering issues are gone enough. Okay, I hate that that's happening. Like I said, if it gets too bad, seriously, do just let me know. At this point, I've been streaming for over 5 hours. I would not be that opposed to calling it a night if buffering issues get too bad. But otherwise, my plan is to just keep going until I get the Nauvis. I legitimately don't think I'm that far away. Like if I weren't so focused on building up like automation and production for things, there's a fair chance I might already be done, but I'm not exactly stressing about that. I'm perfectly happy to, you know, it's an automation game, let's automate things. And there we are. So that's at least going to give me some productivity on belts. That's nice to see. It was pretty bad and you wound up way behind. I'd say at least get the Nauvis at this point. Yeah, like, I don't think I'm that far away at all. Speaking of which, what are you actually done in? A steam assembling machine, okay. I kind of thought there was another recipe for this. Oh, that's in a regular assembling machine, okay. So I would actually have to return to use the one that uses steam. That's actually pretty funny. I guess the steam on a steam assembler doesn't really count as a fluid input. That's just a fuel input. That's fun. That's interesting. You also can be made in only a steam assembling machine at this moment. So I am going to need steam assembling machines, which does mean I need more gold. So let's go ahead and get the more gold part figured out. Also, my stromatolites are backed up, so my gold production has died. That's not that cool. I wasn't paying attention to that, I guess. Guess I should copy these guys. Yeah, good enough. Let's see what I can do here. Can I make more efficient use out of the space? If I ripped up some of those belts, I could. That would not be an issue. I think that works. It's really hard to tell if that works. Let's get you some fuel. And then you'll start planting, and I'll also come over and start picking up the extra stromatolites, get all these guys up and running again as well. Sent the message about the mistake from the original inserter when you're replacing the second row of ag towers. I don't know when you ended up reading it. Yeah, I kind of got the feeling that it was a little behind. Same up here. Let's get this guy going again. There we are. And now that I actually have something I can do with these, I'll worry about where the belts wind up. There we are. Hopefully I won't need to make any more of those by hand. This is a nightmare. Let's get that deconstructed, and this deconstructed. Why do I have an odd number of undergrounds? Why do I have an odd number of undergrounds? Oh no! Oh no! Well, something's broken. I guess I'll find out later. Okay. Let's see. So this is gold ore. That can just come over this way. I need fuel. Let me go grab belts. I'm trying to build without belts, and that's not a good idea. Let me just go grab stuff. So when's next overhaul or space age community map? Oh, well, this is a space age community map. As for overhaul, though, that's going to be a little while, most likely. I don't have any exact plans, but with big overhauls, I usually give them 2 months, but for exactly the same reason, I can't do more than maybe 2 of them a year, because even if I do 2 a year, that's already a third of all of the community maps. So, it's something I try to be careful about. Also, it looks like I'm completely out of stone. There's one guy. there's one guy keeping me afloat right now. Oh, there's actually a little more stone that I can mine over this way. Go ahead and get that in. Belt will be a little ugly. Oh well, I don't think anyone has ever died from ugly belt. Don't ask me why I decided to do it that way. It just, the belts were already going down. That's just the way it's going to be. There we go. Thank you. Okay. So, back to gold. So, here's my output. Where's my filter? Okay. Filter you. This way, sure. This is pretty tight, actually. A lot tighter than I intended it to be. But then you can go in there. Fine. This is the fuel line, so that can actually come from down this way. Just bring that in by 1, so that I don't get contamination from over there. Or, not even contamination, it's just that would be awkward. So fuel line's here. Gold, however, is over there and still needs to be dealt with. So let's try something like this, and just see how that does. Okay. So here's ore. This is my ore input. So that's coming down this way. Merge you in there. And how am I getting you out? Also, what is this? Okay, that's the stromatolite. That's only stromatolite. Okay. Granted, I do still need to be worried about that. Maybe I can move the fuel belt out of the way just a little bit. Like so. In that case, actually just go ahead and move you over here. And then you can be even more not in the way. There we go. Okay. Factorio player with server OCD. Yeah. I've died from ugly belt. Let's see. Country, USA. If you ever get to the point of ending the community maps, just declare the final map as pie hard mode. Yeah. Yeah, I think that would do it. That would bring things to a halt pretty quickly. Let's see, so I want more in there. So I'll underground here. And in you go. I think that's restored everything. My output belt is still broken, but I'll figure that out in just a second. Where did that even go, actually? Here's my output belt. Okay. So this is where I need gold to be. Easier said than done, but I can get there. Okay. And then stromatolite. You just go that way. I'll worry about you in a minute. Consider who should be at the successor then for running community maps. Yeah, so far, I'll put it this way, if I've made it 10 years, like, unless I just drop dead tomorrow or something, I'm pretty sure I will be good to keep going as long as people stay interested in Factorio. I don't think I'll be pulling it anytime soon. Though you never can tell. Who knows? So it was USA or Canada. Yeah. I imagine when he stops, it'll be when Factorio's died. Exactly. Also, I can't help but notice there's more buffering. In fact, I don't even know if you're going to be able to hear me talking right now, but that buffering looked pretty nasty. Yeah, I hate that it's like that, especially for a first stream. That's real frustrating. Anyway, that's more gold production. I don't know if I'm gonna need more than that, but I'll get to it if I do need to. But yeah, gold was pretty dry for a while, so the belts are gonna be empty for a second. But my demand is not nearly this high. Not nearly as high as this would suggest. At a spike, it's back to okay now. Well, coming Factorio for a reason. Yeah. Did I ever even finish you? I never even finished you. Let's get you finished up, and then I can, I think I can actually start looking towards getting the rocket up. And I think if I can get the rocket up and I can get to Nauvis, I will go ahead and call it for tonight, since I have been having problems. I don't think I'll keep going for my usual, like, 10-hour stream or anything. Let's see, so I need this to be mixed gold and mixed fuel. That is a little challenging. But I can just do one of these type deals. Maybe do it the other way. That would probably make more sense. And then I can have this one come down this way. And this one will come over this way. I can underground a single belt worth right there. I can underground the belt right there, and that can be my gold input. There we go. I just need to actually get gold in here now. And gold's pretty far away. Gold is pretty far. Let's see, gold's all the way up here. So if I just start from here, let's say, that's not too terrible, I guess. There we are. I think that'll do. What? What am I doing? Why did I do this? There we go. That's what I wanted. Okay, that wasn't too bad, and I don't actually need gold to go that way anymore, so I can just completely divert it this direction. In which case, I think I'll just underground the wood instead. So I can pick all of this up, and then new circuits will be made down below. Not that one. Sorry. Let's get that in so I can walk through here, and then all of this can get ripped up. And all of this can get ripped up. I'm gonna have so much junk in my inventory. That's just the way the game goes. Okay, so that's lumber. All of that can be replaced with just normal belt for the most part. That can now be replaced with normal belt. Actually, let's not, because I still need somewhere for the circuits to come in. There we are. And there we are. You guys got this, I believe in you. You're strong, independent bots. Come on. Why is there an underground here? Okay, there we go. Okay, now, circuits. Let's just run circuits up, like, right here, I guess. Actually, I have 2 belts of circuits. Please do not underground the tree. I don't need 2 belts of circuits, to tell you the truth. I think I'm fine. There we are. So I think I'll just set a splitter on them down here. There we go. And if I need more, then I have the capacity for more, I guess. Can't help but notice you're not actually running. You have no lumber. Oh, and of course the gold cable doesn't actually make it up to you anywhere. That's also important. Also, wait, what is this? Huh? There we go. Okay. It's actually going to be real challenging to get you in there. It's going to be real challenging to get you in there. Yeah, okay. Let's see. I have it back 10 seconds to try and deal with it. And we have some young players and me and others. Yeah, it's, I gotta be straight with you. I don't know what the last part means. I'm sure that was probably relevant to whatever I was talking about at the time. But, I'll figure it out. Okay. So, let's see. That's gonna get gold coming in. That's cool. We have the gold wire. I just have to actually get the gold wire in. I can't help but feel like maybe the gold wire should have been flowing the other direction. So let's just pick all this up and get you going the other direction. So 1, 2, 3. We're gonna reverse all this stuff. So there you are. And there you are. Okay. Beautiful. That's gonna be stuck for eternity if I don't manually clear that, so let's get that going. And then we have all this. So how much does a steam inserter use? Max consumption doesn't really help me. I think I'm just using steam inserters in here. I'm literally already using too much steam. I acknowledge this. I just don't want to deal with fuel inputs for the wires. Just don't want to. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. So right here. Yes, indeed. Okay. Go ahead and curve you in one. And then send that boat up that way without any trouble. You can be over here, and you can be over here. There we go. And in we go. I don't need 2 belts of circuits, but I want 2 belts of circuits. Exactly. Like I really truly do not need that much production. But I can get that much production. And there we go. Okay. And I still need lumber. So let's grab some lumber from like right here. There we go. Okay. So that will get me circuits finally. And then everything else is already in place. The circuits come up and everything's cool. Okay. We are done. The circuit build is not in any way whatsoever expandable. If I need more circuits, I'm just kind of out of luck, but I'll deal with that when I need the circuits. Oh yeah, look at that. It's a thing of beauty. You'll love to see it. I'll even lane balance this guy up here. There we are. Since it looked like the wood was not lane balanced coming in. Okay. That's feeling a lot better. I feel like the base is in a much better place than it was even just 10 minutes ago. Younger was to do with possible succession. Ah, I gotcha. How is gold doing? Because it's still looking kind of sparse. Okay. Yeah, we're doing okay. Like, this looks pretty full, but keep in mind, it takes 20 minutes for each of these things to fill up. So even if we wait just a few seconds for something to get harvested, like there's a couple here we're waiting on, actually. I don't actually know why... I don't know why he isn't picking those. Okay, a little annoying. Oh well. Maybe there was just a backlog in there or something, so I haven't noticed that being an issue with any of the other guys. We are also already backing up on more of these stromatolites, so let me just pick those up. And this moist stuff I'm going to just go manually throw in the furnaces, I guess. Yeah, steam tanks are under half. So I am going to start running out of steam sooner rather than later. How long until better belts? Yeah, like, my goal for tonight is to get off of this planet, and once I land on Nauvis, I start from scratch. It's basically like starting the game normally. It's just, this is something that happens first. I am trying to think about what the best approach is here. How can I help my production out? Because it's a fine balance here between producing enough steam to keep everything running and producing too much steam and having gold back up and die. Like, there is legitimately a concern of producing too much here. And I know there is a recipe to basically void the moist stromatolite, but that just doesn't feel good. I don't like voiding things. You start the game normally, but you have a 5-6 hour wood-based hallucination beforehand. Exactly. You have like a shroom trip as the ship is heading to Nauvis, and then you wake up and you start building. I have so much wood on me for no reason. Let me go check this into the lumber mills. You know what? Maybe what I can do then is something I meant to do a little bit earlier. And give the ship a nice little floor. There we go. Alright, maybe I'll help the bot out a bit. And by a bit, I mean, maybe I'll just do it. I'll just do the whole thing. There we go. I think that's everything. Yeah, looks like that was everything. There we go. Beautiful. I'm not gonna worry about the rest of the parts, they're fine. They get to stay. But, the ship gets a wooden floor underneath it. Maybe I'll do something similar with, these guys over here. There we go. These are the star of the base. They get some flooring. Have fun, guys. Why are you out of fuel? Oh yeah, I never finished this area, either. That's, something I should also be looking at. You got stuck holding seeds. Okay. So I guess I will update the blueprint here. Let's go filter, heat, and then another guy over here. And you're going to be filtered to seeds. There we go. And then I will just copy this to absolutely everyone. Horizontal flip. In you go. Very cool. Okay. Let's copy... Well, I guess it's fine. Which way do you go? So, vertical flip. There we are. Vertical flip. Get all that placed. Very good. The bots are a little slow, so I am making sure that I don't accidentally, like, miss a belt or something. There we go. The nickname got popular as pseudo-modded drugs into Factorio, so you can trip on them for 5 to 6 hours, yeah. Where did I leave off? Let's go ahead and recopy this so that it is the correct orientation. I left all my bots behind, sorry guys. I'm just gonna do this because I still have to build all this stuff anyway, so I might as well have the correct blueprints in place. And then let's come all the way back down here. Yep, you guys just gotta catch up. That's the nature of the game, guys. Shouldn't be so slow. I'm looking at the blueprint that I've copy and pasted now, and I'm very confused why there is this little bit of belt sticking out here. I don't think that needs to be there. There we go. Oh, welcome back, guys. Let's go ahead and get all these tree seeds tucked into there. Let's get tree seeds into you. And tree seeds into you. Otherwise, I'm going to be carrying around a whole bunch of tree seeds for no real reason. And I can even tuck you into there. Very good, okay. Missing construction bots, yeah, that's the way it is when you can only use 10 at a time. Wooden gold got you tripping. Yeah, there's some fumes in the air or something. It was there for moral support. Made the main belt feel better. Like, we're all here with you. Let's go ahead and get these trees that are kind of just in the way cut down. Oh, I ran out of belt. I was not expecting that. Guess I'll have to go grab some more. Or, how quick was this? Yeah, I got some materials on me, I can just craft some. Yeah, I got all the splitters and undergrounds and everything, I just need actual, normal, regular old belt. Oh, and a couple inserters. Don't know how many I'm actually missing, since I was missing all of those, but since I had those, I assume I should be fine? Looks like it. If not, then I'll find out later, I guess. Oh, I was missing that guy. Weird that just that one inserter was randomly missing. Not anyone else. But I guess we're fine. Okay. That's, that's fine by me, I guess. Okay, let's see, where does that get me? How far am I from the silo? So, I need bricks and I need gold. Let's just pick up some gold. And I need even more gold, okay? I can do that. And 4 more gold, okay. Now I have enough. Now I need bricks. I think I am actually out of stone. So, probably a good idea to go ahead and start tapping a new mine for peat and for stone. Or rather, just get more miners placed. So So let's just do this. I put you too close. You know what? Legitimately, it might be faster with bots here. So... there we go. Could I have copy and pasted this? Of course. I just, I did it. I love this game. I mean, so do I. Like, legitimately, what a good game. How many thousands of hours have I spent in here, you know? What am I looking for? Regular belt. Just need regular belt. So, let's go get this set up, and then I'm gonna need a couple more stone mines. Just a couple. And then I'm going to, ooh. I don't like the way that works out. Yeah, I don't really like the way that works out. So I really do want to input from here, because that's where all the filtering and splitting and everything goes, and... maybe I'll have it go the other direction. That's not even possible. Okay. So it has to come this way. Has to turn here. Yeah, okay. Best I can do is just, the old loop around. In you go. Well, that's my peat problem solved for the time being. Let's go get more stone. Let's go get stone in the absolute pitch black. Of course. Let's go for this patch over here. Just because this is a mixed patch and I don't really want to have to deal with that. So let's go for this one. Flip the miners. Hold on. Are they the wrong way around? Nah, they're fine. I'm clearing out the edges of this mine like I'm gonna completely fill it. I have like 12 of these. They also need fuel, so I'm gonna have to run fuel down here. So let's just do... oh, let's make one more. And there we go. So you can run out that way. Here's your fuel, and here's your fuel. You're going to need inserters. Is that good? Yeah, that's good. And then same up here. I was saying this earlier, but in case anyone new has joined us since, I love this music. It's so fun. Very, very strong, like, Hat in Time vibe. And I really like that game's music, so that's a high compliment, high praise. That's too close. There we are. So all I need to do is get the fuel actually in here, and then I need to get the stone out. So where does that get me? Okay, that's not too terrible. Why are you out of fuel? Hold on. Just quick distraction real quick. What? Wait, what? How did I ever wind up with gold ore on you? I don't know. Seems like the problem's solved. It was just a temporary problem, it looks like. But I do have to jumpstart you now. Oh well. That's fine. You have enough. Let me just refill you. Yeah, I'm definitely going to need to do something with all this extra stromatolite. All my other guys have already backed up and are stopped, so it's definitely important that that one gets moving. But for the time being, let's get the stone figured out. So here is my stone input. I guess actually that should have stayed. And then I'll just run that one this way, and I'll make sure you have an input priority for this guy so that these guys run out sooner. Split that. You come down this way. And then you can go out. Come on guys, you got this. Thank you. So then I have my input belt and my output belt. And let's just grab a little chunk of that and not just run it every which way like a crazy person. Just completely missed. Very, very slowly now. We can copy that in. There we go. You guys got this. I believe in you. I would lay it by myself, but there's so many trees in the way that I'm sure I'd wind up missing a belt somewhere. So I'm just letting them handle the tricky bits through the forest. All the same, here's the fuel belt. And then stone can come up this way. I still have an odd number of undergrounds, by the way. Still don't know where the oddball goes. And there we go. So let's go ahead and give this a jump start since I have so much peat on me anyway. And then there's my new stone. Okay, so gold. What can I do with the stromatolite? Also, I need a whole bunch of you, and that's going to be stone brick. So let's go ahead and just make a lot of those. Just get those crafting. Why does it show I can't make you? You can only be made in a steam assembler. Fair enough, I guess. Why not? I think I launched my rocket off 4 stone mines. I mean, exactly. It's not like I need a lot. Mod author grab music from Free Music Archive. Refined jelly is good for power. It is. Selected stuff that fits really well, though. Yeah, I was talking about it at length earlier. It's just, I don't know, it's got a real good vibe to it. I don't know. Just very, very nice. Right, stromatolite. The stuff. What are you good for? You're made into plastic. But I can't actually do that yet. So I have to just turn you into peat? Oh no, I have to be able to make blue circuits, don't I? Or is that not something I have to do? Hold on. Let me grab more stone bricks and get the rocket down so I can actually see what it's like. Can I just do this? Oh, that's much easier. I should have just done that. Okay. That's gonna take a lot of handcrafting. Oh god. I should have grabbed raw materials first. Let me go do that. I'm fine with handcrafting while I come grab stuff, but I will just cancel once I've got my materials. Also circuits. So let's go grab circuits. Wait, why aren't there any circuits? What? I don't have inserters. I don't have inserters. Okay, cool, yay, woo! Let's, hey guys, let's finish the circuit build. There we go. Yay! Okay, and I do, it does look like I need more than a single inserter there. Little better. Honestly, could even use more. Now the problem is gold. I'm fine with that. I don't need this much production. I'm perfectly cool with that. Anyway. Start again. And there we go. Okay. Well, that was fun. Let's get a steam assembler down somewhere. And just manually make a couple of those radars, because I want them. There's not really any other reason, I just, I think I should have some. Alright, I need gold. I really need just all the stuff. Let's just go grab all the stuff. There's gold. Let's go grab some of the wood products. Grab a few more gears. Some lumber. I need anything else. I don't remember anything else. Lumber, gold, gears. Oh, the circuits, I guess. I can go grab a few more of those. There we are. I'll never guess what you need for rocket parts. Wood and gold. Shocking. Hopes and dreams. What else would you power a wooden rocket with? Yeah, well, and wood pulp. Don't forget the wood pulp. Alright. So let's see. Where do I want to dot these around? Can I... Hold on. There we go. Does that give me highlighting? It does not give me highlighting. That's too bad. How about on the map? Okay, I get some highlighting on the map. I can put you here. And then let's see. That gives me that square. How many chunks is that? Looks like three chunks. That's not bad. I'm sure it says on the tooltip. I'm just not looking at it. Oh god, where is fuel? I guess I don't get fuel in this direction anywhere. This radar just gets to be over here. That's fine. I don't need coverage of that area anyway. I have one more. I can put you, like, over here, I guess. That's fine. Do I have any more ready to go? There's 4. That's probably all I need, actually. Let me not waste more resources on any more. I've already got one more coming. Also, let me get the rocket down, like I said I was going to do. Can't think of a better place than right here. Escaping Lignumis. Take a generous inventory with you. Really? I did not know that. Pack mostly infrastructure items, to have a quick start on Nauvis, leave fuel, gold, and science packs behind. Research everything, yep. Make noise while you're gone, we'll expand, make sure your base is protected. Expansion's actually a good point. I wasn't really thinking about expansion. So I probably do want to put some turrets down before I go, which means I should probably start automating ammo just while I'm here, because that's gonna take a minute. So let's get you guys down here. You're gonna need fuel though. Okay. Alright. Burner long arm. I can do like that, which means I can do burner inserters for output, and you can go into boxes, but for the actual wood input, I think I'll just use steams. That's just the easiest way to get it going. I'm already low on steam, so why not be lower, you know? Pipes. I need underground pipes. Oh, that will actually reach. I didn't think it would. So you can go here, start running pipes down this way, and then over. Very good. Okay. So that's gonna get ammo being produced. I could make you in a lumber mill. Do I have a lumber? I have a lumber mill. Okay, hold on. It only makes sense. It'll not only be faster, I get 50% productivity. Like, not making it a lumber mill is literally just irresponsible. So, lumber mill. Where can I get you? Maybe just right in line, like right here. It doesn't quite fit the theming of the other two because they're making buildings, but you know, that's fine. I can also make walls in you if I really wanted to, which maybe I do. Maybe that would be a good idea. Let's priority output to the right. Get you down this way and in here. So let's grab some steam inserters again. Here we are. And then you just need fuel. So, burner inserter. I do need steam up here, of course, so let's reroute the steam pipes. I didn't place a single radar and lost it when I saw there were burners. Yeah. Of course they are, but I didn't think about it. Yeah, they're burner radars. I mean, you haven't fluted yet, you've done science, I don't know if you need any defense. They will expand, is the problem. I got getting on track in a game, but also took me 150 hours to use the trains. That's absurd to me. That's just wild. So you can go in here, just run some undergrounds this way, and then up in here. Very cool. Okay. That's gonna get the ammo going. Let's have a couple boxes for ammo. Not for any particular reason, just why not? You're going to be making a lot of ammo very quickly, so I'm probably going to need at least that much output anyway. I think I do want walls. I know that's a little silly. I think it would be nice to have. Don't know how I'm going to get stuff in here. I can reroute stuff on the top without too much issue, I think. Gears. Bricks. Where are gears? There we are. Okay. So, move you up this direction. I already have fuel right here. That's not going to be too much of an issue. In fact, maybe I'll go ahead and just deal with that. So, underground that way. And then priority split to the left. Oh, to the right, I guess. And then that can be my input. And then that can be my fuel input. And then these guys can be my output. More steam. Let's get more steam guys. And then I'll have to actually get the steam up there in a second. I left my base defended by only hope. Hasn't burned me yet. Well, it's all made out of wood, so when it does burn, it's gonna burn down. Factorio, home with the military-industrial complex. Yeah, for the great biter purge must never end. Let's see. Okay. Can I get steam? I don't think I can get steam through this place. I can't run anything over there, though. That's where my gold's being farmed, though technically I have up until this space. So it's not that bad. More gold. There we are. Also, thank you. And I guess you have to come down one. Perfect fit. You'll love to see it. And in we go. Okay. You are going to make walls. You take timber. You take timber, not wood. Okay, never mind. Never mind. Well, let's get that all picked up. Moved around. Come on, guys, you got this. And the time it will burn, baby burn. It will, it'll burn bright, and that's what matters. Let me just, help you out, guys. Oh no, I don't want to deconstruct you. You're okay. There we go. How much ammo did I just pick up? Not a lot, but I'll go ahead and do that. Okay, actually, what do you need? How many parts does this produce, I wonder? And can I actually get these things in here? Because that's actually a really inconvenient spot. I wanted it to be close to the ship. I thought that would be fun, but all of my production's over this way, so I think the rocket silo's coming over here. Funny, I can't rotate this. The fluid input has to be on the bottom. Sure, why not? Let's see. I will unironically be surprised if someone my base gets attacked before I get back to it. Gold won't react, thankfully. I mean, I don't anticipate I'm gonna have any problems, and honestly, if the enemies on Lignumis do decide to kill my base, I'm not gonna cry over it. It's just a matter of, you know, if I love that this is a burner. I love that this is a burner rocket silo. Okay. Well, let's just get walls set up next to it too, I guess. Okay, so lumber up this way. You're just gonna be steam inserters. I can't be bothered with anything more than that. There we are. Let's connect you in. I need a few more, I guess. Let's just make a couple. You are going to need fuel at some point, though, so your output can still be a burner inserter. Maybe even 2. How many? You make like 3 a second? Yeah. Let's have 3. And that's all you need, so you actually do need a dedicated fuel input then. Let's get a burner long arm. There we are. And then let me go fill up on belts and such. Oh, I can't walk through the radar. Okay. You, and you, and you. Thank you. Finally, it's here. The holy burner silo. It's glorious. How many products do I have to put in you? A lot, actually. Everything. All of my resources have to go into you. Okay. Let's go ahead and get a steam guy here. There's the liquid wood. There you go. I don't know how much you're gonna take, but you're going to receive 1.6 a second, so you have fun with that. let's go ahead and do that and get gears in here from somewhere. Man, there's no good way to get anything into here. Fuel needs to be up here, so I can't get right here because I do need that to be fuel. Okay, so I can split peat right here and get that going up. And, ooh, that's no good. I guess I can do that, and that's fine. I might run you this way, actually, because this also needs fuel. There's no good way to get fuel into you, actually. Yeah, okay, maybe I won't. I'll have to bring fuel in from somewhere else. In the meantime, though, these trees do need to go, so let's start clearing those out. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. So gold, lumber, gears. So I've got lumber and gears. I need circuits, and I need gold, and eventually I'll have to get wood into this guy. But we'll deal with that when we get there. Where are circuits? I know they're around here somewhere. I can just bring in this belt, I guess, since it's already got fuel on it, and that way that satisfies your fuel requirement as well. Is that part of you? That is part of you. Honestly, I might actually do that instead, because I'm sure you're going to want more than just a couple circuits as input. All that leaves is gold. I also have to figure out how to get steam in here. There's a steam connection right here, look at that. Not really a clean way to get a connection in, but I have done worse. So yeah, we just need the wood and we need the gold. Nauvis moon of wood, earth moon of craters. Honestly, I have so much wood on me. Let me just go ahead and throw however much wood I have into this guy. And just get it started. Let's get it started in here. I don't know why I did that. And there we go. Just a little nicer, I think. There we are. Still gold? Still gold. Okay. Let's find gold. Gold's literally right here. Let's just clean this area up. And while the bots are busy doing that, I will run this down this way. Yeah, once again, this is just going to be a steam inserter. I can't be bothered to mix fuel into here, I don't think. Is there any good way? I could get fuel, actually. I could do it. So, I might as well. For the 83rd time, we are already overdrawing our steam balance. So, let's filter you to just heat. And so this will connect into you, and then down here, and over. Awesome. There we go. Thanks, guys. You're the MVP. So, how much has this got? We're making pretty good progress, I'd say. Yeah, I might not even bring a belt of just raw wood in here. I think I can just hand supply this, and that's going to be more than I need. So let's start getting some turrets set up. That's going to take more gold. My gold has died. That's going to be a stromatolite problem because I don't actually have any method for dealing with that. So let's go ahead and grab more of those guys. And what can I do with you again? I keep forgetting. So I know there's actually like something good I can do with you, but apparently I can't do that until I have been to Nauvis. So all I can do with you is throw you into an assembler and turn you into peat and gold ore. I mean, sure. If that's all I can do, then that's all I can do. So I don't know how many of these I'll need, so I'll leave room for 2. And let's do that. So, stromatolite, where's that going to be? That's right there. There's fuel literally right here. Let's just underground this bit. Split from over here. And in you go. So let's have 2 filtered inserters. So one of you will be for peat. Let's make this the gold. This one is gold ore, and then this one is going to be filtered to peat, because it's a little easier to get the peat out from the left, and the gold can just go straight down, because this belt is already gold. Then the peat can just come up this way, and be a prioritized input. There we go. Let's see if I can't just copy this, for the most part, for the other 2 as well. Where do you... Okay, there is a little boundary, like, right in here. Let me actually mark where that is. Okay, is that enough room? No. No, it's not. It's off by 1 tile. Off by 1. There's nothing worse than an off by 1 error. Okay, I mean, that's just how it is. So what can I do then? So I can run you this way, I guess. And then, rather than trying to copy and paste, let's just remake this from scratch. So you can go, nope, you can't go there. You have to go 1 further over. And you have to go 1 down. Okay, that's fine. I can't really get fuel in here very easily either. Maybe I can split here. And then get an underground up this way. This is not very good. Not gonna lie, this is not very good. Let's move you over. Again. Okay, that works. I can put you there. And have you go up. And that's not in the way of anything. And you'll get fuel. Okay, we're getting somewhere. Now let me go grab the filtered inserters. Let's see. I would recommend update. I like how that double turn for no reason accidentally made the Steam connections easy. Yeah. Sometimes it just works out. It's my genius. Don't question the genius. Money doesn't grow on trees, but gold does in the form of rocks. I love gold that grows on trees in the form of rocks. Eesh. Wow, there's no good way to deal with this. I can get a passage. Oh man, we're feeling the spaghetti today. Input priority on the right. And then ore can just go straight down, I think? Yes, yes it can. Okay. Let's go ahead and dump this in here as well. And then we have one more to do. One more. And I hope one machine is actually able to keep up with all the extra stromatolite that I wind up with. Okay, so that's not in the way of anything. You can go here, burner inserter in. Split you. You actually work beautifully, because you can just come up here. Stromatolite recipe. Move you over one tile, just to get a little breathing room. Unfortunately, I can't do anything to the left. Can't do. Oh man, I'm going to be very cramped. Okay, this one. I spoke too soon. This one is going to be a challenge. Okay, I can filter output the gold ore straight up. As long as I do that. So that will just work. That's fine. My genius is almost frightening. Yeah. The only one frightened by my builds is usually me, so it's a nice change of pace when someone else gets to be frightened by my build. 1, 2, 3. Once again, you can be a priority input. There we go. Somehow I got this to work. You're going to be filtered to P. Oh boy! Well, it sure wasn't nice, but it sure does work. Here's my extra stromatolite. There we go. That wasn't even enough to get you to kick off. Okay. Well, that's fine. We're good. We're good to go. So gold has come back to life. It's not very fast, but it is technically running now. Let's see. That's all just moist. Yeah, moist stromatolite. How's this guy doing? He's got some actual bacteria going, so that's going to turn into actual gold. That's cool. I really would like to have faster inserters. In fact, I think I just can. Yeah, that should just work. I can do that for all of these guys then. And that'll at least double the output. Wait, why are you different? Oh. Can I do that? I should be able to do that, I think. Nope, just get stuck. Okay. Well, that's too bad. Oh, well, hold on. I'm just dumb. I can just do that. There we go. Okay. And what do I have left? So I've got moist stromatolite. In fact, let me just through that. Well, whatever. There we go. Throw you in there. I've got some gold ore. I can throw that in the furnaces down here. Anything else? I think I'm mostly okay. I can't make turrets because I have no gold, so let's go grab some gold. Gold output. Where is my gold output? Okay, I just have no gold on the belts, that's why That's why I don't have much. That'll do it, I guess. Oh yeah, I know the genius meme. I know what you're going for. Let's see. Maybe I'll also put some wood under the labs. Why not? That seems fun. There we are. And let's see, anywhere, I guess across the top. The bots really didn't help all that much. It's been a weird half a month without these streams. Well, I'm good to be back. I'm good to be back, he says. And everyone just nods along, like, yes, that's perfectly natural human speech. Let's just do that. And then I can make that a little longer to smooth out. Yeah, there we go. Well, now this part looks weird. Sure. Whatever. It's fine. It's fine. I should probably throw some radars up around this area, start thinking about where my turrets are gonna go. I need more lumber. But that's fine. That's mostly an input issue, it looks like. I just need... Oh, nope, that's not what I need. I just need more input. Which means more inserters I have to craft, apparently. Let's just make a couple of those. Can't help but notice that I'm handcrafting burner inserters. I have like 100 over here. Let's just grab those. Might as well grab that. And I wanted to throw a couple more radars over this way if possible. Probably cover this little mine over this way. So let's grab a radar and just check it over this way. In you go. And then I wanted to throw one up where my my tree stuff is. Go ahead and grab one of those. So somewhere like up around in this area would be cool. Maybe just right there. And then one more towards the top. Just so I can have total coverage of the whole thing. In you go. And then I do want to make a couple more turrets, which is once again going to be more gold. Oh yeah, Top Gear is very British, but it escaped containment. So, oh yeah, I can make all kinds of those. Might as well... Well, I don't know why I would craft walls by hand. I've got plenty of walls up here, I'm sure. Oh yeah, that's more than I need. Honestly, let's connect this up and have you turn off if you've made too many walls. So you're enabled if there's less than, like, 300, let's say 400 walls. Yeah, I think that's plenty. And then let's just start placing walls around the edges. Let's cut some of these trees back to make a little bit of room. Grab the walls, put you on there. As well put the turrets on the old hotbar as well. And then we'll just start making a little perimeter wall. Oh, that's a lot of undoing. There we go. I wanted something a little more like this. Come on, guys, got this. There you go. Can I just make landfill? I don't have any stone on me, so I guess it's not important. There. It's beautiful. The walls do still help with noise reduction when you place them down, so it doesn't really matter too terribly much where you place them. Think of them just almost as like pollution sinks. They just automatically absorb the pollution that your machines produce. So this is going to help prevent any unwanted visitors while I'm gone. You guys got this. Come on. You can do it. Okay, come on. There you go. Very nice. And then just keep this running up until I reach the end. Let's trim some of these trees back. Yeah, I knew there was a wall lost in there somewhere. I wonder how that's doing for my my noise levels. It doesn't seem to have done too terribly much, but oh well, that's fine, I guess. I do. I think only British show that beats Top Gear's popularity is Taskmaster. Yeah, Taskmaster. I've definitely seen quite a lot of Taskmaster clips. Ammo. That's what I'm doing. Let's go grab some ammo. Oh god, that was a lot more ammo than I thought I was gonna grab. Let's be a little more careful, I guess. Yeah, that's still way more ammo than I'm gonna need. Sure, whatever. That's fine. So let's just throw some over around this area. It's my expectation that if enemies ever do come up this way, they will see the turrets and go for them first. Yeah, sure, that's fine. Corners always get reinforced. And then just every now and then, throw one down. I have a lot more walls where this came from, so I'm not worried about just spending them while I have them. Where is the corner going to be? Over here. There we go. There we go. Okay. That can come up, I think. Yeah, let's just do like that. And this will help absorb the noise from the towers more than actually protect them from attack, is the idea here. Oh, I'm actually already out. Let me just craft a couple to fill in this, this little section, and then I'll go grab more. Gotta wait for my bots to come back anyway. I actually need a few more. Oh, I'll let the bots worry about that while I come down and place more gun turrets. And that's gotta be fine. Yep, okay, that's cool. And then just continue on down this way. And I already need more turrets, it looks like. So maybe I didn't make as many as I thought I did. I certainly didn't run out of ammo, though. Have fun. Okay. That's what the soggy wet rock that I live on does to people. Agreed on 8 out of the 10 cats. Wait, what? I really like 8 out of 10 cats does count down. Oh, okay, gotcha. Where can I place this? There we go. Actually, will need more ammo, but that's just because I didn't bring ammo with me. There we are. Then I have to painstakingly actually craft the turrets to get them to do anything. And I do realize that I'm placing turrets over on this side that has absolutely no enemies for miles, but oh well. This is a pretty important part of the base, so I did want it to be protected well enough. Yeah, that's reducing the noise quite a bit as well, so that's nice to see. And the last couple turrets I'm going to throw on the left side here, because there is actually a base on this side. But then I'm probably not going to worry about it too terribly much more after that point. I was mostly doing this just as a way to kill time while I wait for the rocket parts to build up, but actually the walls are just stealing all the timber anyway, so it's not even doing anything. Wasn't all that useful. Let's come down here. I've got 18 walls, so I'll just continue this down however far I think 18 will get me. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Very good. Okay. I got 5 turrets. So we're gonna put 5 turrets. 1, 2, and then I'll do 3 down this way. So 1, 2, and then 3. Grab the ammo, and in you guys go. Don't know why it only puts 50 in when they can hold 100, but oh well. Let's go throw all this extra ammo back into the chest where it came from. Here we are. There's probably not going to be enough room in here. Oh no, it will fit. Look at that. Okay. Oh, cool. Alright, what can I do at this point? What needs to happen? So... you just can't output fast enough. Okay, that's a problem I can solve easy enough, I think. Actually, it's it's not that easy. Let's do something like that, I guess. And just see if that helps any. It seems to have helped some. Yeah, now your input's struggling. Okay. Is there anything I can do about your input then? You've already got three inputs, but see if a fourth makes any difference. Kind of, I guess. It does look like that's quite a lot more lumber coming in now, though. A lot more than I had before, at the very least. But yeah, you can see the difference. Here's what it was before. Here's what it is now. Before. After. So, That's going to be a good bit more. Oh, and also this just shut itself off now, so now this is going to kick in full time. In which case I probably don't even have enough inserters to deal with this much lumber. I guess I should start thinking about what I want to take with me. It says I can take a generous inventory, but I don't actually know what it is considering generous here. So let me run down this way. And I guess the first thing I should do is make a whole bunch of furnaces, because I'm gonna need furnaces when I get to Nauvis. I store stone somewhere. Here you are. Let's do that and just make a whole bunch of furnaces. Maybe agricultural towers would be good to bring. Maybe some burner miners, since I'm going to need those. At least a couple. I could make 40 right now. I guess I'll just make like 16 or something. Well, there's 20. There's 30. I think 30 is more than enough, assuming it even lets me take that many. You can click the rocket to see the inventory. Oh, I can? Where? I'm sure you're telling the truth, I just don't know where I would see that. Maybe once it's ready. Okay. I think I already have enough parts just on the belt here to finish this rocket up. So it's just a matter of what do I want to take with me now? But that's how you put stuff in. Okay. Well, here we are. And boom. I love that it's still got the second bar. Like, I'm going to be sending more rockets after this. Oh yeah, let's go. Of course it's nighttime and you can't see a thing, but you know what? That's half the fun. Let's see, I have a lamp. There we go. Light it up. Yeah, there we go. We can get another one. Up. Over here. Not up there. Over here. Oh yeah, there we are. Now we're living large. Oh yeah. Everyone knows Monty Python. Gotta love Monty Python. Build the rocket inventory and launch the rocket to escape. Be sure to take materials to jumpstart. Yeah, okay. Okay. Yeah, that is a generous inventory. That's actually a lot. I'm not taking any of the Steam stuff because obviously there's not going to be a reason to do that. I don't think there's really any reason to take the pipes. Maybe I'll take a stack of pipes. I'll take the bots, certainly. Can I make any more furnaces? I should make more furnaces. Like, there's no rush. We have the goal. We're good to go. Like, that's awesome and cool and all. But let's set ourselves up for success. I'm doing the same thing again. I feel blind. There we go. So grab you and just make even more furnaces. My dad spent a year in London and made it his whole personality. It's British, you can never be too sure. I mean, fair. It's always interesting when you find out that something that you think of as just completely normal and surely everyone knows is actually not at all completely normal, and no one has any idea what you're talking about when you try and bring it up. Let's make, just for example, pipes, which means gold. that might seem silly, but having pipes means I don't have to wait for iron to smelt, and I can just jumpstart power that much quicker. So let's make some pipes. Let me make a chest for stuff that I don't want to bring. I don't want to bring 2 tanks. I don't think I want to bring stone bricks. I will bring the drills. I do want to bring agricultural towers. In fact, I want to bring more agricultural towers, so let me grab my bricks again. Whoops. Tin is probably fine. I don't think I'm going to concern myself with the burner labs, even though I did consider it. I think I'll have electricity good enough, that's fine. Assemblers. Maybe I'll take just a few burner assemblers. I won't take the steam ones, though. And if I'm taking that much burner stuff, maybe I will take a little more peat. Just to help jumpstart everything. What else might I want? There's the furnaces that I made. I don't think there's any point in bringing, like, wood, necessarily, but, you know, who cares? Let's bring some wood. Maybe I'll bring lumber mills, actually. I think wood is still going to be important. That's why I'm worried about agricultural towers. So having lumber mills would actually be quite nice. Lumber, gears, burners. Okay. Throw those in there. Lumber and gears. Let's go grab lumber and gears then. So here's gears. Here's lumber. Might bring basic circuits, actually. Things still need basic circuits, even once I'm off Lignumis, so having some circuits to jumpstart everything is probably good. On that note, just basic materials, lumber, gears, things like that, probably a good idea to bring. Belt. I should bring belts. I don't know if I already have belt or not, but if not, I need to bring belt. And in the worst case scenario, maybe a little bit of ammo would not be a bad idea. Okay, I already have, honestly, too many splitters and not enough undergrounds. Let's, fix that. The radar won't let me through. You can just go back in there. So let's see. You. Thank you. Cool. And then the rest can go in there. Let me see. Ag tower. Go in. Maybe just more peat, sure. Stack of gear, stack of lumber, stack of lumber. Is gold used in anything, actually? Hold on. I just thought about something. So... Okay, so it looks like you're used there. And you're used to make basic circuits, but basic circuits are used to make green circuits. Can I make green circuits some other way? Okay, I can still use more or less a normal... They're just twice as expensive. Ouch. Okay, so importing materials from Lignumis is going to be like priority 1 once we have proper space travel. Okay. The tip says to leave gold. You don't need it, but it might help a little. I think rather than gold itself, I'll just take some basic circuits. Maybe even more than that, just to help with the first, you know, 20 minutes of automating stuff, where green circuits are still very expensive. I just want another stack, please. There we go. What else do I want to take? I only have one stack of gears. Let's grab more gears. I don't even know if the gears are all that helpful, honestly. But here's another 2 stacks of gears. Honestly, 3? Sure, good. More ag towers. Let me grab more gold, make more pipes. I think just a little more pipe would be helpful. Oh, I already did. Never mind. Green circuit's twice expensive, or you can use wood to get it back down to a still worse than vanilla ratio. Yeah. You could put it in a Swish bank account. So the problem is I can't make basic circuits on Nauvis, even with proper wood farming and everything, because basic circuits take gold, and there is no way to get gold on Nauvis. So rather than taking gold and then turning it into circuits, I'd much rather just take the circuits themselves. I think the ratio is even the same, because 1 gold plate can turn into 2 wire, and then it's a 1-to-1 between wire and circuits, so there's no reason not to just take the circuits themselves. I am making a couple more burner assemblers. I did forget to go grab the lumber mills that I made, so let me go grab those. Yes, and the mod accounts for that. You get new recipes. Oh, I know there are new recipes for green circuits. I just mean there's not any reason to take gold specifically. Because the only thing I'd want to do with gold once I get to Nauvis is make basic circuits. So, you know, at that point you might as well just take the basic circuits. Okay, so you go in. You go in. You go in. How much room I got left? I've got a lot of room, actually. I'm kind of running out of things that I want to take with me, honestly. Like, I've got a lot of furnaces that'll help me get started. I've got enough basic circuits that I can kind of get through the first couple stacks of green circuits easy enough. I have some timber, don't even know if that's going to be useful. Maybe it will be, who knows? And if it is, I have lumber mills. Should probably make more lumber mills. I think that's the last thing I'm going to do. I'm going to make more lumber mills, and then we're going to hit Nauvis, and I don't know what I'm going to do once I get to Nauvis. I think I might try and get power set up, and then that's going to be such a, like a good stopping point that I might just call it there for tonight. Like, you know, you gotta take your victories. Where are stone bricks? Stone bricks are up here. It's not a good place to pull them. Oh, I can just pull them out of furnaces, I guess. There we are. So let's run up here, make a couple more. I did not need that many bricks. What else? Circuits! There you are. What else? Let's make 1 of you. And a couple more circuits just by hand. Just because, why not? I'm here. I'm waiting anyway. I might as well make a few. So, do I have enough? I actually need 5 more basic circuits. Anything else? Oh, and you also take 2 burners. Okay. I can deal with that. There you are. And... oh, come on. You can do this. And you go. Okay, so that's gonna give me 3 more. That'll be 5 total. 5 is a decent number. Again, I'm not going to be able to make more lumber mills once I get to Nauvis, because one of the ingredients is basic circuits. So, 5 is going to be all that I get once I get there. But I don't need to worry about once again, basic circuits. So that can be like 3 for lumber, 2 for gears or something, and that's assuming I still need lumber and wooden gears. I think that's a good amount, though. No buffers for a while, then getting to space and space science for Ep2 Electric Boogaloo. Yep, that's the plan. Alright, let's... Where'd you go? There you are. You know what? I'll take a couple stone bricks, sure. Or pipe. I'm probably not going to be able to wear my armor. Oh, I wanted to bring some ammo. Just a little bit of emergency ammo. How many, So, I'm assuming I'm not going to be able to wear my ammo when I launch, like a normal rocket, so let me put that in there, and then that's 2 stacks of ammo. Am I really running all the way back for... Yeah, okay. I don't know what state Nauvis is going to be in when I land, so maybe 1 stack of ammo and, like, a couple gun turrets or something? Nah, I've waited long enough. Let's get out of here. Reminder, you did check telescopic recipes in the options. Yeah, I did. Okay. And then that one. Can I get in now? Oh, I still have inventory. Whoops. You're made out of just raw wood. Let me go chop down a tree so I can make a chest. And then dump all that in there. Really? Okay. I'll take another tree, I guess. There we go. And then you can just go in here for now. Have fun. I still can't get in you? Oh, there we go. There we go! And for anyone who doesn't know, surely a wooden rocket made of wood is gonna go splendidly well. There's absolutely no problems that this could possibly cause. Alas, there have been problems. One destroyed. Wait, did it actually? Oh my god, it actually destroyed it! I didn't know it destroyed the silo. That's really funny. That's really funny. Alright, let's grab all the stuff. Alright, the game begins. Okay, there we go. Armor on. So, I've got bots again. Hey, coal! What do you know? Let's grab some of that. Okay. Where do I even want to start? First things first, biters. Okay. Let me make a little reconnaissance save. I literally haven't saved yet, at all. Look at that. There we go. That's usually how I do it, but, maybe I'll do, like... There. Sure. Good. Awesome. And then, also... Backup. I always have a backup save. Your biters don't expand your copper like they did mine. I'm gonna be so mad. Well, that's why I'm running down first thing. I want to come take a look at whatever this is down here. So, the reason I saved is I have no idea how good this ammo is. It's not very good. That must be emphasized. It's not very good. But I might be able to take this one nest first. Okay, this is going to take a minute, but I think it's working. I'm, at the very least, outpacing its regeneration. But the biters are slowly outpacing my regeneration as well. Maybe I should have grabbed a couple fish or something. Okay, this is going to be a minute. Maybe it would have been faster to just make real ammo. Yeah, this is not very good. Very smart, yeah, worse than the pickaxe. I think it might be. Like, I'm taking its health down, but they're taking my health down too, and I legitimately don't know who's gonna win here. I might try and kite them to the rock, so they stop nibbling on me and I get a little more regen chance. Oh yeah, this is pretty painful. This is not the way to do it. I did not need to bring ammo with me if it was going to be like this. Well, at least I brought a lot. I'm not going to run out. I have to research real ammo? Oh no! Oh my god. The drama's what sets it apart, yeah. Nothing else gets, the life and death struggle like Factorio. Oh my god, this is taking so long. I seriously wonder if I could have just punched this faster. Oh, nope, nope, nope. We're almost there. If not for the rock, I don't think I would have won. I think even small biters would have been more than I could take. Alright, I think he's got one more biter spawn at him, and then he's going down. Okay, maybe one more? Yeah, okay. And there we go! Yay! Woo! They settled my copper patch, yeah. Oh, man. Okay, well, that was fun. Let's never do that again. Wood and ammo goes in the ship. Have fun. Okay, what do I even do? How do I even start? I've got mines. Let's go take the nearby iron and copper. For now, they can just go in a box. I mean, this is, even though we've been playing for 7 hours, this is legitimately now just starting. This is early game, and so all early game strats are advised. The only bonus that I get is my bonus equipment. So let's go for the old classic. I do have bots. That's one thing, I guess. So I can copy and paste that. And then do like that. I do have bot. The equipment got voided! Oh no, my equipment got voided! Well, huh. Well, Cackling Fiend, the author of Lignumis, I may have a bug report to submit. I wonder if I brought enough materials. They take gold. Okay, never mind. Very cool. Okay, oh well. Well, I've got armor at least. There's my trigger tech for iron. Let's run down the copper. Oh, you got bots. Well, you don't get copper, but at least you got to keep bots. There we go. I think I'll take that trade. I think I'd rather have copper than bots anyway. Let's see. You can research copper alternatives. Save scum. I mean, I could. I'm not that bothered about it. It's just... oh well. I would have to shoot the biter nest. Literally, that's my deciding factor there. If not for the biter nest, I would be a lot more motivated to do that, but I don't want to do that again. So while that's accruing ore for me, I'll go ahead and punch the coal rocks. Might as well. There's not as much incentive anymore. I have a lot of furnaces, and I have a lot of fuel on me, but I might as well. Let's get this in here again. And get the peat going. I don't know why I did that. I can just make a normal coal snake. There's literally no reason to do that. I'm so used to Lignumis now that the idea of doing just a real coal snake never even crossed my mind. This is too much. I don't need that much coal. There you go, have fun. Okay, furnace stacks. I guess I should actually look at the map and start figuring out where I want furnaces to go, since there's pretty big biter bases down that way. And that's really unfortunate. I'll probably bring things and do smelting on the bottom of the lake, and then have it turn and have production going north. That seems somewhat reasonable. The biter nest was torture, yeah. At least it wasn't 2 nests on a copper patch. Not salty. No, definitely not. So let's see. Let's not go, like, right up to the lake. Let's leave a little room in case I need to do something up there. Also, how many is this? I wasn't counting. So that's 6. There's 12. I'm not gonna lie, my, like, vanilla ratios, for whatever reason, completely leaving me today. Crafting speed of 1. Usually it's 7.5 per side. So let's say 8 per side. That's already too many. Yeah, I'm like preparing for red belts. I think I can chill just a little bit. So 8 per side. Copy you. And cool. Actually, let's do it like that. And then input is here and here. Usually the way I have this going, so I'll have coal here, like so. And then I am a big fan of doing this. So you have 1 for your ore, 1 for the coal. Whoops. 1 for the coal. And then that just continues up. And then that comes this way. And then 1 for the ore. In you go. Don't miss the corner. And in you go. And that way, that's tileable pretty much as far as you want it to be. And I can just copy that and paste it wherever the need arises. I wasn't sure how the undergrounds were gonna work out here, since they are an unusual size. It looks like they work well enough. I will do that just because that seems a little nicer. How many furnaces do I have? I've got plenty. Okay, so I can go ahead and build a full furnace, or at least a beginner furnace stack. That was fine at 12 furnaces aside. Okay, like I said, for some reason it just wasn't feeling right. It's like that seems not correct. I'll just cut that part. Then I'll replace it in a moment, once I've replaced some of my furnaces. The problem is, after I play Bob's, like, all ratios have left my brain. They are gone. And that is, the most recent time that I've played Factorio is the end of the Bob's series. So, all my vanilla knowledge just booked out of my brain. There we go. As short a time as I had my bots, I do still keep expecting them to come in here and finish my builds for me. So, where's that? You want to be right here? You want to be right here. There we go. This comes down here. You come in this way. You come down this way. And in you go. I was thinking I was bringing a fair number of belts to jumpstart myself with. I honestly could have probably brought more. In you go, and in you go. Then let's get these undergrounds in play. Don't think I'm going to need that last one, but it's there if I need it. That's fine. 48 for yellow, so 24 for wood. Okay. Like, 12 is what my instincts were saying, but, I don't know, for some reason it just wasn't sitting right. Okay, so let's see. The top one. Honestly, I've already built this in a bad place. Okay, rule 1 of Factorio, when you recognize you're already building something you don't like, and you've only been building for 5 minutes, eat the loss and move it. There's no reason not to. I'm going to go with a vertical smelting stack, and we're going to be over here clearing this left side of the lake. So like right about there. And then how does that tile? Does that tile okay? No. So it doesn't match. Let's fix it. Also got to clear all these trees so I can actually see what I'm doing. I went for minimal, basically just mining drills and furnaces. Some extras, but not much more. Had to use the furnaces for emergency walls due to the copper incident. Don't know if you heard about that. Nah, whatever could you mean? I have no idea. Why does this not tile? You just need to be one over. There we go. Okay. Now? Now you tile. There we go. Okay. Very nice. Okay. Let's get all this moved out of the way. And the reason I've done it this way is I always like to plan for at least two stacks for iron and 2 stacks for copper from the beginning, and that doesn't even account for steel. Steel is going to get tacked on to the end. I just want to have at least enough room for 2 stacks of iron and 2 stacks of copper. It's not like I'm going to have enough miners set up anytime today to actually utilize that much. I'm just planning for space. Unfortunately, that does mean tearing down this, this whole thing over here, but I've done worse. The emergency furnaces. I mean, they come in handy when you need them. You know, it's like any other emergency material. You never want to need them, but when you do, you're going to be glad you have them. Okay, this is going to take a second, but oh well, that's, once again, that's the nature of the game. Got my starter base up and running and worked. Why this thing I've built a dozen times wasn't working right. Then finally saw how expensive green circuits were. Yeah, green circuits are going to hurt. I'm kind of taking it almost like a science multiplier run. Like, I already know things are going to be more expensive, so I just need to plan for more than normal production. After everything had already been built. Yeah, that stings a little. One of the pieces of advice that you see people give to new players of Factorio is always, don't worry about building something wrong. If you decide you don't like it, you can always tear it down. And I always feel like that's advice that's only very technically true, because after you've built something, it's actually a big pain in the butt to have to tear it down if it's already running. Like, that is quite a large endeavor. So, like, technically you can. It's not completely permanent. But at the same time, it's like, I don't know, man. I sure wouldn't want to have to do that. Okay. Let's get all the tricky pieces in first. The ore's flowing from the left. Well, horizontal flip. And get that in. And there we go. Or, not ore, but coal. The coal's flowing in from the left. And that's not very cool. There we go. And that's why you start with the parts that you're less sure about, because sometimes you shouldn't be sure about them. Nope, I did actually want that there. Okay, I think that's all fixed. I think that's all good. I hate tearing down, even after bots, just because all the machines and boxes full of stuff is so annoying to move around. Yeah, even with bots, which make it considerably easier, it's always such an endeavor to actually get everything torn down. Maybe. I'll find out soon enough. The second underground. I'm assuming you mean from the right. They all look like they're going the right direction to me, but, yeah, that all looks right. Okay, so this one is for my copper. Let me get the one for, iron built. There we are. And there's that part. Oh, broke that one. And then the middle's up, and then I just have to get the actual furnaces themselves placed. And I don't have the inserters yet, but I will get to them soon enough. Once the actual inserters are down, I can go collect ore and at least start things smelting, even if it's just ferrying it around by hand. So let's see. How are the mines doing? They did run out of fuel already, but that's probably not a bad thing. It'll keep the pollution from going too wild. From the left? Looks fine though, okay. All cool, all cool. Oh. What? Okay. I watched Dr. J do Factorio 2, and the dude deleted his whole base to rebuild once he got the beacons, and it was genuinely hard to watch. I see people do that all the time, and I just don't understand. I could never. Like, all you have to do is go that way. Just build over here. If you're at the point where you have artillery and guns and everything, and the biters are no obstacle anymore, just move. Please. Thank you. Oh my god. Why? Why, game? Thank you. Okay. So let's see, how do I actually want to do this? I want to leave a little room for a buffer. And then I'm probably going to go ahead and start circuits and gears and such on the left. And then I'll do my science products on the right once I'm on the other side of the lake. That's my plan, at least. It does mean using lots and lots of belts, but fortunately I have quite a lot of belts already. Okay. Let's also start looking into... okay, never mind, scratch what I was going to say. Let's get things smelting. That's priority number 1. There we are. I don't have very much coal, so I'm going to attempt to do a swipe with even distribution for all of the furnaces and just see how that works. Oh, I could have also just gone and grabbed more coal. Oh yeah, I do not have enough coal for all of that. Let me just go grab coal. I have a whole huge city block SE base, and in the center is still my thrown together starter base 100 hours later. I mean, that is exactly how I play also. Not that that should be a shocker again, given that you saw how I played the Bob's run, but that's just kind of how my base usually goes. Okay. So, fuel and you. There we are. Oh man, that ate all that coal? I'm legitimately kind of surprised. Okay. There's my circuits research. Or the trigger tech, at least. So, let's see. Yep, I've got to research yellow ammo. Awesome. It's only 10 reds, but still. Well, I can craft you with copper now. But you take basic circuits? Wait, what? There is a copper recipe. Okay. Okay, crisis averted. We're fine. Everything is okay. I can get my bots back. First thing, I do need guns. I do need production, of course. What would be cool next? I guess get my bots back would be cool. Yellow belts would be cool. Electric miners, after that probably. I don't even really know at that point. Maybe green science and then walls? We'll see how it goes from there. Gold gets replaced by everything, yeah, or rather, in everything. It does seem like it. So let's see, let me go grab my first load of iron. And then my first load of copper. So, how far does that get me? Oh, pretty decent. Okay, that's not too bad. Oh, there's even a copper recipe for the lumber mill. Okay. It even accounts for the fact that you need an assembling machine rather than a burner assembling machine, because burner assembling machines take basics. Oh, and I can even make burner agricultural towers, so I guess I didn't need to bring quite so many, but you know, that's just resources I don't have to spend here. Speaking of which, it might not be an awful idea to figure out where I want some tree production to go. And since pollution's going to be such a problem, until I can come down and handle that base to the south of the iron ore, I'll probably place some agricultural towers down there, though they are burner towers now that I think about it. What is your pollution like? You just don't emit pollution? Okay, you are completely pollution neutral. So it seems. Ag towers and lumber mills was a good idea. Okay, well, I'm glad I brought them all the same. So they aren't going to absorb pollution, but at the very least it's going to be tree production, I guess? Well, I've got such a big wall of trees here, though. Oh, that pollution cloud is not making me happy. Maybe I have enough copper ore for right now. Yeah, I think that's fine for right now. Okay, all the same. Let's come over this way. And I'll probably make a line of ag towers over here. Let's see if I still have the blueprint. Hey, look at that. Granted, can I actually just go to Lignumis and copy my wood ones, because they are slightly different. Yeah, that'll work just fine. Look at that. Can't copy the lamps, unfortunately. But I will just take that part out. Sure. That works. And I'll have you just like right along here. I'm not going to go ahead and place them yet, I don't think. I'm just planning ahead. Because those all use burners, and I don't really, I don't think using more burners is a good idea at the moment. That seems like a bad idea, in fact. When I don't even have bullets. Let's get, some rudimentary power set up. So... maybe I will go ahead and use these 2 burner labs, I guess? Can I just make a little bit of science by hand? I need 10, so I'll make 20. That'll cover this first research and a little more. Let me beeline to that, actually. There we are. So grab you, just pop you down over here. Grab a little fuel. Wait for one more to craft so I can do them evenly. And there we go. And I guess this is my life now, until this research has finished. I'm just going to be sitting here. There we go. One more to go. Somehow. I'm not quite sure. Okay, I did have 2 on me. I thought I only had 1. I was like, I know this takes 10, and I know it cubed 20 to craft, but I'm pretty sure I'm 1 off somehow. Yeah, okay. So what did I queue next? Automation. Yeah, that seems fine. I might as well sit here and wait until the last of the science packs is done, because I don't really have much else I can do anyway. Though I could take ores and throw them in the furnaces. That's not a terrible idea. Let's go do that. Oh, you're out of fuel anyway. Let's come... well, I have lots of coal. That's no issue. So get that thrown in. Hope you don't die. I really thought that was achievement for a biter attack, I'm not gonna lie. Electric network, yay! Okay, so let's grab whatever iron I can. We're gonna go get that smelted. There we are. And see how far that is 28 iron. Okay. Sure. Well, have fun, guys. And let's do the same with the copper. Yay, I can make bullets. Make 19 bullets. I can make 12 bullets. Well, let's see what this gets me. Back to 19. Awesome. Okay. Well, let's at least get automation out of the way. There we go. I guess I'm not going to have enough belts to span this gap here, but I guess I can go ahead and start running them. So how close can I get here? Okay, so that's for copper, that's for iron. So I do not wish to underground the tree, thank you. I don't trust trees. Trees and belts just don't mix. There we go. Okay. What I should actually be spending these belts on, I guess, is getting coal up here. That would be important. So this is going to be around where I make power. Let's just say somewhere around in here. That's cool. I already have the boilers and steam engines and all set up. So let's just say right around in here somewhere. Like so. And then I always make sure to leave a little gap like this so that I can actually walk through here in case I need to do stuff. There we are. Let's just pick up this guy on the end. Move you over here. And let's get the steam engines in. There we are. Can I make power poles? I can make basic power poles. Yay. Okay. Belts. Let's get... Let's get a piece of landfill from somewhere. I guess I can just craft it. I can craft a piece of landfill. Look at that. I don't need this many power poles right now. So, a piece of landfill. Where did you go? There you are. That's not enough. I'm gonna need one more piece of landfill, which means I need like 10 stone from somewhere. Are there any rocks nearby? There's a couple straight to the north, it looks like. Oh, there's one right there, on the side of the smelting stack. Let's just go grab that. That actually might be one more just above me. Yeah, look at that. And that's enough for one more landfill. Okay. That will be all that I need to get this to work. There we are. Then I can have an inserter right here. And then let's get this as far as I can. There we are. Fortunately, you're pretty cheap, and I brought some lumber and plenty of gears with me, so this is not too bad. And let's get some coal going. Let's pick up all of these guys. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to have kind of a reverse snake going on. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to leverage the fact that one piece of coal mines much more than just one piece of coal. So I'm going to do something like this. And then bring you in. And then all I have to do is fill the back layers with coal, and we'll be a-okay. Let's actually allow that to come down just a little more. And then I only fill the back with coal, and then those will fill those, will fill those. And so that one piece of coal will get me quite a lot of coal. By the time that's run out of fuel, I should have long since researched electric miners. At least that is the intention. And let's get the power poles in. Of course I can't reach. There we go. Is that perfect? Yes, that is perfect placement. Okay. Of course, that's at the perfect layer for where the where the belt's gonna be. What is what's the next height? Right here. I can work with that. I can work with that. Yep, okay. All good. Let's clear these burner inserters from the hotbar along with the burner assemblers and replace them with standard inserters. Power poles. Anything else? I think I'm good for now. Okay, I think that works. So we don't need the basic turrets or the basic walls. I'm not going to be making gold storage tanks, I guess. Yep, you don't get a copper recipe. Alright. So let's see, where's that leave me? I need a lot of iron. What I would like to do is have enough belts and enough inserters to get my my furnace stack up and running, and once that's running, I think I will call it a night. I also need ammo. Ammo would be cool. Let's see, let's get up here and start filling these guys in. Very cool. And I guess I will go grab all the copper that I've already smelted. Yeah, that's a lot of copper. Don't think I'm going to be needing more than that anytime soon. Let's see. Oh yeah, I have to actually get the iron. It doesn't just magically appear in my inventory just because I decided to smelt it. There we are. Let's grab all of them. Just all of those as inserters. What do I need now? Just more iron. Okay, that's fine. Fuel ran out. That's interesting. Yeah, this is pretty slow. Maybe I need a little more coal generation than this. That is all of my, well, not quite all of my miners. Maybe I can just also do something like that. Just have fun. I am going to pick these up. I don't know if I'm going to need them again, but if I do, I don't want them down there because I'll never remember where they are. Also, incredibly dark right now. Yeah, no coal's going to make it this way, but I have no inserters anyway. I was almost going to call it a night. Yeah, I'm half an hour out, I'd say. In fact, if I don't have this wrapped up in half an hour, I will probably just stop anyway. The one rare place where you actually might want burner inserters, since I had a few, just go ahead and shove them up there. Let's see, where does that get me? I'm still waiting on most of these inserters, but I can start getting the first few placed. Okay. Once again, I keep expecting any moment that I'm going to get an achievement for starting a biter attack, and I'm not going to be very pleased about it. There we go. Might as well just continue that down. There we go. Of course, we are going to have to continue that up, but, you know, we'll worry about that once something's actually on the belts. Yeah, the one reason to bring gold is those tanks. Yeah, the tanks are pretty nice. I spaghetti myself into bad starter bases. I mean, same. I think that's the most relatable thing you could possibly say when talking about Factorio. Let's just make a whole bunch of belts, because I'm gonna need them. I'm down and grab, that does look to be pretty much the end of my lumber supplies that I brought though, so I am going to, very soon start needing more wood. Okay, I'm pretty close to directly above the copper mine at the moment, so let me actually be a little careful. Where would I like that belt to come in? That belt's probably coming in, like, right here. So, let's just leave this kind of as an indicator to myself. And then that's copper right there. So then this one can be iron. There we are. Going now, it's almost 2 a.m. Yeah. Good night, man. Have a good one. Thanks for stopping by again. Okay. So, let's see. I think I will go ahead and start placing these in such a way that I can feed them onto a belt. Just, something like that. Throw some fuel in them, and they'll run for a while. I think that's enough for me. Start running up this way, and I'll run into that belt I was running sooner or later. There we go. I do not want the undergrounds, thank you. Okay, and that is technically automated iron coming in. I just have to run down and refill the fuel every so often. Let me see. Yeah, I don't know exactly where I want the copper to be coming in. This is a pretty fair estimation, I'd say, but of course it is. I picked the, like, one horizontal tile that has all the trees on it. So let's clear this path and start bringing the copper belt down here as well. And see if I can't connect it in. I'm gonna have, like, just enough if I can. I have one belt left. There we go. So that's all my lumber. So to make belts from here on, I'm going to be handcrafting lumber. So I could also just go ahead and put down a couple lumber mills. Like so. and set your recipes to lumber. And just feed some of this wood into you. That's not a half-bad idea, I'd say. Still waiting on the ore to make it up here, because these belts are incredibly slow, but they are on the way. Let me figure out how I want to tile this vertically. You are backwards. Whoops. So you're at the top of this guy. Could I do that? No, I could do the bottom of this one. But then it's a gamble of whether that works out. Let me just try and see. So you would... Let me see. So you do cover this guy. That does connect, okay. That works. Yeah, that does work. Okay. Oh, cool. Let's get everything placed then. The back is going to need power, but I already knew that, just like the left side is, of course, going to need power and inserters. I just wanted something that would tile before I committed to it. I need more iron, okay. So, I do want more bullets. I think I want more bullets before I want more inserters, but I do also need more inserters. I can also get more ore on the way. Oh, the first of the ore is coming. So, I actually had good timing dumping my inventory, otherwise that was going to get a lot more challenging. Let's see. Okay. So, inserters need iron, of course. Go ahead and get however many I can. Which is not very many, okay. Let's get these poles placed. There we are. And then... you go here, here, and here. And I don't think I missed any. I think that's everything. So let me go ahead and copy and paste this. I'm going to copy it onto all of the furnace stacks. There we are. Just to at least show me where things should be, even if I can't put them there right this instant. Yeah, that's going great. I think I will go ahead and connect the copper, just because that's my goal for the night. So I'm going to craft enough inserters to get copper going, get its belt connected and everything like that, and then that's going to be it. Also, now that I have real ammo, I don't need the gun anymore. I am going to make a save and see if I can't tackle this very first biter base. Because these aren't even producing right now, and that pollution cloud is already pretty scary. I'm never going to be able to walk through that giant forest, though. Let's walk around this way. There's a single small worm, and there are spitters. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Okay. Ooh. Okay, maybe if I had fish, this would be going a little more smoothly. I am gonna run out of ammo, I think. I also managed to draw aggro from the base below me. Okay. So that's doable. It's doable, but probably not something I want to focus on right now. I need more ammo and probably a couple fish before I try and take that. And that honestly just sounds like a next time problem. I am going to go ahead and collect a little bit of coal. Maybe just from these middle guys here. And then re-up the guys on the back just to make sure they don't run out. And then whatever's left over, I'm going to take to the iron mines to get them going again. Apparently I was behind again because he suddenly teleported from furnace stacks to fighting biters. That's interesting. I don't know why it's been so weird today. Yeah, well, that means you may have missed just a little bit of me rambling on, talking about what I'm planning on doing. I'm going to go ahead and get kind of a rudimentary amount of copper set up. And then I'm going to craft enough inserters to get the furnaces going. And after I have all that set up, I'm going to call it a night. That's going to be it for me. So let's get these guys set up going this way. And this way. 2 more coming. There we go. Then I can run you out and up and over, I guess. Sure. I did not bring coal with me, unfortunately. Or rather, I put all of my coal into iron. So let's just grab all of that. Oh yeah, that's a good bit of coal. I think that'll do. In you go. That's actually not very much. I can put a whole lot more in you. Let me go do the same for iron, just so I don't have to run out here and handle you again. Oh, whoops. I guess I just put it all into the first couple. That's fine, okay. Sure. Anyway, that should be sending copper ore up here. Yes, the belts just really are that slow. Okay. So the copper ore will come up here, and once I have the inserters, all will be good. So let's go ahead and grab any iron that's chilling out in the furnaces, as it is iron that I'm mostly limited on. Let's go ahead and start crafting a little bit. I am going to craft some of the cheaper recipe of green circuits. And just hold on to a couple of the basic circuits and hope that I can get production for them set up before too terribly long. And that should be plenty enough green circuits to get my next batch of inserters up and going. I think that was 50. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, it's hard to count. It's 2 rows. Each row is 1, 2, 1, 2. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So that's 12. So that's 60. That's actually more than enough. Red science, okay. Actually, I don't want to do that. Literally, the whole reason I'm doing this is to make inserters. So that seems... that's putting the cart before the horse, you could say. Let's get these circuits to hurry up a little bit too. There we go. I'll craft that many circuits and then see how many inserters that's gonna let me make. I need more than 16, so hopefully more than that. Let's go ahead and grab all this iron just laying around. I already have tin. Okay, let's see how far that'll get me. Oh, I also need the power poles, so I guess I can run around and add all those in while I wait for stuff to craft. There we are. Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna have quite enough inserters to get this whole thing in. Why are you not covered? What? Everyone else is fine. Ah. Hmm. Yeah. Yeah, okay. Oh, that sucks. I intended for it to be here, but that would be in the way, so... Hmm. And that would be too many undergrounds, even if I wanted to be silly. That's not exactly a viable strategy, so... I guess you just get to move in closer. And now I can replace them without having to redo all the wires. There we go. I'll have to do that in other places as well, but that can wait until it's needed. I'm not crafting anything. I should always be crafting things. I need wood, actually. For the burner inserter, which needs lumber. Okay, well, fortunately I have a little bit of lumber ready to go. But it's not a lot. Oh, that's enough for 150 inserters? Never mind, it was a lot. I guess it was a lot. Okay, 1, 2, 3. So I need 12 more. Might as well get some belts tacked on the end there. I'm sure I'm going to need them next time. And I believe that's going to do it. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so that's all the inserters placed. Everything's powered and working, and everyone's cool. I don't have the belt, so there's no fuel, actually. Let's do that, so that you can have coal to actually run on. I guess I have to watch and make sure that actually works. I don't know what could possibly not go right, but I didn't know what could possibly not be right 10 seconds ago either. Okay, so that's all working just fine. So we've got furnaces, we've got resources coming in, we've got power. Should probably start making more bullets, because that's something we are going to need. I will also make some light armor, I guess. And let's go grab some fish. But other than that, I'm not going to try and go take that biter nest tonight. I'm going to save that for next time. So let me go ahead and do my whole wrapping up spiel while I go fishing. So I do appreciate everyone who came out to watch tonight. The whole reason I stream is because it's more fun to do it with others. It's kind of like playing multiplayer, but I'm also by myself in a way. It's just people can point out what I do wrong, and little tips and tricks are always appreciated. Especially when the tip is, hey, you didn't actually connect the thing that you thought you did. That's always much appreciated. So I'm going to go ahead and queue 50 science packs. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's 30. So there's 50. So that's enough to get my bots back for next time. And while all these resources are coming in, that should be no problem at all. So I'm going to sign off for tonight. I think this has been a pretty good day. Can't complain at all. I am about to incur a biter attack, so I'm going to go stand next to my iron mine so that I remember next time that I immediately need to go handle that. And I'm going to put fish in my hotbar. So that's once again, that's it for me. Thanks for everyone coming out to enjoy. Might even throw some emergency stone furnaces as walls, but I can only make 4, so I guess not. Alright, enough rambling on. I'll see you next time, guys. Later. Always remember the save. I never remember that I have 2 saves until I go to save.